Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was Fallen Dragon Hybrid. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei and Irina were playing together, enjoying their time as childhood friends. Issei suggested they play again the next day, but Irina hesitated, revealing that her family was leaving for England. She had wanted to tell him earlier but couldn't find the courage. Issei felt a wave of sadness wash over him, wondering if he would ever see her again. Irina wasn't sure, but Issei reassured her that they would always be best friends, no matter the distance. As they ran toward their parents, giggling, Issei's father asked if he had said his goodbyes. Issei confirmed that he had, maintaining his trademark smile. The parents exchanged smiles as they prepared to part ways. Irina turned back and called out that she would miss Issei, to which he responded with equal sentiment, promising they would see each other again someday. As the sun set, casting a shadow over the town, Issei and his parents arrived home. Issei's mother sensed something was off as they approached their front door, which was ajar. Issei's father instructed him to stay behind as they entered cautiously. From the darkness emerged a figure with long black hair, pale skin, red eyes, and pointed ears. The figure introduced himself as Kokabil, taunting Issei's parents and revealing his intent to eliminate Issei due to his sacred gear. Issei's father bravely declared they wouldn't allow it. In an instant, Kokabil lunged forward, and Issei's world shattered as he witnessed his father fall, lifeless on the floor. Frozen in fear, Issei could only watch as Kokabil reveled in his victory. Kokabil then turned his attention to Issei's mother, who prepared to fight back. She urged Issei to run just as a spear of light pierced her. Blood poured from her wound as she fell to her knees, urging Issei to survive. With that, she succumbed to her injuries, leaving Issei in shock and despair. Kokabil taunted Issei, but a deep voice echoed in his mind, asking if he wished to survive. Issei's thoughts were consumed with the desire to avenge his parents. The voice warned him that he would have to give up his humanity, to which Issei reluctantly agreed. The voice introduced itself as Draig, the Welsh dragon, and explained that they would need to escape to fight another day. Just as Kokabil prepared to strike again, Issei felt a surge of power within him. In a flash of red light, he vanished, leaving Kokabil frustrated and vowing that Issei would become a problem in the future. On a distant rooftop, Issei deactivated the armor, revealing only the gauntlet. Draig reassured him that they had escaped, but Issei was heartbroken over the loss of his parents. Draig expressed his condolences and emphasized the need for training, as Kokabil was now aware of the awakened Red Dragon Emperor. Draig explained the existence of angels, fallen angels, and devils, and how Issei's mother, Azriel, was a fallen angel who had sealed his wings to protect him. Issei learned that he was now a fallen dragon hybrid, having given up his humanity to survive. As they continued their conversation, a mysterious voice interrupted, revealing a girl who appeared to be Issei's age, dressed in a gothic Lolita outfit. Issei was taken aback, sensing that his journey was just beginning. Issei was immediately on high alert over the mysterious figure until he heard Draig's voice. Draig explained that Ophis was the Ouroboros dragon, also known as the infinite dragon god. Issei immediately knelt down in front of Ophis as a sign of respect. Ophis observed him with curiosity, noting that he was not entirely human. Draig confirmed that Issei was a fallen dragon hybrid and mentioned the tragedy of his parents being killed by the fallen angel Kokabil. Ophis regarded Issei with an expressionless face and proposed that if he had nowhere to go, she could train him. She promised that with her help, he could become one of the top 10 strongest beings in existence. Draig encouraged Issei to accept her offer, emphasizing that there was nothing left for him in his town and that her training would be crucial for his future battles. Issei nodded and expressed his desire to become strong to avenge his parents and protect those he cared about. Ophis agreed to train him but first needed to remove the seal hiding his powers. She placed her hand on his chest, and a magic circle appeared with the infinity insignia. As a result, 2 fallen angel wings and 2 dragon wings manifested on his back. Issei gazed in amazement at his new wings. Ophis then offered him some of her power, as he would need it for their journey. A black serpent formed around her hand and entered Issei's body, granting him a total of 6 wings, 4 fallen and 2 dragon. With a wave of her hand, a tear in the dimension appeared. Ophis instructed Issei to follow her, and he introduced himself, stating his full name. Ophis acknowledged him and they stepped into the dimensional gap. Issei looked around at the void that would be his new home until his training was complete. In the distance, he heard a loud roar and saw a large tear in the dimensional gap through which a giant red dragon emerged. Drake informed Issei that this dragon was Great Red, the ultimate dragon god. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and a man who appeared to be in his early 20s appeared. Great Red greeted Ophis and inquired about Issei. Ophis introduced Issei as her trainee. Great Red knelt down to meet Issei's gaze, curiosity evident in his expression. Ophis added that Issei was also the host of Drake, which prompted Great Red to comment on Drake's self-proclaimed title. Great Red playfully asked Ophis when she would stop calling him Baka Red, to which she replied it would be whenever he dropped the chan. Issei watched in amazement as the two exchanged banter. Great Red then turned his attention to Drake, who nervously acknowledged him, apologizing for the name given to him by the biblical faction. Great Red laughed heartily, but Ophis interrupted him with a light reprimand to get to the point. Great Red cleared his throat and stated that he would also train Issei alongside Ophis, aiming to help him become the ultimate dragon of domination. Issei humbly requested their training, kneeling before them. Both dragons agreed simultaneously. A decade passed, and Issei grew immensely strong, a transformation that Great Red referred to as OP. He mastered his balance breaker without a time limit, could maintain Juggernaut Drive for a year without losing his sanity, and unlocked a new form that surpassed Juggernaut Drive in strength, which he named Angelic Overdrive. Now standing tall at 6 feet 2 inches with a lean, muscular physique, Issei possessed 14 fallen angel wings and 4 dragon wings, though he typically displayed only his dragon wings. He could create light spears in less than a second and launch them at blinding speeds. A master of elemental magic, particularly fire and ice, he even learned to cut off someone else's magic with a snap of his fingers. In Angelic Overdrive, he could match Great Red in power, though Great Red consistently emerged victorious, placing Issei among the top 10 strongest beings in existence, alongside Ophis and Great Red, who were tied for the number 1 spot. Throughout the decade, Issei, Great Red, and Ophis grew closer, forming a bond akin to family. Great Red and Ophis viewed Issei as their little brother, while Issei affectionately referred to them as Ophisnissen and Redeniisen. As Issei stood on some floating rocks in the dimensional gap, he turned to them. He expressed that he had been there for 10 years and felt it was time to return home to fulfill the purpose of his journey. Great Red acknowledged his feelings and agreed, stating he would arrange for one of the faction leaders to build Issei a home, assuring him that he would visit from time to time. Issei felt a sense of relief and excitement at the prospect of returning home. In the middle of the day, Ophis and Issei teleported into an apartment. Issei looked around, curious about his new surroundings. Ophis informed him that they were in his new apartment and that they had returned to Kuro. Issei's expression turned somber as he recalled the last time he had been in his hometown 10 years ago. Ophis explained that the town was now under the jurisdiction of the devils, with 2 heiresses, Rias Gremory and Sona Citri, residing there. They would both be at the school he would attend. Issei was taken aback by the news that he had to attend school, but Ophis reminded him that it was important for him to receive a proper education and be around kids his own age. Drake, his partner, agreed, emphasizing the benefits of being in a school environment. Issei accepted the situation and wondered if he should make friends with the devils in town. Ophis playfully noted that he didn't have much choice in the matter and expressed her trust in his judgment. She mentioned that his uniform and other clothes were in his room and promised to check on him from time to time before teleporting away. Left alone with Drake, Issei contemplated the presence of fallen angels in the town. He decided to let them be unless they posed a threat. With some time before school started, Issei wandered around town and eventually reached the park where he had last seen his childhood friend, Irina. He wondered how she was doing. As he turned to head home, he noticed a blonde girl in a nun's outfit who had fallen on the curb. He rushed to help her, asking if she was okay. She introduced herself as Asia Argento, a newcomer in town who was currently lost. Issei offered to help her find her way to the church, where she was headed to look after the place. As they walked, Asia shared her experiences at the church and mentioned her sacred gear, Twilight Healing. When they arrived at the church, Issei sensed the malice emanating from it and detected 4 fallen angels inside. He noted their weakness, realizing they were not a significant threat. He turned to Asia and assured her that if she ever felt in danger, she could find him for protection. She was surprised and touched by his offer, admitting she had never had a friend before. Issei happily declared he would be her first friend, and they shared a brief hug before she went inside the church. Afterward, Issei decided to head home, knowing he had school the next day. The following morning, he walked to the gates of Kruch Academy, entering as a second-year student. He could sense the presence of devils around him, noting that Rias Gremory was not hiding her aura, while Sona Citri was doing a better job of concealing hers. With a sigh, he prepared himself to navigate the new environment, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him. He was undeniably attractive, and a group of friends couldn't help but comment on it. One girl exclaimed how hot he was, another mentioned he was a new prince, while the last one expressed a desire to have his children. Issei raised an eyebrow at that last remark, wondering what was wrong with these girls. A random guy chimed in, expressing his disdain for the pretty boy, while another told him to go away. Issei just wanted to get through the day. With that thought in mind, he made his way to the student council office to pick up his schedule. He knocked on the door and heard a voice invite him in. Upon entering, he saw a girl with a bob cut and glasses sitting at the desk. Recognizing her as Sona Citri, a high-class devil, he noted her attempt to conceal her aura. He introduced himself as the new transfer student, Issei Haidu, giving a slight bow. Sona acknowledged him, mentioning she had been expecting him. Issei thought it was clever of her to use an alias, even if it wasn't the best one. She handed him his class schedule, instructing him to head to Class 2A. As he took the schedule, a smirk crossed his face. He figured he might as well stir things up a bit. He bid Sona farewell, addressing her as Lady Citri, as he walked out, leaving her momentarily stunned. After leaving the student council office, Sona quickly composed herself and called Rias, another heiress. She urgently requested Rias to come to the office. Rias agreed and arrived shortly after, appearing through a magic circle. Sona explained the situation, revealing that the new transfer student was aware of the supernatural and had addressed her correctly. Rias noted that if he knew her identity, he likely recognized her as a devil. She sensed considerable power within him, possibly indicating he possessed a sacred gear, though she was unsure which one. Sona suggested that if Rias was considering adding him to her peerage, she could simply ask him. Rias agreed but proposed inviting him to join the occult research club instead, as they knew little about him and could keep an eye on him. Sona nodded in agreement, and they both headed to class. Meanwhile, Issei arrived at his classroom and knocked on the door. The teacher welcomed him inside, and he introduced himself to the class, hoping for a good rapport. The students were curious, with many girls raising their hands to ask questions. Issei answered their inquiries, confirming he was single and open to dating someone who piqued his interest. He mentioned he had lived in Kyoto before moving away for personal reasons. When a boy asked a rather inappropriate question, Issei chose not to engage, and the teacher quickly reprimanded the student. After being assigned a seat by the window, Issei found the rest of the class rather dull. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, he began packing his things when he heard a commotion from the girls. They were excitedly calling out for Kiba, the prince of Kyoto, who had just entered. Kiba approached Issei, introducing himself and requesting his presence with the club president. Issei agreed, having no other plans for the day, and followed Kiba to the old school building. Upon reaching the door, Kiba knocked, and a voice invited them in. Inside, Issei introduced himself to Rias Gremory, the club president, realizing she was the Gremory girl he had heard about. Issei thought to himself that things were not bad. Rias explained that she had spoken to Sona earlier and they had reason to believe he was aware of the supernatural. Issei confirmed his knowledge and then pointed at Kiba, asking if he was Rias's knight. Both Kiba and Rias looked at him in shock, realizing that not only did this human know about the supernatural, but he also guessed Kiba's role. Rias hesitated before confirming that Kiba was indeed her knight and asked why he was curious. Issei thought to himself that he had called it, while Drake responded with concern. He casually replied that he had no particular reason, just a feeling. Rias, smiling, proposed that since he knew about devils and evil pieces, he should consider joining her peerage. Without a moment's hesitation, Issei declined her offer. Rias was taken aback by the speed of his rejection and asked why he would refuse. Issei bluntly stated that he understood how the evil piece system worked and believed he was more powerful than both her and Kiba combined. Rias's frustration began to grow, and she released some of her aura. Just then, the door opened, and 4 more individuals entered, one of whom Issei recognized as Sona. One girl had short white hair with a cat-like hair clip, another was tall with long black hair and an orange ribbon, and the last was tall with black hair and glasses. Rias calmed her aura slightly at the sight of her peerage members. Rias introduced Kaneko, her rook, who greeted Issei in a monotone voice. She then introduced Akino, her queen, who greeted him with a glare that suggested otherwise. Issei noted to himself that Akino seemed to have a fallen nature. Sona introduced Tsubaki, her queen, who greeted Issei warmly. Sona inquired about Rias's aura flaring as they entered. Kiba explained that Issei had not only rejected Rias's offer but had also disrespected her by claiming he was stronger than both Rias and Sona. Issei shrugged and remarked that he was indeed more powerful than all of them, which only fueled their anger. Rias's aura flared to its maximum, and Issei commented on its intensity. Rias shouted that she would not tolerate such disrespect in her territory. At this point, Issei had enough and released a small portion of his own aura. The room fell silent as everyone realized they were outclassed, trembling in fear. Issei thought to himself that he had only used a fraction of his power. He calmed his aura and stated that he was not there to cause trouble, but if threatened, he would retaliate regardless of their status in the underworld. The devils in the room regained their composure and stood up. Issei reiterated that he would not join her peerage but suggested they start as friends instead. Rias composed herself and proposed that he join the occult research club, which would allow them to get to know each other better and provide an excuse for him to leave class. Issei accepted her offer, and the tension in the room eased as they shook hands. As Issei prepared to leave, he mentioned that he was getting hungry. Rias invited him to the club room the next day, expressing her desire to ask him some questions. Issei agreed and left. Sona suggested they inform their siblings about Issei's power, as it could not go unnoticed. Rias agreed, saying they should tell Lady Leviathan, who was in charge of foreign affairs. Sona hoped that Leviathan wouldn't overreact, given her tendencies. Issei returned home after dinner, which consisted of cup ramen and sandwiches. Having lived in the dimensional gap for 10 years, he had never learned to cook. He settled on the couch to catch up on the latest episode of Dragon Ball Super when he heard the doorbell ring. Drake alerted him to a strong presence outside the door, and Issei wondered if he could handle it. Drake confirmed that he could, but warned that if the visitor unleashed their full power, Issei might need to activate his balance breaker. Deciding to answer the door, Issei paused to create a barrier around his house before opening it. He finally opened the door and saw a petite girl with long black hair styled in pigtails and magenta eyes, wearing a green casual women's business suit. Issei felt a slight blush creep onto his cheeks as he thought about how beautiful she was. The girl introduced herself as serafall Leviathan, one of the 4 current Maos of the underworld. Issei invited her inside, moving aside to let her enter his home. He guided her through the apartment and gestured for her to take a seat on the couch while he sat directly across from her. With respect, Issei asked how he could assist her. Serafall explained that she had received reports from 2 heiresses in town about his considerable power. As the one in charge of foreign affairs, she wanted to ensure he posed no threat to the devils in the area. Issei noted that she looked familiar and realized she resembled Sona. Curious, he asked if she was related to Sona Citri. Serafall confirmed that Sono was her younger sister. Issei acknowledged this connection and encouraged her to ask her questions. Serafall inquired if he was a threat to the other devils of Kuo. Issei replied seriously that he would only retaliate if they attacked him first. In response, Serafall's aura flared, causing the room to grow colder, and hints of ice began to form on the windows. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Issei lifted his hand and snapped his fingers, causing her aura to dissipate as if it had never existed. Serafall's eyes widened in shock at his ability to neutralize her aura so effortlessly. She asked what he had done, and Issei explained that he had calmed her aura to prevent any regrettable actions. He then conjured a red magic circle, producing a rose made of ice, which he offered to her, stating that he had mastered both fire and ice magic, making it difficult for her to freeze him. Serafall accepted the rose, her cheeks flushed. She thought about how he was not only powerful but also quite charming. Issei noticed her reaction and asked if she was okay. She stammered a response, waving her arms in a flustered manner. He then asked if there was anything else she wanted to know. Serafall composed herself and got straight to the point, asking what he was. Issei anticipated this question and consulted with Drake in his mind about how to respond. Drake suggested he consider his feelings towards Serafall before answering. Issei reflected on how she was the first girl to catch his interest. He found her beautiful and powerful, and despite their brief interaction, he felt a connection. Before revealing the truth, Issei requested a favor from Serafall, to show him her wings. After a moment of thought, she agreed, and her 12 bat-like wings emerged from her back. Issei admired her beauty and, after a moment of hesitation, revealed his own wings, 4 dragon wings and 14 fallen wings. Serafall was taken aback, realizing he was more powerful than Serzex. After regaining her composure, she stated that he was a fallen dragon hybrid. Issei explained that he was not aligned with any faction, as his mother had sealed his powers for safety, and the seal was broken after her passing. Serafall looked at him sympathetically as he withdrew his wings. Breaking the silence, Issei assured her that he was not a threat to the devils in town, especially her sister. He confessed that after their brief conversation and sensing her aura, he liked her. Serafall was surprised to hear that he liked her, especially since many were intimidated by her status as a devil king. She felt drawn to him, considering the possibility of getting closer. Their eyes locked, and without a word, they shared a kiss, feeling a connection they had never experienced before. After a moment, they separated, both in awe of what had just happened. Issei broke the silence by asking what would happen next. Serafall expressed that she had something to show him. He nodded in agreement, and a magic circle appeared beneath her. In a flash, her outfit transformed into what appeared to be a magical girl costume. Issei was taken aback, wondering about her choice. Serafall explained that being a Mao could be boring, so she enjoyed making it fun by embracing a magical girl persona. Drake laughed in Issei's mind at the sight. Issei acknowledged her uniqueness and stated that if she accepted him for who he was, he would accept her cosplay. Serafall smiled and called him darling, which startled Issei. She playfully insisted that if their kiss meant anything, she wanted him to be her boyfriend. "If you're okay with me, that is," she said. "Of course, Serafall," he smiled. "You can call me Levi Tan." Serafall exclaimed excitedly. Issei, scratching the back of his head, suggested, "How about just Sarah-chan?" She replied that she would accept that only from him, darling. After exchanging contact information, Serafall also provided him with her personal summoning circle. Issei asked if he should be completely honest with Rias and her peerage about being a fallen. Serafall advised that if he wanted equal trust on both sides, he needed to be completely honest. He acknowledged her wisdom and said he would talk to her later as a magic circle appeared beneath her. She walked up to him and kissed him goodbye before disappearing. Issei thought he should probably tell Ophis and Red about this and decided to do it tomorrow. The next morning, Issei woke up happier than usual because he now had a girlfriend. Although it wasn't the ideal way to start the relationship, it was a beginning. He got ready and went to school to get through the day. After school, he wondered what Rias would ask him. Drake replied that he had no idea but reminded Issei that, as his mate suggested, it was best to be honest. Reaching the ORC building, he walked up the stairs and knocked on the door. Upon hearing, "Come in," he entered to find Rias at her desk while her peerage lounged on the couch, except for Kiba, who was by the window. He noticed a new person standing next to Rias, wearing a maid outfit and having silver hair. Rias introduced Issei as the newest member of the club, explaining that he was aware of the supernatural and could speak freely, adding that he was not part of her peerage, which made her a little sad. The maid, Graphia, welcomed Issei and introduced herself as a servant in the house of Gremory and the queen of Rias's elder brother, Serafall Lucifer. Issei expressed pleasure in meeting her and requested to be called Issei instead of using formalities. Graphia nodded in acknowledgement. Issei then remarked on Rias's brother being the current Lucifer and mentioned that it was interesting to meet Lady Leviathan. Rias confirmed that he had indeed met her. Just as Rias was about to respond, a magic circle appeared in the room, and flames erupted from it. When the flames died down, a tall man with blonde hair emerged. The man, Riser, announced that it had been some time since he had visited the human world. Rias's voice turned venomous as she addressed him. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as the members of the ORC glared at Riser, while Issei stood confused about the situation. Riser declared that he had come for his bride, asking Rias to return with him to the underworld. Issei thought to himself that it was surprising Rias had agreed to this man, who seemed arrogant. Rias firmly stated that she would not marry him, prompting Issei to look at Graphia with a questioning expression. Graphia explained that Riser was the heir to the House of Phoenix and was in an arranged marriage with Rias, making him her fiancé. Issei understood why the mood had shifted when Riser arrived. Riser insulted Issei, referring to him as lowborn. Issei retorted, defending himself and causing laughter among the ORC members. Riser, furious, yelled that no one disrespected him that way. Issei then asked Rias why Riser spoke in the third person, which made her laugh uncontrollably. Riser, enraged, threatened to teach Issei respect while forming a ball of fire in his hand. Issei, growing serious, quickly approached Riser and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, sending him crashing into the wall and creating a crater. Afterward, Issei felt ice enveloping the lower half of his body and turned to see Graphia with a magic circle in her hand and her eyes glowing blue. Graphia intervened, stating that she had been sent to maintain peace during the meeting and would do so by any means necessary in the name of Serafall Lucifer. Issei, unfazed, snapped his fingers, causing the ice and magic circle to shatter instantly. Graphia and the other members of the Orc widened their eyes in shock at how easily he dispelled her magic. Graphia thought to herself that he had merely snapped his fingers, and yet her magic had vanished effortlessly. Even Serafall could not accomplish such a feat. Issei turned toward Graphia and bowed respectfully, explaining that he had acted in self-defense against the threat posed by the Yakitori. Graphia acknowledged his words, noting that both Lord Gremory and Serafall had anticipated this situation and proposed an alternative, a rating game to determine the future of the marriage. Riser stood up and laughed, declaring that a rating game with Rias would be too easy, as she had not yet completed her peerage. He then snapped his fingers, summoning 15 girls from a magic circle, boasting about his complete set. Issei raised his hand, eager to make a suggestion. He proposed that he fight instead of Rias, offering to allow Riser's peerage to join him. If he won, the marriage would be annulled, and Rias would be free to marry whomever she wished. Conversely, if Riser won, not only would the marriage proceed, but he could also claim Issei's life. Issei challenged Riser, suggesting that a 16 versus 1 match should be an easy victory for him. Riser accepted the challenge, even offering a handicap of 10 days for Issei to train, taunting him that it would be the last 10 days of his life. Graphia then turned to Rias, who was glaring at Issei skeptically, and noted that Rias also accepted the terms. Graphia promised to inform both households and Serafall immediately. With that, Graphia, Riser, and his peerage teleported out of the room, leaving only the members of the Orc behind. Rias stood up, visibly angry, questioning how Issei could gamble with her life so recklessly. Issei explained that someone needed to put Riser in his place and that he genuinely wanted to help her, believing no one should be forced into such a situation. Rias asked how he could be so sure he could defeat Riser, but before Issei could respond, another magic circle appeared. This time, it was one he recognized, and he smiled as serafall Leviathan emerged in her typical business attire. All the members of the Orc, except Issei, bowed in respect. Rias asked why serafall was there, and serafall explained that Graphia had informed Serzex about the situation, and since they were finishing a meeting, she came to see him. Rias was confused and asked why Issei was the focus of serafall's visit. Issei then revealed that serafall was now his girlfriend, which elicited a shocked response from everyone in the Orc. Serafall congratulated Issei on challenging Riser, and Issei confidently declared that Riser was going down. Serafall turned to Rias, expressing her happiness for her breaking the engagement. Rias questioned how Serafall could be so sure Issei would win, asking about his strength. Serafall encouraged Issei to show them, assuring Rias that she trusted him. Issei nodded, and his 14 fallen wings and 4 dragon wings emerged. Rias was taken aback, asking if he was a fallen. Issei clarified that he was a fallen dragon hybrid, not aligned with any of the 3 biblical factions, though he was currently leaning toward the devils. Serafall smiled at him, and when Rias inquired about Issei's true strength, Serafall confidently stated that if Issei and Serzex were to fight at full power, Issei would undoubtedly emerge victorious. The members of the Orc were left in shock at this revelation. Issei remarked that they had enough surprises for one day as he retracted his wings. Just then, Graphia teleported back into the room, informing Issei that both households had agreed to the fight with Riser, which would take place in 10 days. Issei nodded in acknowledgement, and Serafall thanked Graphia for the news. Graphia congratulated Serafall on her relationship with Issei before departing. Issei then invited Serafall over to his house for dinner, and her eyes sparkled with excitement at the invitation. He took her response as a yes and turned to the Orc, assuring Rias that she would be free before she knew it. They teleported to Issei's apartment, where Rose smiled as she watched them leave. Upon arriving at his apartment, Serafall sensed a powerful presence and instinctively stood in front of Issei in a defensive stance as they both noticed figures sitting on the couch. Issei looked at his adoptive siblings, Ophis and Great Red, and asked what they were doing there. Serafall paled as she recognized the names, realizing they were the legendary Ouroboros dragon, Ophis, and the Apocalypse dragon, Great Red. Issei shrugged, explaining that they were his adoptive siblings, which earned him a playful tap on the back of his head from Ophis. She reminded him that it wasn't polite to introduce someone that way. Great Red, with a stern look, noted that Issei had lived in the dimensional gap for 10 years, so it was understandable he might forget his manners. Serafall stood in shock, realizing that her boyfriend's siblings were 2 of the strongest beings in existence. Great Red then prompted Issei to introduce them to his friend. Issei introduced Serafall as one of the 4 Maos who currently ran the underworld and his girlfriend. Serafall stuttered out her greeting, feeling nervous in front of such powerful beings. Great Red reassured her that if she was Issei's mate, she was part of their family too. Serafall thanked him, and Great Red encouraged her to call him Red, as Issei did. Ophis then asked Issei what he had been doing while he was alone. Issei explained that he had been attending school and had a fight scheduled in 10 days with Riser, the heir of the Phoenix clan. Ophis inquired how much of his power he planned to reveal in the fight. Issei expressed his intention to put Riser in his place, indicating he would likely use his balance breaker to end things quickly. Curious, Serafall asked if Issei had a sacred gear. He admitted he hadn't mentioned it because he wanted to reveal it dramatically during the fight. As he rubbed the back of his head, he summoned the Red Gauntlet, announcing that he was this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. Serafall's eyes widened in shock as Draig, the Welsh dragon of domination, introduced himself. Great Red playfully reminded Draig not to give such long introductions. Issei then invited Ophis and Great Red to have dinner with them, and they both agreed. As the night progressed, they shared stories about the happenings around the world, and Serafall felt a warm sense of belonging to their family, a feeling she would always cherish. After Ophis and Great Red left, it was just Issei and serafall. However, it was getting late, and serafall had to leave for her Mao duties. She told Issei she would keep in contact and would be watching his fight with Riser. They shared a goodbye kiss before she teleported away. Issei glanced at the clock and realized it was late, reminding himself he had school the next day. He thought about the previous day's events, feeling that it had been quite a day with the visit from Ophis and Great Red. Drake confirmed that it had indeed been an eventful day and expressed excitement about Issei finally using some of his power to fight Riser. As Issei walked toward school, he passed by a park and spotted someone familiar. It was Asia, who greeted him with surprise. She explained that she needed a break from the church and had decided to take a walk. Issei asked how she was being treated at the church, and she admitted that it wasn't great, with some people being rude while others were somewhat nice. Seeing her tear up, Issei thought about spending time with her to help her feel better, even though Drake cautioned him about the potential risks. Asia looked at Issei curiously as he seemed to space out. He snapped back to reality and suggested they spend the day together to take her mind off things. Although she hesitated, he reassured her that it was fine to miss a day of school. They enjoyed a fun day at the arcade and tried various foods, and as the day ended, they returned to the park where they had met. Asia thanked Issei for the wonderful day, expressing that she had a lot of fun. Issei responded that it was no trouble at all, as friends were there for each other. However, Asia confided in him that she didn't want to go back to the church, feeling overwhelmed and alone. Issei, seeing her distress, offered her a place to stay, explaining that he only had 2 siblings who visited occasionally. Asia was taken aback by the offer, feeling it would be an imposition. Just then, a mysterious voice interrupted, declaring that they couldn't let her go. Issei turned around to see a fallen angel with 6 wings extended. She had long black hair and violet eyes. He addressed her, stating that she was one of the fallen from the church and asked what she wanted with Asia. The fallen angel replied that it was none of his business. Issei insisted that it was indeed his business since Asia was his friend and under his protection. He noted that while she seemed formidable, she was no match for him. The fallen angel retorted that it was bold talk coming from a human. Issei, revealing his own 14 fallen wings, surprised her. She thought to herself that he was more powerful than her father and felt outclassed. Asia, witnessing the display, was astonished as she had been told that such a number of wings belonged only to faction leaders. Issei then asked the fallen angel for her name. She stuttered out that it was Rainer. He introduced himself as Issei Hyde, son of Goru, a human, and Azriel, a fallen angel. Upon hearing Azriel's name, Rainer's eyes widened, and tears began to form. Confused by her reaction, Issei was taken aback when she ran up to him and hugged him tightly. Rainer explained that Azriel was her aunt, which made Issei her cousin, one they thought was dead. Issei's eyes widened as he recalled that he had a cousin who visited when he was about 3 years old. She had black hair and violet eyes, just like Rainer. Rainer confirmed his suspicions, stating that she was indeed Rei. She pulled away from the hug, and Issei turned to Asia, who smiled at him, happy for his reunion with family. Rainer suggested they go see her father, who would be pleased to know Issei was okay. The revelation of having both a cousin and an uncle was overwhelming for Issei. Rainer invited Asia to join them, mentioning they had business to discuss. A teleportation circle appeared beneath her, and Issei nodded at Asia before they both stepped onto the circle. In an instant they vanished. When the flash of light faded, Issei looked around and retracted his wings. They found themselves in a luxurious apartment filled with various video games and consoles. Rainer apologized for the mess, explaining that her father could be disorganized when playing games. She called out for him to come, announcing that she had someone to introduce. A tall man with black hair and golden blonde bangs emerged from a room. He expressed annoyance at her loudness, reminding her they were in an apartment. Rainer moved aside, revealing Issei and introducing him as her nephew. The man's eyes widened in shock, and tears began to fall as he rushed towards Issei and embraced him. Issei, still trying to process everything, asked who he was. The man explained that he was Azazel, the Governor General of the Fallen Angels, and that he hadn't seen Issei since he was 2 years old due to his mother wanting to keep him away from the supernatural. Azazel shared that they believed Issei had sided with Kokabil when he attacked his parents, but they were currently searching for Kokabil, who had gone rogue. Issei felt a surge of anger at the mention of Kokabil, and as his aura began to leak out, Azazel was taken aback by the power he was releasing. Issei's eyes glowed green as he declared that when he found Kokabil, he would make him pay. Asia approached Issei, placing a hand on his back, which helped him calm down. He apologized for his earlier display of anger. Azazel then turned his attention to Asia, asking if she was Issei's girlfriend. Issei clarified that she was just a friend, as his girlfriend was busy at the moment. Azazel looked at Rainier, inquiring if this was the girl he had heard about. Rainier confirmed it. Azazel explained that he had sent Rainier and her friend, Miltet, to gather information on some rogues siding with Kokabil. Part of their plan involved stealing Asia's sacred gear. Issei's anger flared again, and he asked if he could go eliminate the rogues. Azazel had no objections but warned that rogue priests were also involved, and Miltet was with. Issei asked Rainier what Miltet looked like, and she described her as the only blonde wearing a gothic Lolita outfit. Issei thought about how that sounded like Ophis. Rainier offered to help, but Issei insisted it would be faster if he went alone. Azazel then asked how strong Issei was. In response, Issei released his 14 fallen wings along with 4 dragon wings. Azazel was astonished, realizing Issei was stronger than the faction leaders. Issei stated he would leave and they could discuss everything further upon his return. A teleportation circle appeared beneath him and he vanished. In an abandoned church, Issei materialized from the circle and surveyed his surroundings. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, creating a barrier. He contemplated calling Rias to inform her of the situation, as this was her territory. Drake, his partner, agreed that it was a wise choice. Issei prepared to use Drake's power to finish things quickly, knowing his partner had been eager for a fight. He took out his phone and called Rias. "This is a surprise. What can I do for you?" Rias asked on the other line. Issei informed her that he was about to infiltrate the church to deal with the rogue fallen angels in her territory. He reassured her that he had received full permission from Azazel to proceed. Rias acknowledged this and asked if he needed any help, to which Issei replied that he would manage on his own and said goodbye. As Issei approached the door, he kicked it open, only to raise an eyebrow at the emptiness inside. "Where is everyone?" he wondered. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows. A man with a smirk introduced himself as Fried Selzen, commenting on Issei's presence in a church. Issei, unimpressed and sensing danger, conjured a sword of light in his hand. In a swift motion, he stabbed Fried in the stomach and kicked him away, causing Fried to cough up blood. Well, that was fast, Issei thought as he sensed multiple signatures downstairs through Drake. Nodding in acknowledgement, he headed down the stairs. At the bottom, he was confronted by 100 rogue priests and 3 fallen angels standing on a stage. Issei, pointing at a blonde among them, declared that he was not feeling merciful and that the blonde, Miltet, was coming with him. A fallen angel in a fedora shouted in disbelief, prompting Issei to reveal his fallen wings. The 3 fallen angels trembled in fear, realizing they were outclassed. Asserting his superiority, Issei expressed his desire to finish this quickly. With a powerful roar, Drake activated the Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The fallen angels gasped, recognizing him as the Red Dragon Emperor. With a snap of his fingers, hundreds of small light spears appeared around the room. Coldly, Issei commanded them to rain down on the priests. The air filled with the sounds of chaos as the fallen angels watched in horror. In a flash, Issei confronted the fallen angel in the fedora, swiftly incapacitating him. The other 2 fell back in fear. Summoning another light spear, Issei dispatched the remaining fallen angels with precision. With the threat neutralized, Issei deactivated his balance breaker and turned to Miltet, assuring him that he was there to help because Miltet was a friend of his cousin Rainier. A teleportation circle appeared beneath them, and upon hearing Rainier's name, Miltet calmed down and joined Issei on the magic circle. Before they left, Issei requested that Miltet keep his identity as the Red Dragon Emperor a secret for now, wanting to maintain an element of surprise for later. Miltet nodded in agreement, and they teleported back to Azazel's apartment, where Issei and Asia decided to spend the night since it was late. The following morning, Issei, Asia, Rainier, and Azazel gathered at the table. Miltet had returned to the Grigori after everything that had happened. They ate in silence until Azazel broke the quiet. Issei, having been missing for 10 years, was asked by Azazel if he was aligned with any faction. Issei replied that he was not currently aligned but was leaning towards the devils, especially since his girlfriend was a devil. Azazel, surprised, inquired if his girlfriend was one of the heiresses in town. Issei confirmed she was not, revealing that his girlfriend was serafall Leviathan. Azazel was taken aback, realizing that Issei was dating one of the 4 devil kings, the strongest women in the underworld. Proud of Issei, Azazel expressed his admiration. Rainier rolled her eyes at her father's enthusiasm as she cleared the table. Issei then mentioned that they needed to ask Sona to enroll Asia in Kuo Academy. Azazel embraced Issei, offering help whenever needed, emphasizing that they were family. Issei nodded, and a magic circle appeared beneath him and Asia as they prepared to leave. In the student council office, Sona was busy with paperwork when a magic circle suddenly appeared. On high alert, she was surprised to see Issei and Asia materialize. Sona confronted Issei about his absence from school, demanding a good reason for missing classes. Issei, attempting to ease the tension, suggested she call him by his first name since they were practically family now. Sona blushed at this. While acknowledging her relationship with Rainier, Sona insisted they were not family yet. Issei then requested her assistance in transferring Asia to the school, introducing her as Asia Argento. Sona introduced herself as Sona Citri but mentioned that she went by the alias Sauna Shirtorai at school. Issei thought to himself that it wasn't the best alias but appreciated her effort. Sona agreed to help with Asia's enrollment and informed Issei to return the next day for her schedule, promising to have a uniform delivered to his house later. With gratitude, Issei thanked Sona as another magic circle appeared beneath him and Asia, preparing to teleport away. Issei smiled at Asia as they left Sona alone in the office, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In Issei's apartment, as the light from the magic circle faded, Asia looked around in awe. Issei welcomed her, saying there were 2 spare rooms for her to choose from, and they could go shopping for her necessities the next day. Asia felt overwhelmed and began to tear up, hugging Issei tightly. She expressed her gratitude, saying no one had ever been so kind to her before and that she finally had a real home. Issei comforted her, assuring her that from now on, she could think of him as a big brother. He knew their siblings would accept her, even if they tended to show up. Unexpectedly, Asia joyfully declared that she would call him Issei ni from then on, and he nodded in agreement. The rest of the day passed with them watching television and resting. The following day after school, Ria summoned Issei and Asia to the ORC. Issei wondered what she wanted to discuss, and Drake reminded him that his fight with Riser was the next day. Asia noticed Issei seemed distracted and asked if he was okay. He assured her he was just lost in thought. When they arrived at the ORC, Issei greeted Kiba, who was standing by the window. They exchanged pleasantries, and Rias thanked them for coming. She expressed her concern about Issei's readiness for the upcoming battle, emphasizing the stakes involved. Issei confidently reassured her that Riser would regret accepting the challenge and hinted at a surprise he had planned for the match. Rias inquired if he had trained at all, to which Issei replied that he hadn't needed to, aside from an earlier incident at the church. Rias looked intrigued when he mentioned his surprise, but he playfully refused to share any details. He then stated he needed to go home and rest for the next day. After saying their goodbyes, Issei lay in bed that night, conversing with Drake about his nerves regarding the upcoming battle. Drake reminded him of his strength and reassured him that he was more than capable of protecting those around him. The next day, everyone gathered in the ORC room when Grafia appeared, asking if Issei was ready. He confirmed he was, and she explained that everyone else had been teleported to a viewer box since they weren't participating in the fight. Issei was surprised to learn they were no longer in the same dimension, as Riser had chosen the school as the battleground. Grafia then teleported away, leaving Issei to prepare for the match. Grafia introduced herself over the intercom as the referee for the battle between Riser Phoenix and Issei Hairu, announcing that each team had 30 minutes to prepare. Issei wished for the match to start quickly, eager to get it over with. When the time was up, Grafia signaled the start of the battle. Issei stepped outside and called out for Riser to hurry up, expressing his desire to finish the fight quickly. In the viewer box, Lord Phoenix questioned Issei's actions, while Serzex speculated that Issei must have a plan. Serafall noted that Riser was fortunate he couldn't actually die. Meanwhile, Issei observed 10 figures emerging from the shadows, recognizing them as Riser's pawns and rooks. He introduced himself and requested their names before the battle began. Shuelan, one of Riser's rooks, introduced herself and the others followed suit. Issei confidently stated that he was about to defeat their master, prompting Shuelan to dismiss his claim. Issei then revealed a secret he had kept hidden for 10 years. He was the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation and would not hold back in the fight. Prepare yourselves for the balance break. In the viewer box, everyone's eyes widened in shock, except for Serafall, who already knew the truth. Rias thought to herself in disbelief, realizing that he was the Red Dragon Emperor. Lord Phoenix wondered what Riser had gotten himself into. Serzex turned to Serafall and asked if she was aware of this. She confirmed that she was, as he was her boyfriend. Serzex then inquired about his strength, to which Serafall replied that he was strong enough to take on Serzex in his true form and win. Serzex was taken aback, relieved that Issei was a friend and not an enemy. On the battlefield, Riser's peerage began to tremble and back away in fear at the overwhelming power they were witnessing. Issei thought about how they would react if he entered angelic overdrive, imagining they would either faint or be unable to handle it. Drake reminded him that entering angelic overdrive released a vast amount of power. Determined to end the fight, Issei dashed forward in a flash. Shuelan shouted in confusion about his sudden disappearance until she noticed a green light beside her. Grafia announced the retirement of one of Riser's rooks. More flashes followed, and Shuelan realized he was picking them off one by one. Soon, only Mira, Marion, and Shuelan remained. Issei stopped to give them a chance to surrender, expressing that he didn't want to hurt them if it could be avoided. Understanding their situation, the 3 girls nodded in agreement and declared their retirement. With that, Issei continued in the middle of the field, where he encountered his 2 knights. They stood no chance against him. Now facing Riser, along with his 2 bishops and queen, Issei challenged Riser directly, suggesting they end this fight. Riser scoffed at him, dismissing his strength despite knowing he was the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei responded with determination, summoning 2 light spears that swiftly took out Riser's queen and a bishop. Riser was stunned, realizing Issei was a fallen angel. Issei revealed his 14 fallen wings and declared his identity as Issei Hai, the son of Goru, a human, and Azriel, the sister of Azazel. He explained that he had to give up his humanity to survive, becoming a fallen dragon hybrid. In the viewer box, everyone except the orc and Serafall was astonished by the number of wings he possessed. Serzex turned to Serafall, asking if she knew about his family. She admitted that he rarely spoke of his parents but believed their relationship could symbolize a path toward peace. Back on the battlefield, Issei prepared to finish the fight. He suddenly appeared in front of Riser, delivering a powerful blow that knocked the wind out of him. Issei then formed a sword of light, holding it to Riser's neck and demanding his surrender. Riser, filled with fear, realized he had underestimated Issei and reluctantly surrendered. With the battle concluded, Issei powered down his balance breaker as Revel Phoenix approached him, thanking him for sparing her brother. Issei insisted she call him just Issei. Revel, slightly blushing, teleported away. Rias and the orc then appeared, expressing their gratitude to Issei. Rias hugged him tightly, and he reassured her that it was no trouble. She suggested he deserved a reward and leaned in, attempting to kiss him, but Serafall suddenly appeared, pouting in annoyance. She reminded Rias that Issei was her boyfriend, prompting Rias to back off, not wanting to provoke her further. Rias then asked Issei if she would see him at club tomorrow, to which he agreed. After the orc teleported away, Issei turned to serafall, suggesting they go on their date. She happily agreed, and they decided to take Asia home first before heading out. Later that night, after their date, serafall prepared to leave. Issei invited her to spend the night, but she explained that her responsibilities as a Mao kept her busy. She promised to text him later. Before she left, Issei felt compelled to share something important. With a smile, he confessed his love for her. Serafall's eyes widened in surprise before she hugged him tightly, tears of joy filling her eyes. She had never truly experienced love until now. She reciprocated his feelings, and they shared a tender kiss before parting ways. As Issei turned to head to his room, another magic circle appeared, and Azazel emerged. He informed Issei that they needed to talk, revealing they had a lead on Kokabil. Issei's expression turned serious as he urged his uncle to share everything he knew. Issei looked at Azazel with a serious expression, having just learned that they had a lead on Kokabil. He asked where Kokabil was. Azazel explained that they didn't know his exact location, but reliable sources had provided a lead. He mentioned that rumors had been confirmed about fragments of Excalibur being stolen from the church. Issei questioned how this related to Kokabil. Azazel shared his long history with Kokabil, describing him as a warmonger who had never fully accepted Azazel's withdrawal from the war. He speculated that Kokabil might be trying to start another conflict and could be heading to their location. Issei's thoughts turned to Sona, realizing that serafall would likely retaliate if Kokabil harmed her. He then asked Azazel why they didn't simply confront Kokabil before he arrived. Azazel explained that it wasn't that simple. There wasn't enough evidence to act against Kokabil without causing an uproar in the Grigori, even if he was a rogue. Issei nodded, understanding the reasoning. Azazel revealed that the best plan was to wait for Kokabil to arrive and get him to admit his intentions in front of witnesses. He mentioned that he would prefer to imprison Kokabil indefinitely but acknowledged Issei's desire for revenge. Issei nodded in agreement. Azazel then informed Issei that he had contacted his brother Michael, who mentioned that the church planned to send 2 exorcists to retrieve the stolen Excalibur fragments. He asked Issei to assist them, leaving the decision to involve the devils up to him. Issei was surprised to learn he had more family, as Azazel mentioned having 3 more uncles and an aunt. After Azazel vanished, Issei felt a mix of excitement and concern about his newfound family. However, he quickly realized he needed to rest for the day ahead. The next day, Issei and Asia were on their way to school when Issei struggled to stay awake. Asia noticed and asked if he was okay. He explained that he was just tired from a late-night conversation with Azazel. Asia expressed her concern, but Issei reassured her that everything was fine. They approached the academy gate when Drake alerted Issei to the presence of 2 individuals with holy energy entering town. Issei recognized them as the exorcists Azazel had mentioned and decided to inform Rias and Sona immediately. He sent a text to both of them, requesting an urgent meeting at the student council office. Sona agreed, and Rias confirmed she would head over. Issei asked Asia to go ahead to class while he spoke with Rias and Sona. Upon arriving at the student council office, Issei knocked and entered to find Rias already there. He explained that Azazel had shared important news about a lead on the rogue fallen who had killed his parents. Sona and Rias exchanged glances, and Sona inquired how this involved them. Issei explained that the stolen Excalibur fragments were linked to the same fallen, who might be coming to Kyoto. Both girls reacted with concern at the news of a significant threat in their territory. Sona acknowledged the seriousness of the situation, and Issei continued, noting that the church planned to send 2 exorcists to retrieve the fragments. He speculated that they would likely have their own fragments as well. Sona agreed that this seemed logical, but Rias questioned what the fallen's intentions might be. Issei shared Azazel's theory that Kokabil was likely trying to incite another war. Sona asked if they should inform her sister, but Issei insisted he would handle it. He noted that when the exorcists arrived, they would likely want to speak with Rias, as she was in charge. The girls nodded in agreement, and Issei left, asking them to keep him updated on any news from the exorcists. As he walked away, Issei thought about how close he was to achieving his revenge. Drake reminded him that Kokabil was a formidable opponent, being a cadre. Issei inquired about how much power he should prepare. Drake suggested that his balance breaker would suffice, and while he might need to use Juggernaut Drive in a worst-case scenario, he doubted Kokabil would push him to the point of needing Angelic Overdrive. Issei nodded, feeling ready as he headed to class. The rest of the day passed slowly, filled with mundane activities. When the bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, he felt a mix of anticipation and determination for what lay ahead. Issei and Asia were putting things away when Drake spoke to Issei in his mind, alerting him to the presence of 2 exorcists at the school. Issei glanced out the window and saw 2 figures in white robes entering the academy, accompanied by Sona. They seemed to be discussing something, but Issei couldn't hear their conversation as Sona escorted them toward the ORC club. As Issei and Asia began to leave the classroom, Akino stopped them at the door. She mentioned that Rias had requested to see them both. Issei found it amusing that they were just on their way there, and Akino suggested they go together. Upon arriving at the ORC club building, they ascended the stairs, but before reaching the door, Issei sensed a familiar presence. He rushed to the door and opened it without knocking. Inside, he saw the usual members of the ORC, Rias at her desk, Kaneko on one couch, and Kiba glaring at the 2 figures sitting opposite Kaneko. One had short blue hair with a green streak, and the other had hair styled in pigtails. Issei's eyes widened in recognition. Irina, his childhood friend, bolted off the couch and embraced him tightly, expressing her relief that he was alive. She had come back to search for him after hearing about the incident that had occurred. Issei reassured her that he had missed her too and was glad to be reunited. Rias interrupted their reunion, asking how Issei knew Irina. He explained that she was his childhood friend. Irina, teary-eyed, remarked that if Issei was there, it meant he had become a devil. Issei clarified that he was not a devil, prompting the blue-haired girl, Zenobia, to question what he was. Irina then suggested that if he wasn't a devil, he must still be human. Issei corrected her again, revealing that he was neither human nor devil. As he spread his wings, Irina and Zenobia were taken aback by the sight. Irina stammered that he was a fallen, while Zenobia noted he was also a dragon. Issei explained that his mother had sealed away his fallen side in hopes of him living a normal life, but circumstances had led him to give up his humanity to survive. He shared that he had been training for years to confront the fallen who had harmed his family, and he had also discovered he had relatives he had yet to meet. Irina approached him and hugged him again, expressing her sympathy for his difficult life. Meanwhile, Zenobia noticed Asia and asked if she was the witch Asia Argento. Asia confirmed this timidly, and Zenobia inquired if she still believed in their god. Irina defended Asia, stating that being a heretic didn't mean she had abandoned her faith. Issei thought about how they were unaware of the truth. Zenobia pressed Asia for an answer, and when Asia nodded, Zenobia declared that in the name of their god, she would strike her down to forgive her sins. Issei intervened, flaring his aura, which shocked both girls. He declared that Asia was his adopted sister and under his protection. He also recognized the sword Zenobia wielded as Excalibur, destruction. Zenobia acknowledged this and decided to back down, but Kiba challenged her instead, claiming he would fight her. Issei joined in as well, stating that if he won, she would apologize to Asia. The 2 girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Outside the ORC, Rias instructed Akino to set up a barrier for their sparring match, emphasizing that it was only a practice fight. Issei paired with Zenobia while Kiba faced Irina. As the girls revealed their battle suits, Rias called for the match to begin. Zenobia questioned Issei about his lack of a weapon, to which he confidently replied that his training made him more than capable without one. Zenobia, angered by his words, charged at him, swinging her sword. To her shock, Issei caught the blade with one hand and applied pressure, demanding her surrender. Realizing her predicament, she conceded. Meanwhile, Kiba was consumed by rage, swinging wildly at Irina, who evaded him effortlessly. Issei stepped in, urging Kiba to stop and accept his defeat. Kiba insisted he needed to destroy the sword, prompting Zenobia to realize the implications of his anger. She recognized him as the survivor from the Holy Sword Project, while Irina's eyes widened in understanding of the weight of their past. Kiba glared as he expressed his frustration about the situation. Zenobia explained that the project they were discussing was a stain on the church's history and that the man responsible had been excommunicated. She added that he was rumored to be working with the individual who had stolen the swords. Kiba inquired about the man's name, and Zenobia revealed it was Valper Galilei, the genocide archbishop. With this knowledge, Kiba calmed down, realizing he now had a target. Issei, eager for more information, asked who was behind all of this. Zenobia confirmed that it was the fallen angel Kokabil. Rias widened her eyes at the mention of the name, questioning why a fallen angel, mentioned in the Bible, would be involved with the swords and why he had come to their location. Issei turned to her and speculated that Kokabil's plan was likely to kill her and Sona, aiming to provoke their siblings into starting another war. The group's expressions turned serious as they absorbed this information. Issei then questioned why the church had only sent Zenobia and Irina, knowing that Kokabil was a cadre. Irina explained that their chances of survival were only 25%, and their orders were to destroy the holy swords if they could not defeat Kokabil. She added that they were both prepared to sacrifice themselves for the mission, although Zenobia expressed a preference not to die. Issei declared that no one would die, as he intended to defeat Kokabil himself. The others looked at him in disbelief, and Issei revealed that Kokabil was the one who had killed his parents, prompting somber expressions from the group. To lighten the mood, Issei asked where Irina and Zenobia were staying. Irina mentioned they had planned to stay at the old church in town, but Issei offered for them to stay with him and Asia, provided Zenobia apologized to Asia for her earlier comments. Zenobia nodded and approached Asia, offering a sincere apology. Asia reassured her that it was okay. As the day came to a close, Issei suggested they wrap things up. He turned to Rias, stating he would keep in touch and hoped she and Sona would do the same. Rias nodded, and the group of 4 began walking to Issei's apartment. Upon arriving at the door, Drake spoke to Issei in his mind, alerting him that his girlfriend had arrived. Issei realized he had forgotten about her visit and felt anxious about how to introduce his guests. Drake suggested he tell the truth. Taking a deep breath, Issei opened the door, and serafall rushed in, exclaiming her affection for him as she tackled him to the ground. The exorcists looked on in confusion until Asia greeted serafall, prompting her to stand up and apologize for the abruptness of her entrance. Once inside the living room, everyone took a seat while Asia prepared tea. Zenobia maintained a neutral expression, but Irina glared at serafall, demanding to know who she was and why she was so close to Issei. Serafall smirked, teasing Irina about her jealousy. Issei intervened, asking serafall to be nice, and she complied, looking down shyly. Zenobia then recognized serafall as one of the 4 Devil Kings and questioned what a Devil King was doing at Issei's house. Serafall proudly stated that she was Issei's girlfriend, which shocked Irina. After confirming their relationship, serafall expressed concern about the situation with Kokabil, stating that she would need to report it. Zenobia asked if serafall could stop Kokabil without starting another war, to which serafall replied that it wasn't possible but she believed Issei would seek revenge. Zenobia inquired about Issei's strength, noting Kokabil's extensive combat experience. Serafall reassured them that Issei was powerful enough to handle anyone, even stating that if Serzex, Azazel, and Michael fought him together, Issei would emerge victorious. The exorcists were taken aback by this revelation, realizing Issei was the most powerful Red Dragon Emperor the world had ever known. As the conversation continued, Drake introduced himself to the exorcists, and Irina was startled to learn that Issei's dragon instincts could sense her emotions. In a flurry of embarrassment, she rushed off to her room, while Zenobia decided to retire for the night as well. Issei turned to serafall, asking if she would stay with him or go home. She expressed a desire to stay for the night, and he agreed, leading her to his room as they prepared for a night filled with anticipation for the days ahead. He lifted the covers to find serafall stirring awake. Issei greeted her with a smile, calling her beautiful. She returned the sentiment, asking what time it was before giving him a quick kiss. Issei glanced at the clock by his bed and informed her it was 7. Serafall realized she needed to leave for a meeting with Surzex and Ajuka at 8:30, mentioning she still had to go home and get ready. She then asked if he was getting ready for school. Issei explained that he wouldn't be attending until everything settled down, and he had already informed Sona, who understood and would make up an excuse for him. With a serious expression, Serafall looked at him, prompting Issei to ask if everything was okay. She expressed her concern for his safety, knowing he could defeat their enemy but still wanting him to be careful. A magic circle appeared beneath her as Issei walked over to reassure her, promising to be cautious. She told him to keep her updated on how things went before she disappeared. Issei decided to have breakfast, thinking he couldn't hunt down a crow on an empty stomach. He went downstairs to find Asia finishing breakfast while Irina and Zenobia sat at the table. He greeted them, and Asia invited him to sit down for food. As he settled in front of the two girls, he asked about their plans for the day. Asia served him a hearty breakfast of eggs, bacon, and spam. Irina explained that she and Zenobia planned to check out the shrines and the old church for clues. Issei suggested asking his uncle for leads, revealing that his uncle was a Zizel. Both girls were shocked by this revelation, exclaiming in disbelief. Issei confirmed it, and they expressed their surprise at how casually he mentioned it. Zenobia then asked if he could have his uncle deal with Kokabil, but Issei explained that it would cause too much chaos within the Grigori. After finishing breakfast, they prepared to search for the swords. As they reached the front door, Issei told the girls to go ahead while he needed to talk to his older siblings. Irina agreed, telling him to catch up when he could. He smiled and watched them leave before turning to Asia, instructing her to stay home for her safety. She agreed, wishing him to be careful. A purple magic circle appeared on his hand, marked with an infinity symbol. He lifted his hand toward the wall, creating a tear in the dimension and stepped through. In the dimensional gap, Issei looked around, feeling at home. He closed his eyes to locate his siblings and soon found them. With his fallen wings unfurled, he flew toward their location. After about 30 minutes, he arrived at a rocky island and landed to see two familiar faces. Great Red greeted him, and Ophis welcomed him as well. Issei bowed and explained that he was close to fulfilling his revenge. Great Red expressed excitement at the prospect of putting down their enemy, and they discussed how Issei had obtained a lead. After sharing the details of recent events, Great Red noted that the only positive aspect was Issei's reunion with an old friend. Ophis teased him about possibly taking on another mate, causing Issei to blush. Great Red chimed in, reminding him that dragons often have multiple mates. Draig, Issei's partner, agreed, suggesting that Issei talk to the current Leviathan about his feelings. Issei hesitated, acknowledging the potential complications. Realizing he needed to leave, Issei bid farewell to Ophis and Great Red, who reminded him not to cause too much trouble. He returned to his dimension, finding Asia watching TV. She asked how it went, and he replied that it went well, passing along greetings from their siblings. Issei then set out to find the church duo, wishing he had gotten their phone numbers. Closing his eyes, he sensed their location and discovered they were at a cafe. He made his way there and was surprised to find Kiba and Kaneko with them. They explained that Rias thought it would be better for everyone to work together to eliminate their enemy quickly. Issei inquired about their findings, but Irina and Zenobia reported they had come up empty after checking the church and some shrines. Determined to help, Issei closed his eyes again, focusing on sensing another holy presence. He announced that he had found something at a shrine near the park, prompting Kiba to suggest they go. They arrived at the shrine, searching the area until they heard a voice from within, taunting them as shorty devils and members of the church. They all turned their attention to the newcomer. Zenobia took a battle stance alongside Irina, identifying him as Fried Selzen. Issei recognized him from the church incident that night. He recalled the confrontation and expressed disbelief, thinking he had defeated Fried. Fried retorted that Issei should ensure he stays dead next time. Kiba, summoning his sword, inquired about Fried's identity. Zenobia explained that Fried was once a top exorcist but had been excommunicated for his enjoyment of killing. Issei labeled him a creep, and Kaneko agreed. Fried declared it was time to exorcise some devils and hinted at having fun with the two from the church. Just as he prepared to charge, a voice interrupted from above. An elderly man in priestly attire appeared, telling Fried that it was neither the time nor place for his antics. Kiba recognized the man as Valor Galilei, expressing his disdain. Valor acknowledged Kiba, noting that he looked familiar and recalling their previous encounter. Kiba vowed to make Valor pay, lunging forward, but Issei shouted for him to stop. Fried intervened, brandishing an Excalibur and blocking Kiba's. Suddenly, a red magic circle with the Grimoire symbol appeared on the ground. Valor warned Fried that they were outnumbered and needed to retreat. Reluctantly, Fried agreed, throwing a flash bomb to obscure their escape. When the light faded, Rias and Aquino materialized. Rias asked what had transpired, and Issei explained their encounter with Fried and Valor. Kiba insisted they pursue them, but Issei suggested calling for reinforcements first. Within moments, a magic circle appeared, and Rainier joined them. Issei outlined the plan. Kiba and Zenobia would head north, Aquino and Rias would go east, Rainier and Kaneko would take the south route, while he and Irina would venture west. They all agreed and set off in their respective directions. Meanwhile, Kiba and Zenobia had been running for what felt like miles before pausing to catch their breath. Kiba expressed frustration at how quickly Fried had escaped, while Zenobia noted that it was one of Fried's specialties. Kiba insisted they needed to find him, and Zenobia offered her sympathy for his loss. Kiba struggled to respond, simply gazing at her. He lamented the loss of his comrades, and she grimly reminded him that it was too late for the church to intervene. They exchanged glances, each silently appreciating the other, until a deep voice from above interrupted their moment. Elsewhere, Rias and Aquino searched every corner and alley, eventually arriving at a park. Aquino suggested informing Rias's brother, but Rias hesitated, not wanting to trouble him. Aquino insisted that this situation involved a cadre and that Issei was their best chance. Rias reluctantly agreed, realizing he had the right to know. Just then, a magic circle appeared near Rias's ear, and her eyes widened in shock before it vanished. She urged Aquino to head to the clubhouse immediately, explaining that Kiba and Zenobia had been attacked and that she needed to contact Issei. They had searched through alleyways and shrines, and now they were moving from roof to roof in pursuit of the two who had escaped. Rainier asked if Kaneko could sense them at all, but Kaneko replied that it felt as if they had vanished completely. Rainier suggested they stop at a nearby vending machine to grab some water before continuing, and Kaneko nodded in agreement. After they went down, Rainier bought Kaneko a bottle of water, which Kaneko thanked her for, appreciating the gesture as Rainier reminded her to stay hydrated. As Kaneko began to drink, Rainier's phone rang. It was Issei, and she answered it. Meanwhile, Issei and Irina were walking west, searching for clues. They remained quiet until Irina broke the silence, expressing a wish that they could be reunited under better circumstances. Issei acknowledged that life often didn't work out that way but emphasized that what mattered was that they were together now. Irina hesitated, wanting to discuss something about the previous night, but Issei interrupted her when his phone rang again. It was Rias, and Issei asked if she had found anything. After a brief pause, he called Rainier to check in. Rainier informed him that Kiba and Zenobia had been attacked and that he needed her to go to his house to get Asia and meet them at the Orc building to heal the injured. She confirmed she understood and hung up. Issei and Irina soon arrived at the Orc building, where Kiba, wincing in pain, explained that they had barely managed to escape from Kokabil. Just then, a magic circle appeared, and Rainier and Asia emerged. Issei asked Asia to heal Kiba and Zenobia, and she readily agreed. After Asia began her work, Rainier inquired about who had attacked them. Issei's voice turned serious as he revealed it was Kokabil, prompting Rainier to realize that he was indeed present. Issei reassured her that he was strong enough to confront him, and Rainier decided to inform her father about the situation. As Issei observed, Kiba and Zenobia regained their strength, thanking Asia for her help. Suddenly, A barrier surrounded the school, and Rias's expression turned serious as she revealed that Kokabil was indeed there. Issei's anger flared as he questioned who had created the barrier, learning that it was Sona and her peerage, designed to protect the town from Kokabil. Issei instructed Rainier to inform Sona about Kokabil's appearance, emphasizing the danger she might be in. However, Rainier discovered she couldn't teleport due to Sona's barrier. Rias explained that Sona specialized in barriers and likely made it so no one could enter or exit without her knowledge. Issei quickly devised a new plan, asking Asia to assist Sona and her peerage with the barrier and to inform her sister about the situation. Rias remained silent until Aquino spoke up, revealing that she had already contacted Surzex. Rias was taken aback, but Aquino insisted that they were out of time and needed Surzex to be aware of the threat they were facing. Issei took charge, stating that they would confront Kokabil and that he would do everything in his power to ensure no one would die that day. As they stepped outside into the courtyard, they saw Kokabil sitting on a throne on a small island in the air, with Valor and Freed on the ground. Valor appeared to be performing magic on the Excaliburs. Issei thought to himself about Kokabil's arrogance, while Drake informed him that Albion was outside the barrier, likely to observe his rival's strength. Issei looked up at Kokabil, feeling a surge of determination as he thought of his parents. Kokabil greeted Rias mockingly, commenting on her hair color and comparing it to her brother. Rias introduced herself and acknowledged Kokabil's notorious reputation. Kokabil taunted Issei, questioning his ability to challenge him, but Issei stood firm, revealing his identity as the son of Goru and Azrael Haidu. He declared himself the Red Dragon Emperor and activated his balance breaker, causing Kokabil to widen his eyes in surprise at Issei's newfound strength. He adopted a serious expression, knowing he would need to fight with all his strength. Kokabil declared that he would take the battle seriously and snapped his fingers, summoning Cerberus through a magic circle. Rias's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Cerberus was forbidden from being summoned from the underworld, and Rias exclaimed her disbelief. Issei looked at his allies and instructed Rei and Asia to assist Sona. They nodded and rushed toward her, while he directed Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko to confront Cerberus. They also nodded in agreement. Issei then told Zenobia, Irina, and Kiba to handle the other two enemies, and they took off toward Valor and Freed. With the groups in motion, Issei flew up to face Kokabil. Kokabil taunted Issei, challenging him to show his strength. Issei accepted the challenge, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Rainier and Asia reached the edge of the barrier, where Sona spotted them. Sona asked why Asia had come over, and Asia explained that Issei had sent her to assist with the barrier. Sona welcomed their help and inquired about Rainier's identity. Rainier introduced herself as Issei's cousin, sent to inform her father about the situation. When Sona asked who her father was, Rainier replied, Azazel, causing Sona's eyes to widen slightly. Sona opened a gap in the barrier for them to pass through, and Asia relayed another message from Issei, instructing Sona to inform her sister about the ongoing battle. Sona nodded and quickly contacted her sister. Within moments, Serafall appeared, asking if the fighting had begun. Sona informed her that two groups were engaged, but Issei was still preparing. Just then, a massive surge of power interrupted them, prompting Rainier to teleport away to inform her father. Sona turned to Serafall, requesting her assistance with the barrier as Issei's power was becoming difficult to manage. Serafall agreed, surprising Sona by addressing her formally rather than using her usual nickname. As Serafall helped reinforce the barrier, she glanced at the battlefield, noting the exorcist's expressions of disbelief. She silently urged Issei to be careful. Back with Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko, Rias emphasized the need to defeat Cerberus quickly to assist the others. Aquino and Rias unleashed magical attacks on Cerberus while Kaneko attempted to close the distance. Rias instructed Aquino to create an opening for Kaneko, and Aquino complied by summoning a lightning strike that knocked Cerberus to its side. Seizing the opportunity, Kaneko rushed in and delivered a powerful punch, sending Cerberus tumbling toward Rias. Determined to finish the fight, Rias conjured a massive sphere of destruction and unleashed it at point-blank range. As the explosion erupted, Rias and her allies flew upward, and when the smoke cleared, Cerberus was gone. Rias urged the others to assist Kiba, and they took off toward him. Meanwhile, Kiba, Irina, and Zenobia confronted Valper and Freed. Freed taunted them, and Zenobia declared their intent to stop him. Kiba announced his plan to pursue Valper, while Irina and Zenobia engaged Freed. Kiba was halted by a barrier created by Valper, who smugly revealed that he had protection in place. Kiba, filled with determination, declared that Valper would pay for his actions. Valper mocked Kiba, explaining the irony of his excommunication and how the church still utilized his work. He revealed that the sacrifices of Kiba's fallen friends had been essential for wielding Excalibur, and he produced a blue crystal, tossing it to Kiba as a parting gift. Kiba caught it, feeling the presence of his friends within, and he knew what he had to do. With newfound resolve, Kiba activated his balance breaker, summoning a sword that combined holy and demonic elements. Valper was taken aback, unable to comprehend the impossibility of such a weapon. Before he could react further, a light spear struck him down, ending his threat before he could complete his merging of the Excaliburs. The onlookers were left in shock as Kokabil's voice echoed in the air. In the sky, Issei and Kokabil faced each other, wings spread wide. Issei made the first move, launching himself at Kokabil and delivering a powerful punch that caused Kokabil to cough. Following up with a spinning roundhouse kick, Issei sent Kokabil flying, but he quickly regained his footing. Kokabil acknowledged Issei's strength while wiping blood from his mouth and prepared for a serious fight. Issei responded, urging Kokabil to make it a worthy battle. Kokabil, confident in his experience, formed a sword of light and charged at Issei. As they clashed, Issei formed his own sword, and the two engaged in an intense sword fight, each determined to emerge victorious. Kokabil had the advantage in the fight due to his experience as he kicked Issei in the face, sending him flying back. Issei's armor began to regenerate thanks to Draig, and he prepared himself for the next round. The two flew at each other, exchanging punches while creating light spears aimed at one another. In the end, Issei was struck in the leg by a light spear, forcing him to retreat for a moment to gain some distance. Kokabil laughed, taunting Issei about his weakness. Issei, however, was unfazed and snapped his fingers, causing the light spear to vanish. He declared that he was simply not taking Kokabil seriously yet. Kokabil scowled at him until he heard Valper speaking. Without hesitation, he formed another light spear and eliminated Valper before he could finish his sentence. Kokabil remarked on Valper's failure to figure things out, while Issei looked down to see the orc and the church duo in front of them. Kiba shouted in frustration, demanding to know what Valper was about to say. Kokabil, relishing the moment, decided to reveal one of the darkest secrets of the supernatural world, claiming that during the last Great War, not only did the 4 Devil Kings perish, but God did as well. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Irina and Zenobia fell to their knees, grappling with disbelief. Issei felt a surge of anger and formed a spear of light, targeting Freed. He questioned Kokabil's motives, realizing that Kokabil must have known about his prior knowledge of this revelation. At that moment, Issei sensed another powerful presence approaching outside the barrier, deducing that serafall had arrived along with Cerzex. Kokabil laughed, challenging Issei to finish their fight so he could send him to join his weak father and mother. Issei, trembling with rage, instructed Rias to take Zenobia and Irina to safety and to ask Cerzex and Graphia for assistance with the barrier. He resolved to unleash his full power against Kokabil, stating that anyone who stayed would be in danger. Rias nodded and, along with Kiba, took the church duo away toward Sona. As Issei waited for them to exit the barrier, he felt remorse for going all out, but he believed Kokabil deserved it. Outside the barrier, a magic circle appeared, and Cerzex and Graphia arrived. Cerzex inquired about the situation, and serafall explained that Rias and her peerage had defeated most enemies, leaving only Kokabil for Issei to confront. Cerzex wanted to assist, but Rias and her group arrived, bringing the church duo with them. Sona opened the barrier to let them through. Cerzex asked what had happened, and Rias explained that Kokabil had revealed something he shouldn't have. Concerned, Serzex asked where Issei was, and Rias informed him that he was inside, requesting help with the barrier. Just then, a voice interrupted them, warning that everyone needed to help with the barrier or they would not survive. The voice belonged to a girl in a gothic Lolita outfit and a boy in casual clothing with red hair. Serafall recognized them as Ophis and Great Red, who had come to watch their little brother fight Kokabil. The revelation of Issei being their little brother shocked everyone. As the eerie chant filled the air, Ophis urged everyone to the barrier, promising they would witness the true power of the strongest Red Dragon Emperor in history. Inside, Issei began to awaken, channeling immense power that shocked Kokabil. He stood transformed, his armor minimal yet striking, with glowing green eyes and crimson wings, radiating an overwhelming presence. Outside, everyone watched in awe as Issei unleashed his power, realizing that in this form he could stand toe-to-toe with even Great Red himself. Everyone watched as the battle was about to unfold. Inside, Issei examined his gauntlets before turning his gaze back to Kokabil. He declared that it had been a while since he had transformed, but he wanted to show Kokabil what true fear looked like before the end. Kokabil, sensing the threat, began to back away in fear, questioning what Issei was. Issei introduced himself as the ultimate dragon of domination and launched himself at Kokabil with blinding speed, sending him crashing to the ground. Before Kokabil could recover, Issei descended upon him, gripping two of his wings and pulling. The air filled with Kokabil's cries as Issei removed his wings, one pair at a time. He then lifted Kokabil by the neck, blood spilling from his back. Issei had waited a long time for this moment and asked if Kokabil had any last words. Kokabil simply requested to be killed. In response, Issei fulfilled his wish, ending Kokabil's life with a decisive motion and discarding his head beside the body. Looking up to the sky, Issei expressed that he had avenged his parents. He then thought it was time to meet the White One and snapped his fingers, breaking the barrier. As the barrier shattered, a bright blue light descended. Issei inquired about the White One's presence. The White One explained that he had two reasons for being there. Azazel had tasked him with collecting Kokabil's body, and he wanted to see what his rival could do, knowing they were destined to fight. A voice known as Albion warned Valley that fighting Issei would not end well for him. Valley acknowledged Issei and stated they would meet again before teleporting away with Kokabil's body. Afterward, Issei powered down and turned to see serafall running toward him, tackling him to the ground. She expressed her relief that he was okay. Issei reassured her that he was fine but asked to be let up. Once free, he noticed everyone approaching. Serafall mentioned that his siblings had witnessed the battle but had already left, asking her to tell him they would see him soon. Issei nodded and greeted Serzex and Graphia, expressing his pleasure at meeting them. Serzex returned the sentiment and shook Issei's hand. Issei requested to be called simply Issei and suggested they discuss matters at the clubhouse in a few days, as he needed to take the church duo home to recover from the day's events. Serzex nodded, understanding the implications. Issei then called for Asia to help take the church duo home and asked Serafall if she would join them. She agreed, and together they teleported to Issei's house to recover from the recent turmoil. The next morning, Issei awoke in his bed and turned to find Serafall sleeping beside him. He reflected on the previous day, acknowledging it had been quite an eventful one. Draig, his partner, confirmed that Issei had finally achieved his revenge and asked what his next steps would be. Issei responded that they needed to maintain peace to prevent others from suffering the way he had. Draig inquired about the White One, and Issei assured him he would handle that when the time came. His thoughts were interrupted as serafall began to stir awake. He greeted her with a warm compliment and a kiss on her forehead. She returned the greeting and yawned, then asked about his plans for the day. Issei explained that he needed to speak with the church duo about their next steps and then head to the clubhouse for discussions, mentioning that Serzex would likely stop by since his sister was involved. Serafall acknowledged this and stated she needed to prepare for a meeting. Before she left, Issei reminded her about an upcoming open house at the school, suggesting she should attend. Serafall reacted with surprise, demanding an explanation for why she was only hearing about it now. Issei reassured her that at least she knew now and could surprise Soten. Serafall reluctantly agreed but insisted she had to leave, promising to return for the open house and expressing her love for him. Issei reciprocated her feelings, and with that, she teleported out of the room, leaving him alone. Issei checked the time and hoped the church duo was up and not too downcast about the previous day's events. He got up and prepared to head downstairs. He went downstairs to see Irina and Zenobia struggling to eat the breakfast Asia had prepared for them. He greeted the girls as he walked to the table, and Asia invited him to sit down, offering to serve him a plate as well. Both girls managed to murmur a morning greeting, their eyes barely lifting to meet his. Issei informed them that Rias had dropped off the Excalibur fragments the previous night. He acknowledged the difficulty of their situation, reminding them that they still needed to deliver the fragments to the church. Irina expressed her struggle with the revelation that God was dead, questioning who they had been praying to all this time. Issei reassured her that Michael was doing a commendable job running heaven and was listening to all the prayers. He offered them comfort, stating that if they felt the church was no longer their place after learning the truth, they were welcome to return and stay with them. His trademark smile brought tears to the girls' eyes. Irina thanked him, and Zenobia expressed her gratitude for his generous offer as well. Issei assured them it was no trouble at all and reminded them that they needed to head to the airport. At the airport, Issei and Asia came to see the two off, exchanging heartfelt goodbyes. Asia thanked them for their hospitality and apologized for her earlier comments. Irina hugged her, expressing her gratitude as well. Issei observed the emotional scene with a hint of amusement. Zenobia thanked him too, shaking his hand and reminding him that his offer would always stand. As the girls prepared to board their flight, Irina turned to Issei, acknowledging that this was their farewell for now. She blushed as she recalled an earlier conversation and approached him, confessing her feelings just as her plane was called for boarding. She hurried away, leaving Issei in shock. Drake, in their mental link, commented on the situation, noting that dragons often had multiple mates, and that the devils accepted polygamy. Issei, feeling overwhelmed, sighed and texted serafall about what had just occurred, hoping for the best as he walked toward Asia to speak with Rias. In the ORC clubroom, Issei knocked on the door, and Rias welcomed him inside. The room was filled with members from the ORC, including Sona and Tsubaki. Issei took a seat in front of Rias's desk, ready to address the many questions they had. Sona inquired about the appearance of Great Red and Ophis, asking for an explanation. Issei began recounting his story, and the room listened intently, their eyes wide with amazement as he shared his experiences training with two gods. Sona remarked on how impressive it was that he had trained with such powerful beings. Rias asked about his plans now that he had achieved his revenge. Before Issei could respond, a magic circle appeared in the middle of the room, and serafall emerged, looking quite serious. She demanded an explanation from Issei, who protested that it wasn't his fault. Just then, another magic circle appeared, and Graphia and Serzex stepped out, prompting everyone in the room to bow in respect. Rias greeted her brother, who explained that he needed to speak with Issei privately after addressing the upcoming open house and their father's visit. Issei nodded, understanding the importance of the conversation. Serzex then asked if they could speak now, and Issei agreed, creating a magic circle to teleport everyone to his home. Once they arrived, Issei asked Asia to prepare tea. As she went to the kitchen, he motioned for everyone to take a seat. He sat across from Serzex, with Graphia standing behind him and serafall sitting next to Issei, still looking displeased. Serzex began by thanking Issei on behalf of the Devil faction for stopping Kokabil from instigating another war, acknowledging that he had saved many lives. Issei expressed his gratitude for the protection of their little sisters and wanted to make amends. Since he and serafall had a relationship, the four great devil kings decided to grant him the honor of becoming an honorary devil at the ultimate class. Serzex presented a box containing a chess set, explaining its significance. Issei nodded, taking the king piece and feeling a surge of power as it absorbed into him. Serzex observed the remaining pieces, his eyes widening in surprise as they transformed from red to a glowing dark purple. Issei asked if this was a bad sign, to which Serzex explained that while it was unusual, it meant that anyone added to Issei's peerage would become a fallen angel instead of a devil. Issei accepted this information and suggested they find a hotel for their stay until the open house. He offered them a guest room, which Serzex hesitated to accept but ultimately agreed to. Asia entered the room, and Issei asked her to show Serzex and Graphia to the guest room. She happily complied. Once they were alone, Issei turned to Serafall and asked a crucial question about his feelings for her. He reflected on their shared past and his love for Irina, admitting that he had always thought of her. However, he also confessed his love for Serafall, which brought tears to her eyes. She responded with a passionate kiss, and after breaking away, she agreed to share him with Irina but insisted on no harem. They both expressed their love for one another and decided to rest for the night, preparing for the days ahead. At the open house, everyone enjoyed themselves, and later, Serzex, Rias, Zeoticus, and Graphia gathered in the living room to discuss the evening's events. Zeoticus mentioned how lively the evening was, noting Serafall's absence. Issei explained that she wanted to spend time with her sister. As the night grew late, Zeoticus offered to take Rias home. Serzex asked Graphia to head home first, as he had matters to discuss with Issei. Curious, Issei inquired about Serzex's visit. Serzex revealed that he had come to scout the school for an upcoming meeting with the leaders of the three factions to discuss a peace treaty, and he wanted Issei to attend. Issei agreed, and Serzex prepared to leave, promising to inform Rias to let Issei know when the meeting would take place. After Serzex departed, Issei turned to Asia, who had just come in from the kitchen. He shared that Serzex had given him some evil pieces, which devils use to reincarnate others, and asked if she would like to be his first peerage member. Asia joyfully hugged him, accepting his offer. Issei decided to make her a bishop, considering her magical abilities. He warned her that this would mean she would be reincarnated as a fallen angel, but Asia confidently affirmed her decision. Issei placed the bishop piece on her chest and recited the incantation, feeling the surge of power as the piece absorbed into her. As the light faded, 6 fallen angel wings emerged from her back, impressing Issei. Asia thanked him excitedly and retracted her wings. With the day coming to an end, Issei suggested they go to bed, and Asia agreed. They both headed off to rest after an eventful day. Issei awoke the next morning, recalling the events of the previous night with Asia. He thought about having his first peerage member now. Draig, his companion, inquired if he had considered who else he wanted in his peerage. Issei admitted he had not thought about it much and was mostly improvising as he got out of bed to prepare for the day. He decided he should pay his uncle a visit to learn how he knew their rival. With determination, he created a magic circle beneath him and teleported away. Upon arriving at Azazel's place, Issei found the living room empty and called out. Azazel emerged from the bathroom, surprised to see him. Issei had a question for his uncle, who quickly guessed it was about the White Dragon Emperor. Issei nodded, and a blue magic circle appeared on the floor, heralding the arrival of a boy with silver hair, who looked to be Issei's age. Azazel introduced him as Valor Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor. Valor acknowledged he had met Issei the previous day when he had gone to retrieve Kokabil's body, although he had been in his balance breaker and Issei had not seen his face. Azazel urged them not to fight just yet, but Valor expressed his eagerness for a challenge, having found Issei's display impressive. Issei clarified that he was not there to fight but to understand their connection. Azazel explained that he had found Valor abandoned and beaten as a child during his travels in the underworld and had taken him in and trained him ever since. Issei realized this made them cousins in a sense, which surprised Valor. Issei sensed Valor's thoughts and acknowledged their destined rivalry but questioned whether it had to be that way. After avenging Kokabil, all he wanted was to maintain peace between the factions. Valor found the idea of peace somewhat boring, but Issei pointed out that there would always be strong opponents who would oppose the treaty, allowing for plenty of opportunities to fight. He proposed they help keep the peace as friends, promising to spar whenever Valor wanted. Valor considered this, and with Albion's encouragement, he agreed to Issei's offer, stating he would still get to fight strong opponents. Issei felt relieved and turned to Azazel, asking where Ray was. Azazel informed him she would be back soon, having gone to drop off some papers with Penemu at the Grigori. Issei explained that since he was with Serafall and had helped save her sister, Surzex and the 4 Devil Kings had made him an honorary devil, granting him a set of evil pieces that reincarnated into fallen angels instead of devils. Valor was taken aback, impressed by Issei's connection to Serafall. Just then, a magic circle appeared, and Rainier stepped out. Issei greeted her, and after explaining his new status and his offer for her to join his peerage, she eagerly accepted. Issei took out his set of evil pieces and performed the chant, allowing the bishop to absorb into Rainier's chest. She felt a surge of power, and when Issei asked her to show her wings, 10 fallen angel wings emerged. Both Azazel and Valley were astonished. Issei noted that his pieces seemed to grant an automatic upgrade, recalling how Asia had gained 6 wings when she was reincarnated. Azazel speculated that Issei's own power was the reason for this enhancement. As Issei prepared to leave for school, he assured Rei he would call her later. After school, Issei and Asia returned home. Since Rias and her peerage had devil duties, Issei chose not to visit them. While Asia went to the kitchen to start dinner, Issei settled on the couch to watch TV. A knock at the door interrupted him, and sensing familiar presences outside, he instructed Asia to prepare dinner for 4, anticipating company. He opened the door to find the church duo standing there with their luggage, looking as if they had been crying. He welcomed them inside, stepping aside to let them enter. They entered the room, setting their luggage beside the couch before taking a seat, while Issei sat across from them. He inquired about their recent experiences. Irina explained that upon their return, they had handed over all the fragments and provided a detailed mission report. Issei guessed that their knowledge of a god's death had led to their excommunication, and the duo nodded sadly in response. He reassured them that he had meant it when he said they could come back and asked about their plans moving forward. Zenobia admitted they were uncertain. With a smile, Issei suggested they join his peerage. Irina questioned how that was possible since he wasn't a devil. Issei clarified that after the incident with Kokabil, he had been made an honorary devil and given some unique evil pieces. Instead of becoming devils, they would become fallen angels. Both women were taken aback by this revelation. Zenobia asked if he truly wanted them to join him, to which Issei enthusiastically affirmed. Irina declared her intention to join, and Zenobia followed suit. Issei then retrieved a box containing the remaining pieces and pulled out a knight piece, placing it against Zenovia's chest as he began the chant. He called upon her as his knight, wishing for her sword to protect their household and rejoicing in her new life. As the piece absorbed into her, a glow enveloped her, and when it faded, Zenobia stood before them, her 8 fallen wings unfurled. Issei whistled in admiration, noting her strength and inquiring if she had kept a sword from the church. She confirmed that she possessed the holy sword Durandal in a pocket dimension. Turning to Irina, Issei presented her with the queen piece he had saved for her, asking if she would honor him by becoming his queen. Overwhelmed with emotion, Irina smiled through a tear and nodded. Issei placed the piece against her chest, calling upon her to serve by his side. The piece absorbed into her, and a flash of red light appeared. When it subsided, Irina stood with 10 fallen wings extending from her back. Issei smiled at her transformation, while Irina felt a surge of power coursing through her. With the formalities complete, Issei suggested they get settled into their room before training them to use their light magic for the spears. Zenobia raised a question about how to retract their wings, and Irina echoed her curiosity. Issei explained that they simply needed to relax their backs and imagine their wings disappearing. Following his instructions, both women successfully retracted their wings. Issei then encouraged them to get settled in. It had been a long day for Issei. He had visited Azazel, attended school, and returned home to find his friends at the church. The duo had joined his peerage, along with Rainier, and he had also managed to train with Zenobia and Irina, who quickly picked up light magic. While Zenovia's light was blue, Irina's was pink. Issei reflected on the day, thinking about how interesting it had been. Drake agreed, noting that Irina was going to become a strong piece. Issei acknowledged that she was his queen. Suddenly he was interrupted by a knock on his door. When he invited the person in, Irina poked her head through the door. She seemed hesitant, and Issei asked if she was okay. She confirmed she was fine but wanted to discuss something with him. He encouraged her to go ahead as he sat on the bed. Irina shyly brought up a conversation they had at the airport. Issei realized he hadn't responded to her since she had been away. He decided to be straightforward, explaining that he had talked to serafall about his feelings. Initially, serafall had been upset, but they had resolved their issues. He confessed that he loved serafall, which made Irina respond with a somber expression. However, he quickly added that he also loved her. Irina looked up in shock, tears welling in her eyes. Issei explained that serafall was willing to share him, but only with Irina. He asked if she was okay with that. Irina, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged him tightly, saying she would be okay as long as she could be with him. Before he could finish his thought about being together, Irina kissed him passionately. After a moment, they broke apart, and she asked if she could stay with him that night. He agreed, patting her on the head as she settled into bed beside him. They both drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Issei woke up to find he was alone in bed. He wondered where Irina had gone and guessed she was with Zinovia, his knight. Drake confirmed his suspicion. Issei got up and prepared for the day. As he entered the living room, he found his peerage chatting on the couches. He greeted Rainier, who explained that she had come by to see Asia for some training before school and had met Irina and Zinovia. Issei introduced Rainier as his cousin and another bishop, which made Irina giggle. His phone vibrated with a message from Rias, instructing him to meet her at the Orc clubhouse. He quickly gathered everyone and created a teleportation circle for them. Irina and Zinovia watched in amusement as they prepared to teleport. Upon arriving at the Orc clubroom, they found Rias and her peerage present. Issei greeted Rias, who seemed confused about Irina and Zinovia's presence. He explained that he had been made an honorary devil due to the Kokabil incident and that Irina and Zinovia had been excommunicated by the church for being labeled as heretics. Rias widened her eyes in surprise as Issei instructed the girls to reveal their ranks and show their wings. Asia went first, declaring herself a bishop and displaying her 6 fallen wings. Rainier followed, showing her 10 wings, and Zinovia announced she was a knight with 8 wings. Irina proudly stated she was his queen, showcasing her 10 wings. The sheer number of wings left everyone astonished, realizing that each of them could take on Rias's peerage alone. After they all put their wings away, Zinovia noticed Kiba by the window and approached him. She greeted him warmly, expressing her happiness to see him again under better circumstances. Kiba apologized for the past, and they shared a moment of connection. Kiba, feeling encouraged, asked if she would like to go out for dinner with him that weekend. Issei thought it was a bold move, and Zinovia happily accepted the invitation. As Issei turned back to Rias, he asked what was on her mind. Rias cleared her throat, regaining her composure, and mentioned that her brother had suggested she release her other bishop. They had been keeping him sealed for everyone's safety, as he possessed a powerful sacred gear that he couldn't control, posing a danger to everyone. Rias hoped that Issei could assist since his gear would likely not affect him. Issei inquired about the nature of the gear, and Rias informed him that it was called the Forbidden Valor View. Understanding the potential danger, Issei agreed to see the boy. Outside the sealed door, caution tape was placed to deter entry, and Issei looked at it with curiosity. Rias asked Aquino to break the seal, and as the door opened, they were met with a dark room filled with silence. Rias reassured the boy inside that the seal was gone and it was safe to come out. A high-pitched voice protested, expressing fear of the outside world. Issei thought it was strange, and as everyone entered, they found a small figure in the corner, with platinum blonde hair and dressed in a female Crow Academy uniform. Drake, through their mental link, questioned the boy's gender, but Issei confirmed that the energy felt distinctly male, suggesting he was what Rias referred to as a trap. Rias encouraged the boy, Gasper, to come out, but he remained hesitant, believing he was too dangerous due to his lack of control over his power. Time seemed to freeze as Issei, Irina, and Rainier exchanged glances before Issei reassured Gasper that they were strong enough to withstand his power. He offered to help Gasper train to control his abilities so he could protect Rias as a member of the Gremory family. Gasper was surprised by Issei's willingness to help, and after a moment of hesitation, he took Issei's hand, allowing time to resume its normal flow. Rias expressed her gratitude to Issei for his willingness to help Gasper. Irina noticed Rias's blush and puffed her cheeks in jealousy, which Issei found adorable. He then suggested they leave to begin training, asking Rias to speak with Sona about enrolling Gasper and Kaneko as second-year students. Rias agreed to handle it. As the week progressed, Issei trained Gasper, helping him gain more control over his powers. They discovered that if Issei provided a bit of his blood, Gasper could temporarily gain full control. One night, Issei entered his bedroom, feeling hopeful about the upcoming meeting. Drake warned him to remain vigilant, anticipating potential interference during the gathering of the three faction leaders. Suddenly, a familiar magic circle appeared, and serafall emerged. Issei greeted her warmly, and she explained her absence due to preparations for the meeting. They discussed Irina's whereabouts, and serafall expressed her desire to talk to her friend. Issei assured her they could chat after the meeting, and she asked if she could stay the night. He welcomed her, and they shared a kiss before settling in for the night. The next day, Issei and his peerage arrived at the school, where they met Rias, Sona, and her peerage. Noticing Gasper and Kaneko were missing, Rias explained that Gasper chose to stay at the clubhouse to avoid interrupting the meeting, with Kaneko keeping him company. Issei opened the doors to the meeting room, which had been transformed for the occasion. Inside, they found the student council office had been rearranged with a long desk for the meeting. On one side sat Serzex and Serafall, with Graphia behind them, while Azazel was on the opposite side with a woman who had long black hair and a striking appearance. Valor was also present, along with a man in church robes and armor, and two women with halos, one of whom was Issei's aunt, Gabriel, and the other his uncle, Michael. Azazel introduced them, and everyone else was taken aback by the revelation. Michael expressed joy at seeing Issei again after so many years, commenting on how much he had grown. Gabriel expressed her emotions as she spoke about the time since they last saw Issei, who was just 2 years old when his mother chose to let him live a normal life. Issei bowed respectfully, acknowledging his aunt and uncle. Michael informed Issei that his other uncles, Uriel and Raphael, were unable to attend the meeting due to their responsibilities in heaven, but they could arrange another day for the three of them to meet. With the formalities out of the way, Azazel began the meeting by apologizing for his former subordinate, Kokabil, who had gone rogue years ago and acted independently. He emphasized that he did not desire war. Michael noted that, at least, they had recovered the swords without any serious injuries throughout the ordeal. Serzex agreed, stating that the safety of everyone was paramount, but they still needed to hear the reports, directing Rias to proceed. After a detailed explanation of the events involving Kokabil, Sona Citri confirmed the truth of the statements made. Serafall praised her younger sibling for her contribution. Azazel suggested that they should strive for peace, a sentiment echoed by Michael and Serzex, who represented their respective factions. Before proceeding to sign the treaty, Azazel sought the opinions of the two strongest presences in the room. He turned to Issei, who expressed his desire for peace to ensure the safety of those he cared about. Valor, on the other hand, stated that he simply wanted to face strong opponents. Azazel reminded him that war was not necessary for that. As the discussion continued, time seemed to freeze for Rias, Sona, and their peerage. Issei questioned what had happened, and Azazel explained that a vampire had activated his balance breaker, but they were unaffected due to their strength. Suddenly, hundreds of magic circles appeared in the sky, and robed figures emerged. Serzex identified them as magicians and asked Valor to handle the situation. Issei, however, requested Irina and Ray to take care of them instead. As the two girls left to confront the magicians, Issei turned to Asia and Zenobia, instructing them to fetch Gasper and Kaneko from the clubhouse and to tend to any injuries Asia might find. Just then, Issei sensed a surge of power and quickly acted a barrier strong enough to protect everyone in the room as the roof exploded. A woman with tan skin and light brown hair appeared, commenting on the strength of Issei's barrier. Azazel recognized her as Cateria Leviathan, a descendant of the original Leviathan. Serafall demanded to know what she was doing there, and Cateria declared her intention to claim her rightful place as the Devil King, dismissing Serafall with disdain. Issei felt anger rise within him at her disrespectful words and turned to Valor, asking if he wanted to confront her or if he should take the lead. Valor acknowledged Issei's desire for revenge against Cateria, agreeing to let him handle the situation. Issei unleashed his 14 fallen wings and flew up to confront her directly. He made it clear that while he could tolerate her claims, he would not accept her disrespect towards someone he loved, and for that, she would face dire consequences. Cateria laughed at his threats, underestimating him due to his wings. Issei responded by activating his balance breaker, revealing his true power. Cateria was taken aback, realizing he was the Red Dragon Emperor. Gabriel and Michael watched in awe, filled with pride for their nephew, while Cateria felt fear for the first time in a long time. Issei demanded to know who had sent her, and she revealed the names of Honorary and Shalba, descendants of Asmodeus and Beelzebub. Azazel noted the significance of this information, and Issei pressed further, asking about the group she worked for. Cateria mentioned the Chaos Brigade and its leader, Lucifer, shocking everyone present. Issei thanked her for the information but made it clear that she would not leave alive. In a desperate move, she launched a magic attack at him, but Issei dodged effortlessly and closed the distance, striking her in the stomach. He quickly formed a spear of light and drove it into her heart. As she coughed, Issei ignited her body with fire magic, ensuring that she would not rise again. He looked around to see that the magicians were retreating. He deactivated his balance breaker and flew down to join everyone else, noticing that Rias, Sona, and their peerage were able to move again as Gasper and the others approached. Michael observed the situation and noted that they had a larger threat to confront. Serzex agreed, emphasizing the importance of making peace and uniting their forces against this new danger. Azazel confirmed that the three factions were now at peace with one another, and they passed around a scroll for signatures, officially establishing their alliance. Issei approached Michael with a question. He wanted to know why Zenobia and Irina had been excommunicated from the church. Michael explained that it was unfortunate but necessary, as the church had strict laws to protect its foundation from truths that could disrupt the beliefs of its followers. He turned to Zenobia and Irina, expressing his sincere apologies for their situation and hoping they could one day forgive him. Irina encouraged Michael to raise his head, assuring him that they had already forgiven the church and its members. Since their excommunication, they had found happiness in their new lives. They could attend a normal school, make friends, and even find love. Michael smiled at the girls, grateful for their understanding. A woman approached, greeting Zenobia warmly. Zenobia rushed to hug her, exclaiming her joy at seeing her again. Griselda, the woman, expressed her happiness at the treaty that would allow them to see each other more often. Azazel then suggested they clean up and head home, admitting he was tired and in need of a drink. A woman beside him reminded him to control his drinking habits. Issei, curious about the woman, approached them. Azazel introduced Penemu, explaining that she was a cadre in the Grigori, responsible for file sorting, and also Rainer's mother and his wife. Issei was surprised as Penemu hugged him, expressing her happiness to see him again. He asked why she referred to Azazel as Azazel-sama, to which Azazel explained that she preferred formalities in public, similar to how Graphia was with Serzex. Issei nodded and returned to his peerage, suggesting they head home after a long day. They all agreed, and a magic circle appeared beneath them. Suddenly, serafall called out, announcing her intention to join them to discuss something with Irina, but that could wait until the next morning. Issei nodded, teleporting everyone home to rest. The next morning, Issei woke up to a lovely sight, serafall on his right and Irina on his left, both sound asleep. He thought about how wonderful it would be if he didn't urgently need to use the restroom. He considered gently shaking them awake, but his attempts were met with only soft snoring from serafall. Desperate, he remembered Draig's suggestion of using a little lightning magic. Although he usually wouldn't resort to such measures, he decided to charge up some lightning magic in his palms and sent surges of electricity through both girls. They jumped out of bed, startled, while Issei bolted out the door, hearing their surprised exclamations behind him. Later, at the breakfast table, Asia had prepared a meal for everyone. Serafall and Irina glared at Issei from across the table when Zenobia walked in, asking what had happened. Issei explained his morning mishap, and Zenobia noted that Irina had always been a heavy sleeper, prompting Irina to protest. Changing the subject, Issei asked Irina about her upcoming date with Prince Charming. She revealed that it was scheduled for that night and expressed her nervousness about the setting in the church, as she had never had the chance to pursue a romantic relationship before. Issei encouraged her to be herself, confident that her charm would win him over. Turning to Serafall, Issei inquired about what she wanted to discuss. Serafall explained that as a Devil King, her time with Issei was limited, and she hoped Irina would understand if she needed to have some alone time with him when she visited. Irina agreed, assuring her that she understood completely. Irina smiled and expressed her understanding, saying that she felt the same way. Serafall, with a serious tone, requested that Irina keep Issei happy, as he was the love of her life. Irina assured her that she would, as she loved him too. Issei couldn't help but smile, feeling the warmth of affection from both girls. Serafall then mentioned that she needed to speak with Serzex about future relations between factions. As she stood up, a magic circle appeared beneath her. Issei approached her and shared a heartfelt kiss, promising to see her later and expressing his love. Serafall reciprocated the sentiment with a smile before teleporting away. Zenobia inquired about the day's plans, to which Issei suggested they relax after the events of the previous day, allowing her to prepare for her date with Kiba. He informed her that training would resume the following day. The three girls agreed, and the rest of the day was spent in leisure. Issei and Irina enjoyed a movie marathon on the couch, with Zenobia joining them briefly before preparing for her date. Asia also joined them until she decided to retreat to her room with a book. After finishing their fifth movie, a knock on the door interrupted them. Issei opened it to find Kiba, dressed sharply in a black button-up shirt, black pants, and brown leather shoes. Issei complimented Kiba's appearance, and Kiba admitted to feeling nervous about the date. Issei encouraged him to be himself, calling out to Zenobia to come out. Zenobia appeared in a lovely black summer dress and heels, leaving Kiba momentarily speechless at her beauty. Issei nudged Kiba, suggesting he compliment her. Gathering his courage, Kiba told Zenobia she looked beautiful, and she blushed in response. He then offered his hand, stating he had made reservations at a restaurant he thought she would enjoy. With a shy agreement, she took his hand, and they left together. Irina squealed in delight, expressing her belief that Kiba and Zenobia would be good for each other. Issei agreed, affirming that Zenobia deserved happiness. Suddenly, a red magic circle appeared in the room, and Serzex along with Graphia emerged. Issei greeted them, with Irina standing beside him in her queenly demeanor. Serzex explained that he had come to invite them to a youth devil meeting, where the other devil kings and he would host a raiding game tournament. Participation was optional, but the main reason for the invitation was that the Norse god Odin would be attending to discuss a treaty between the Norse mythology and the three biblical factions, as well as strategies to counter the Cows Brigade. Issei inquired if the Cows Brigade had made a move yet, to which Serzex replied they had not, but there were concerns about a potential traitor among them. Issei understood that the tournament could be a means to draw this traitor out and confirmed that he and his peerage would attend. Serzex smiled and handed Issei a piece of paper bearing the Lucifer crest, which would guide them to the meeting hall when the time came. He warned Issei to be cautious, as there were those who were not pleased with the treaty. With that, Serzex and Graphia teleported away. Irina wondered what might happen at the meeting, and Issei admitted he was unsure but anticipated it would be more interesting than he initially thought. He then stated he needed to speak with Valor and teleported away. In Valor's apartment, Issei found him in a rather surprising situation, engaged in a passionate moment with a topless girl with black hair and cat ears. Issei cleared his throat to gain their attention, causing the girl to scream and cover herself. Valor, irritated, demanded to know why people couldn't knock. Issei introduced himself to the girl, who identified herself as Kuroka. He sensed a connection between her and Kaneko, and Kuroka confirmed she was Kaneko's older sister. She explained that she was currently a free piece, having survived an ambush that took her former master and peerage. Issei expressed his sympathy for her situation, and Kuroka mentioned that having Valor around helped her cope. Valor, eager to return to the main topic, asked why Issei had come. Informed him that Serzex had invited him to the Youth Devil meeting, mentioning the possibility of a traitor among them working for the Cow's Brigade. He also revealed that Odin would be present to discuss a peace treaty with the biblical factions, but there were concerns about dissenters. Valor's interest was piqued as Issei noted the high probability of an attack during the meeting. Issei expressed his willingness to handle the situation but wanted to know if Valor would join him. Valor explained that he was still relatively unknown in the devil world and preferred to wait for the right moment to reveal himself. Instead, he planned to scout with his team for leads on the Cow's Brigade. Issei was curious about Valor's team, which included Kuroka, Biko, a descendant of Son Goku and the Pendragons, Arthur and Luffy, both descended from King Arthur. Impressed, Issei offered his assistance if Valor encountered any trouble, then mentioned he had a girlfriend waiting for him at home. With a magic circle appearing beneath him, he bid farewell to Kuroka, who nodded in response. Back in Issei's apartment, he teleported into the living room where Irina awaited him. She asked how the meeting went, and Issei replied that it went as expected, with Valor opting to sit this one out. Irina inquired about their plan if something were to happen, to which Issei confidently stated they would neutralize any threats. They then returned to their relaxation for the rest of the day. On the day of the youth meeting, Issei and his peerage gathered in his living room to discuss the upcoming event. He had informed Rainier of the previous day's events and insisted she attend. Everyone was dressed formally. Issei wore a red button-up shirt with a black tie, black slacks, and leather dress shoes. Irina donned a purple strapless dress with black heels, while Zenobia wore a blue dress and black heels, her hair pinned back. Rainier chose a black dress with matching heels, and Asia wore a pink dress with her hair down. Issei asked if everyone was ready, and they all responded affirmatively. He expressed his dislike for formalities, requesting they only call him by his title in front of important figures, and then used a magic circle given to him by Serzex to teleport them to the meeting. Upon arriving in the underworld, they found themselves in a hallway of a mansion. Suddenly, a body flew past Issei's face and crashed into the wall, prompting him to wonder if this was a common occurrence in the underworld. Rias approached him, accompanied by a tall, muscular man. Issei greeted Rias, explaining that they had come at Serzek's invitation. Rias introduced her cousin, Serorg Bale, who extended his hand for a handshake. Serorg recognized Issei as the Red Dragon Emperor, and Issei confirmed his identity. Rias invited Issei and his group to join them on their way to the meeting hall. Once in the hall, the meeting commenced with Serzex delivering a speech about the raiding game tournament and introducing the 4 youth devils. One name caught Issei's attention, Diodora Astaroth. Issei felt an unsettling vibe from him. After Diodora's introduction, Serzex warned the youth about the Cow's Brigade, and the meeting concluded. Issei noticed that most attendees began to leave, except for Rias and her peerage, as well as Sona and hers. He observed Zenobia and Kiba holding hands, having enjoyed a successful date that ended with Kiba asking her to be his girlfriend, which she accepted. Issei approached Serzex, serafall, and an elderly man with a long white beard, accompanied by a girl in Asgardian armor with silver hair. He greeted Odin warmly, recalling their previous training sessions with Thor, which surprised those around him. Rosweiss also greeted Issei, and he returned the sentiment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, criticizing Odin for discussing a peace treaty with beings considered inferior. A green Norse magic circle appeared, and Loki emerged, glaring at Issei and expressing his displeasure at being called by a nickname. Loki's voice dripped with venom as he declared that Issei was strong for a fallen, but still no match for a god. Issei, trying to maintain the peace, asked Loki why he was acting this way. Loki scoffed, expressing disdain for his father's consideration of a treaty with those he deemed beneath them, claiming it would only make them appear weak. Odin intervened, offering forgiveness if Loki returned to Asgard immediately. Loki retorted, insisting that others needed to see things from his perspective. He began to conjure a Norse magic circle aimed at Odin, but was abruptly teleported away by another green magic circle. A voice behind Issei remarked that they had bought some time, but warned that as a god, Loki would break free of the seal in about 2 hours. Issei turned to see a man with green hair, who was introduced as Ajuka Beelzebub. Serafall expressed her appreciation for Ajuka's timely intervention. Ajuka extended his hand to Issei, who introduced himself in return. They discussed how Serafall often spoke about Issei, which surprised him as he turned to see her blush. Ajuka quickly shifted the conversation back to the urgent matter at hand, explaining that they had limited time before Loki would escape and likely be furious. Odin proposed a plan, expressing his desire to keep his son alive despite his transgressions. He suggested contacting Thor to send Mjolnir to the battlefield, which would be powerful enough to imprison Loki in Asgard. Surzex pointed out that no one present was strong enough to wield the hammer, but Issei confidently raised his hand, surprising everyone. He reminded them that he had trained with the hammer's owner and had tested it, although he acknowledged the challenge of moving it even in his balance breaker form. He believed that with his angelic overdrive, he could wield it effectively, but he would need a team to set up a powerful barrier to contain the energy. Ajuka noted that he could transport only 8 people and would need to recharge afterward, meaning no reinforcements could follow. Issei assured everyone that his peerage would accompany him. Rosweiss volunteered to join, emphasizing her skills in barriers. Serafall, determined not to wait while Issei's loved ones were in danger, insisted on joining as well. Ajuka agreed to transport them a short distance from the seal. Issei inquired how long it would take for Mjolnir to arrive in the underworld. Odin explained that he would contact Thor immediately, but it would still take about 30 minutes for the hammer to arrive. Issei acknowledged the time constraint but remained determined, jokingly asking if he could rough Loki up a bit. Odin agreed, as long as Loki remained alive. Issei turned to his peerage, outlining the plan for them to set up a barrier while he confronted Loki. The girls affirmed their understanding, and Odin encouraged them to prepare for battle to resolve the situation swiftly and peacefully. After a brief pause, Odin and Rosweiss returned, confirming that Thor would send Mjolnir but reminding Issei of the 30-minute wait. Issei humorously noted that he still had to keep the peace and marry Serafall and Irina someday, causing them to blush. Odin chuckled at Issei's taste in women as Ajuka approached, asking if they were ready to go. Issei affirmed that they were, and Ajuka created a magic circle beneath them. Ajuka cautioned them that it would take time for him to recover after the teleportation, so they needed to be careful. With a nod, Ajuka teleported them to Loki's location. Upon arrival at a vast wasteland, Issei spotted a giant pyramid made of magic in the distance, realizing it was likely where Loki was held. Drake commented on the situation, and Issei acknowledged the need to focus as he sensed Loki's energy surging from the seal. The seal shattered, and Loki emerged, expressing outrage at being imprisoned by a devil. He scanned the area and scoffed at the sight of Issei and the girls, feeling insulted by their presence. Rosweiss urged Loki to stop, reminding him that the All-Father would forgive him if he returned home and that any complaints should go through the proper channels. Loki dismissed her, questioning who would dare to stop him. As talented as one might be, they were still no match for a god, Loki remarked. Rosweiss, with a hint of annoyance, called him a spoiled brat. Loki, eager to finish the confrontation, mentioned he had to deal with his father. With a snap of his fingers, 2 blue magic circles appeared on the ground, summoning a giant wolf creature and what appeared to be a sea serpent. Rosweiss exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the creatures. Irina, uncertain, asked if they had planned to fight mythical beasts. Issei, with a serious expression, quickly devised a new strategy. He instructed Irina and Zenobia to handle the sea serpent, Midgardsormr, while Serafall and Rosweiss would take on Fenrir, warning them that one bite could be fatal. He then directed Ray and Asia to begin setting up a barrier. The girls nodded and took their positions as Issei flew up to confront Loki. Loki taunted Issei, who confidently declared he was ready for a challenge. With a determined shout, Issei activated his balance breaker. Meanwhile, Irina and Zenobia faced Midgardsormr. Zenobia marveled at the legendary creature, while Irina urged for a swift victory to assist their allies. Both girls extended their wings, and Zenobia summoned her sword, Durandal, charging at the beast. However, Midgard's armor retaliated, using its tail to knock her back. Landing beside Irina, Zenobia noted that direct attacks were ineffective. Irina then revealed a spell she had learned from Serafall, eager to test it. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a purple magic circle and unleashed spikes of ice that impaled the creature, swiftly defeating it. Satisfied, Irina suggested they move to help Asia and Rainier, and the two flew off. Meanwhile, Serafall and Rosweiss confronted Fenrir. Rosweiss cautioned Serafall about the danger posed by Fenrir's fangs. Serafall confidently declared she would finish this quickly and summoned a magic circle aimed at Fenrir. Suddenly, another magic circle appeared beneath the creature, binding it with chains. A man with blonde hair and glasses, Arthur Pendragon, along with a woman with dark hair and cat ears, Kuroka, introduced themselves as part of Team Valor. Arthur explained they needed Fenrir for a specific purpose and teleported away with the creature. Serafall triumphantly remarked on her quick work, but Rosweiss pointed out that she hadn't done anything. Serafall, undeterred, suggested they assist with the barrier, noting that Mjolnir would arrive soon. Back with Issei and Loki, Issei had just entered his balance breaker. Loki, intrigued, commented on Issei taking him seriously, though he was unsure whether to feel honored or insulted that Issei hadn't activated his juggernaut drive. Issei responded that they would see if things got worse. He charged at Loki, delivering a punch that sent him stumbling back. Loki quickly retaliated with a magical blast that struck Issei's shoulder, causing some of his armor to shatter. Issei grimaced at the pain, wondering if Dreig could assist. Dreig confirmed he was already working on it, and Issei watched as his armor began to regenerate. Loki mockingly advised Issei to be more careful, or he might not survive. Ignoring the taunt, Issei launched himself at Loki again, landing a kick to his stomach and forming an orb of energy in his fist. He unleashed the attack, hitting Loki point-blank. As the smoke cleared, Issei noticed Loki panting heavily, acknowledging that the blow had hurt. Meanwhile, Issei observed the barrier being acted, realizing his allies had managed to handle their opponents. Loki, ready to continue, summoned multiple magic circles and unleashed a barrage of magical blasts toward Issei. As Issei dodged, he contemplated activating his angelic overdrive early to survive the onslaught. Just then, 3 blasts struck his back, causing him to cry out in pain as he crashed to the ground, creating a crater. Dreig urged him to enter angelic overdrive, explaining that his balance breaker wouldn't be sufficient against a god. Issei recognized the truth in Dreig's words and prepared to transform. Standing tall, Issei began his transformation, declaring his awakening as the heavenly dragon of domination. Power radiated from him, and Loki, taken aback, questioned the source of this newfound strength. As the dust settled, Loki saw Issei in his transformed state, realizing it was beyond the juggernaut drive. Issei, now confident in his abilities, charged at Loki with incredible speed, landing a punch that forced Loki to cough up blood, followed by a kick that sent him crashing against the barrier. Before he could react, Issei was on Loki again. He grabbed Loki by the hair and brought his face down to his knee, causing Loki to cry out in pain. As Loki looked up to the sky, he saw a Norse magic circle appear, and down came a hammer he recognized all too well. Mjolnir was finally here, and Issei reached up to grab it. He declared that for Loki's sins against Asgard and the peace between the factions, Odin, the Allfather, had ordered Loki to be imprisoned in Asgard, and he was there to send him there. Issei flew towards Loki, swinging the hammer and striking him. A Norse magic circle with multiple layers trapped Loki. Loki cursed Issei, claiming he was only a fraction of what was to come as he was teleported to Asgard along with Mjolnir. Issei thought it was over as he reverted back to his normal state, hissing in pain from burns on his back and shoulder. The barrier dropped, and Issei fell to one knee, holding his shoulder. The first to reach him was Serafall. Issei's love, Serafall, exclaimed that he was hurt and urged Asia to heal him. Asia quickly responded, asking Issei to stay still while she worked her magic. Issei thanked Asia, Acknowledging that Loki had landed some good hits on him, Irina placed a hand on his cheek, reminding him to be careful. Issei sheepishly admitted that facing a god meant he was bound to get hurt. Rosweiss expressed relief that he was okay. Curious about how they had fared against Fenrir and Midgard's armor, Issei learned that Zenobia had tried to use Durandal without success, prompting Irina to use a spell that Serafall had taught her. Serafall confirmed that Irina had used Frozen Hell, and Issei praised her. When he inquired about Rosweiss and her partner, he learned that they hadn't engaged in the fight as two individuals had shown up and taken Fenrir away. Issei was shocked and demanded to know who they were. Rosweiss revealed that their names were Arthur Pendragon and Kuroka, and Issei confirmed he knew them. He explained that he worked alongside their team leader and had only shared this information with Serafall and Irina, as they were close to him. Issei decided he would speak with Valor the next day to understand why he wanted Fenrir. When he asked what would happen next, Serafall explained that they would wait for Ajuka to teleport them back and report on the mission. Issei nodded in agreement. Back in the hall, they were teleported back and explained everything that had transpired to Serzex, Ajuka, and Odin. Odin expressed gratitude to Issei for not killing his son, to which Issei replied that he had kept him alive as requested. Ajuka warned that Loki's earlier words hinted at more trouble to come, which concerned Serzex. Odin stated that he would return to Asgard to interrogate Loki about what he knew. Serzex requested to be informed of the outcome. Odin called for Rosweiss, and she complied, creating a magic circle to teleport them back to Asgard. Issei, feeling exhausted from the fight with Loki, expressed his desire to go home and rest. Serzex assured him they would handle things on their end. Issei then turned to the girls, asking if Serafall would join them or stay behind. Serafall regrettably informed him that she had to remain for Devil King business but promised to see him in a few days. They shared a heartfelt goodbye kiss before Issei asked Irina to teleport them home. Irina complied, creating a magic circle beneath them, and they were whisked away to unwind from the day. Issei awoke in his bed to the sun shining in his face. He felt pressure on his left and turned to see Irina asleep in her black and purple nightgown. He thought it was a lovely sight to wake up to and reached for his phone, noting it was Sunday and a little before 8 a.m. He mused that Asia should already be awake and making breakfast, as she tended to rise early, just like Zenobia. Drake pointed out that both were from the church and accustomed to early mornings. Issei noted that Irina was also from the church but still asleep, to which Drake had no counterargument, admitting that his girlfriends slept like rocks. Issei tried to wake Irina but felt discomfort in his back, a reminder of his battle with Loki. Drake noted that even with Asia's healing, the damage had left scars. Issei accepted this as something he would have to live with. Finally managing to slip his arm from underneath Irina, he sat up and walked to his closet, pondering his plans for the day. He decided he should see Valor about Fenrir, but before he could finish his thought, Irina gasped upon seeing his back. Issei acknowledged the scar, explaining that even with healing, it remained. Irina covered her mouth and gasped when she noticed that Issei's left shoulder was slightly less scarred than his back. She rushed to him and embraced him tightly, expressing her concern. Issei acknowledged her worries, explaining that during his battle in the underworld against a god, injuries were inevitable. He reassured her that things could have been worse if he hadn't activated his angelic overdrive early. She admitted her fears, trembling as she spoke about the possibility of him not returning one day. Issei lifted her chin gently, promising that it would take a lot to defeat him, especially with her and Serafall waiting for him. He shared a brief, tender moment with her, and they exchanged sweet sentiments of love before parting ways to prepare for the day ahead. After a quick shower, Issei dressed in a red V-neck t-shirt and black jeans. He entered the dining area, where everyone was enjoying breakfast, and saw a plate set for him at the table. He greeted Zenobia and Asia, who responded warmly. Curious about their plans for the day, he learned that Asia was going to train with Rainier to improve her light spears, while Zenobia had plans to see a movie with Kiba later. After breakfast, Issei stood in the living room and created a magic circle, announcing that he had a couple of stops to make. He invited Asia to join him, mentioning that they would first visit his uncle's place. As they prepared to teleport, he playfully advised Zenobia to behave while he was gone. In a flash, Issei and Asia arrived at Azazel's apartment, where they found Rainier washing dishes. She greeted them cheerfully, and Issei explained his purpose for the visit. Rainier offered to make tea while they waited for Azazel to finish his shower. Once the tea was ready, they settled on the couches. Issei and Azazel exchanged questions about recent events. Azazel informed Issei that the Cows Brigade had been quiet lately, but rumors suggested that the true Longinus was among them. Issei expressed his confusion about their motives, concerned that they might disrupt the peace they had worked hard to maintain. As they continued their discussion, Issei revealed that he had trained with several deities, including Thor, Great Red, Ophis, and Shiva. Azazel was taken aback, astonished that Issei spoke of such experiences so casually. He questioned how Issei could remain unfazed by training with some of the most powerful beings in existence. Issei shrugged off the surprise, sharing that his training with Shiva had been intense but ultimately rewarding. Azazel, still in disbelief, asked about Issei's well-being. Issei responded positively, mentioning that school was going well and his relationships were solid, despite the chaos around them. Azazel shared that the Grigori was facing challenges but was being assisted by Penemu. As their conversation continued, Issei reminded Azazel of his responsibilities, prompting Azazel to acknowledge that he needed to return to his duties. Issei expressed his disdain for paperwork, noting that there was a significant amount to handle in his absence. Azazel shrugged and acknowledged that he could be called lazy, but he insisted that paperwork was the bane of his existence. Issei mentioned he needed to meet Valley about Fenrir and stood up from the couch. Azazel agreed to let him go, and Issei began to create a magic circle to teleport. Before he left, he advised Azazel to focus on his own responsibilities. Azazel, with a smirk, contemplated playing video games instead. In a different scene, Issei arrived at Vala's apartment, where he found Vala lounging on the couch with Kuroka, watching a movie. Vala pointed out the door, suggesting Issei could have used it instead of teleporting in. Issei, with a playful grin, remarked that teleporting was more exciting. Vala inquired about Issei's purpose for visiting, and Issei, eager to engage, proposed a spar after asking a few questions. Vala perked up at the mention of a spar and encouraged Issei to ask his questions. Issei got straight to the point, inquiring about Vala's plans for Fenrir. Vala revealed that Fenrir was not meant for him, but rather for Arthur's sister, Lefay, who desired Fenrir as a pet. Issei was taken aback by this revelation, contemplating the absurdity of such a powerful creature being reduced to a pet. Issei then asked about rumors regarding the true Longinus being in the Cows Brigade. Vala's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he acknowledged the potential issue and promised to investigate further. With the questions out of the way, Vala stood up, ready for their spar. He summoned Irina, Issei's other girlfriend and queen, to assist with a barrier to protect the area during their match. Irina arrived and expressed concern for Issei's well-being, reminding him of his recent battle with Loki. Issei reassured her that it would be a controlled spar, and Vala confirmed he was ready to fight. Irina reluctantly agreed to help and prepared to teleport them to a suitable location in the woods. Once they arrived in a clearing, Issei requested the girls to set up the barrier. They complied and positioned themselves across from each other. Issei reminded Vala that it was just a spar, and they should use their balance breakers only. With a nod, Vala activated his Vanishing Dragon balance breaker, while Issei activated his Welsh Dragon balance breaker. The two Dragon Emperors launched at each other, exchanging powerful punches. Vala soared upward, preparing magic attacks aimed at Issei, who responded with incredible speed, landing a devastating blow to Vala's stomach. The impact caused Vala to cough, and he realized part of his armor had been damaged. As Albion began to repair his armor, Vala was excited by the challenge. They resumed their fierce exchange, with Issei and Vala trading blows, leaving streaks of light in their wake. Irina and Kuroka watched in awe as the two continued their battle. Vala managed to land a punch on Issei's face, prompting Issei to acknowledge the hit while his armor regenerated. Vala, eager for more, prepared for the next round. Issei charged at Vala, delivering a punch that sent him reeling, followed by a knee strike that shattered Valor's armor. Seizing the opportunity, Issei grabbed Valor's helmet and brought it down onto his knee, completely breaking Valor's balance breaker. He then threw Valor to the ground, creating a small crater and causing him to cough up blood. The intensity of their spar was palpable, and both fighters were determined to push their limits. Valor observed the situation and remarked on the immense power being displayed, noting that the opponent was not fully serious. Albion, the voice of reason, cautioned that if Valor were to fight seriously, he would not survive. Despite this warning, Valor insisted he could still fight and stood up, determined to continue. Issei, concerned for his friend, asked if Valor was sure he wanted to proceed. Valor affirmed his readiness, and with a powerful declaration of his balance breaker, they charged at each other. Their fists collided with tremendous force, shattering the armor on their arms and creating a massive crater beneath them from the sheer energy they unleashed. In a swift motion, Issei grabbed Valor's wrist and pulled him into a punch, sending Valor crashing onto his back as his balance breaker shattered. Breathing heavily, Valor acknowledged that he was done for the moment. Issei agreed and deactivated his own balance breaker. He then called out to the others, announcing that their training session was over and the barriers surrounding them dissipated. Kuroka commented on the entertainment of the match, while Irina checked on Issei's well-being. Issei reassured her that he was fine and turned to Valor to see if he was all right. Valor, sitting up, admitted he was about as good as could be expected and noted that he needed to train more, but he had enjoyed the experience. Issei suggested they should do it again sometime, and they exchanged fist bumps in agreement. As the day came to a close, Issei mentioned it was time for him to leave, considering they had school the next day. Valor decided to rest and planned to investigate the rumors surrounding the true Longinus. Issei requested to be informed of any findings as he turned to Irina, asking if she was ready to go. She confirmed she was, and he created a magic circle for their departure. They exchanged farewells with Valor before disappearing. Back at Issei's apartment, he and Irina teleported home. Issei expressed his relief at being back, and Irina offered to make him lunch since Zenobia had been picked up by Kiba shortly after he left. Issei, feeling hungry after using his balance breaker, accepted her offer and went to relax while she prepared a sandwich. The following morning, Issei woke up to his alarm, noticing Irina still asleep. He shook her gently, urging her to wake up for school, but she groggily protested. After several attempts to rouse her, he resorted to using his lightning magic to shock her awake. Irina reacted with surprise, and Issei, with a deadpan expression, explained that she slept very soundly. After some playful banter, they both got ready for the day. In the dining room, Asia and Zenobia were already having breakfast. Issei greeted Asia and inquired about her training, to which she responded positively, mentioning that Rainier had taught her a lot. He praised her progress before turning to Zenobia, who blushed when asked about her date with Kiba. As she described their outing, Issei's surprise grew, and he jokingly exclaimed about their relationship, prompting Irina to intervene and remind him to respect their privacy. With breakfast finished, they cleaned up and headed to school. The day passed relatively uneventfully, and Issei decided to visit the ORC room after classes. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door and was invited in by Rias. She informed him that her brother had announced their first opponent in the upcoming raiding game tournament. Issei was curious and asked who it was, learning that they would be facing Diodora Astaroth in a week's time. He thought to himself that it would be a challenging match. As the chapter came to a close, Issei reflected on the events and the upcoming challenges, eager to see how everything would unfold. With that, she shot up off the bed, exclaiming that he wouldn't. Issei responded with a laugh, and she scolded him with a pout on her face, saying he couldn't joke around like that. Issei stood up from the bed and gently patted her head, assuring her that he was just kidding and would never do anything to upset her. He encouraged her to wake up the first time, to which she playfully asked if he could blame her for being comfortable. He smiled and reminded her that they needed to get ready for the open house. Excitedly, she exclaimed that she would get to see him and formed a magic circle beneath her. With a cheerful goodbye, she teleported away, leaving Issei to sheepishly scratch his cheek, wishing she had waited for him to say goodbye. The rest of the morning followed the usual routine. Issei got ready and had breakfast with Asia before heading to school. They arrived in class and waited for the open house to begin. Issei's thoughts turned grim as he stared out the window, wondering if anyone would come to see him. As the open house started, the teacher passed around some clay. Families began to arrive, and Issei noticed a familiar pair, Azazel and Rainer. He thought to himself in surprise, questioning their presence. The teacher approached them, asking who they were there for. Rainer introduced herself as Yuma Hayadu and explained that they were there for Issei and Asia, claiming to be their cousins and uncle. The teacher then announced that the class would showcase their artistic talents with the clay, giving them 20 minutes to create whatever they wanted. Azazel pulled out a camera and started recording Asia, which made Issei wonder why he was only focusing on her. Drake chimed in, teasing Issei about how everyone seemed to prefer Asia. Issei tried to concentrate on his clay, pondering what to make. Suddenly he was interrupted by voices around him, admiring someone else's sculpture. He looked down and blushed, realizing he had unintentionally crafted a sculpture of serafall, capturing her curves perfectly. Drake laughed, and Issei wished for the ground to swallow him. After class, Issei, Asia, Rainer, and Azazel walked outside, discussing the sculpture. Asia complimented Issei on his work, and Rainer agreed. Azazel teased Issei about how well he knew serafall's curves, causing him to blush again. Just then, they heard a commotion as a crowd rushed toward the gym, and Issei's heart sank, fearing what was happening. He rushed toward the gym, bursting through the door to see flashes of cameras capturing a magical girl in cosplay, none other than serafall herself. Issei stared in disbelief, and Drake couldn't help but laugh at the situation. As he observed the scene, a blonde boy broke through the crowd, questioning serafall's attire. Issei sensed the boy was a devil, likely new to the area. Serafall pouted, expressing her desire to be a real magical girl, which only made Drake laugh harder. Sona entered the gym, immediately recognizing the chaos. Serafall joyfully declared she had found her sister, and Sona questioned her presence. Serafall playfully lamented that Sona hadn't informed her about the open house, claiming she had almost caused a scene out of frustration. Issei, wanting to defuse the situation, stepped in and told Serafall to leave Sona alone. Serafall ran into Issei's arms, exclaiming her affection for him, while Sona requested that he control her sister. Saji, a classmate, intervened, warning Issei not to disrespect Sona. Issei raised an eyebrow at Sona, who managed to calm down. Sona introduced Saji as her pawn and explained Issei's relationship with her, mentioning that he was a fallen angel. Saji reacted with surprise, questioning what a fallen angel was doing there. Sona urged Saji to calm down, explaining that Issei was stronger than everyone present, including her sister, serafall, one of the 4 devil kings. Saji stood there, his expression one of shock, unsure of what to say as Azazel, Rainer, and Asia entered with Rias, Serzex, and Graphia. Azazel called out to Issei, excitedly announcing that they had run into each other. Issei greeted Serzex and Graphia with a slight bow and smiled at Rias. Serzex explained that he had joined Azazel because he needed to speak with Issei about something important. Issei suggested they head to his place since the open house was nearly over and asked if his uncle would join them. Azazel declined, mentioning that he and Rainer had paperwork to attend to, and they began to walk away. Issei turned to Serzex, who nodded in agreement, and they set off. Issei gazed at Rias with a serious expression, prompting her to ask if something was wrong. He hesitated, then expressed his concern about Ghidorah Astaroth, urging her and her peerage to be cautious around him. Rias reassured him that they would defeat him, to which Issei responded with confidence in their abilities. Curious about what everyone was up to, Issei learned that their knights had gone on a date, which Rias said went well. Issei teased Kiba, who was blushing and trying to hide his embarrassment. Kaneko pointed out that Kiba had Zenovia's scent on him, leading to more playful teasing. Akino chimed in, surprising everyone, and Issei couldn't help but laugh. After a while, Issei mentioned he needed to talk to his uncle about some business and get home for dinner, as Irina and the others were waiting for him. He created a magic circle beneath him, ready to leave. Rias waved goodbye, and Issei smiled at Kiba, who yelled for him to leave already. In Azazel's apartment, Issei teleported into what looked like a gaming room, finding Azazel engrossed in a video game. Issei approached and playfully karate chopped him on the back of the head, causing Azazel to jump in surprise. Issei questioned whether Azazel had even gone to the Grigori, to which Azazel sheepishly admitted he had gotten sidetracked. Issei teased Azazel about what Aunt Penemu would think of his day spent gaming instead of working. Azazel, sensing the playful threat, tried to deflect, but Issei insisted he wanted answers. Azazel, realizing he was being blackmailed, begrudgingly agreed to answer Issei's questions. Issei inquired about Diodora Astaroth and why he was the first opponent against Rias. Azazel explained that the 4 Devil Kings suspected Diodora of being involved with the Cow's Brigade, and it was a strategic move to target Rias, the little sister of the current Lucifer. Issei understood the reasoning but wanted to know when Diodora might strike. Azazel warned that they suspected it could happen before the game even began and that he likely wouldn't be alone. Curious about the true Longinus, Issei asked for more information. Azazel admitted that no one had fully mastered it yet, so its capabilities remained unclear. Issei stood up, determined to find answers, and mentioned that Valley was looking into it. As he prepared to leave, Azazel asked where he was going. Issei explained that he needed to get home for dinner, as Irina would be upset if he was late. Just then, a magic circle appeared next to him, and out came Penemu. Issei greeted his aunt with a warm smile, expressing his apologies for leaving so soon. She reassured him that it was all right and encouraged him to visit more often. With a smirk, Issei mentioned that his uncle had been playing video games all day, which caused Azazel to react dramatically, exclaiming about the challenges she faced that day. Issei playfully wished his uncle good luck before teleporting home, the last thing he heard being Azazel's frustrated outcry. Upon arriving home, Issei was greeted by the enticing aroma of curry wafting through the air. He spotted Irina entering the living room from the kitchen and felt a wave of comfort. She welcomed him back just in time for dinner and gave him a quick kiss. Issei mentioned that he had some important matters to discuss over dinner, and as a small magic circle appeared near his ear, he answered Rainer's call, inviting her to join them. She agreed to come over shortly. Curious about their dinner plans, Issei asked Irina if they had enough food for Rainer. She assured him that they always prepared more than enough. As he made his way to the dining table, he noticed Zenobia setting it up. He greeted her and asked how she was doing. She replied that she was well and mentioned that she had seen her boyfriend briefly during lunch due to his duties. Issei expressed happiness for her, acknowledging that they both deserved joy. Just then, Rainer and Asia arrived through a magic circle. Issei greeted them, surprised to see Asia, who explained that she had been training with Rainer to improve her healing abilities. Rainer confirmed Asia's progress, and soon Irina announced that dinner was ready. With everyone eager to eat, Issei encouraged them to enjoy the meal before discussing their plans. After dinner, the group gathered to talk about their current situation. Rainer raised a concern about how to confront a potential threat. Issei explained that they would observe Rias's game for concrete evidence of the individual's involvement with the Cow's Brigade. If they found proof, they would either extract information or eliminate the threat, as it posed a danger to the devil community. The group nodded in understanding. Issei mentioned that he would be heading to the underworld to speak with Serzex and asked Asia to cover for him. She agreed without hesitation. Feeling tired, Issei decided to go to bed, asking Rainer if she would stay the night. She explained that she needed to return home to ensure her father attended the Grigori. After confirming their plans, she teleported away, and Issei bid goodnight to the girls before heading to his room. The next morning, Issei woke up to an empty bed and noticed the time was 9:30 a.m. He found a note from Irina, stating that she didn't want to wake him since he wasn't going to school and would return after school to prepare dinner with the girls. Feeling motivated, Issei decided it was a good time to get ready and wondered if he might see serafall in the underworld, as she had been busy lately. Upon arriving in the underworld, Issei approached a mansion and was greeted by a guard who asked for his business. Introducing himself, Issei requested to speak with Serzex. The guard recognized him and led him through the mansion to a set of large double doors, where Graphia awaited. She greeted him warmly, and he returned the sentiment with a slight bow. Inquiring if Serzex was available, Graphia informed him that Serzex and the other Devil Kings were currently in a meeting regarding recent events. Issei asked if he could interrupt, and Graphia, acknowledging his importance in the situation, agreed to let him in. After knocking on the door, Serzex invited him inside. As Issei entered, he noticed all 4 Devil Kings seated, with Serzex behind a desk. Their eyes met, and serafall smiled brightly at him, prompting him to smile back. Serzex welcomed Issei with warmth, eager to hear what he had to discuss. Serzex motioned for Issei to take a seat in the room. Issei sat down and addressed him, asking about the plan for his sister's raiding game. Serzex acknowledged that Azazel had filled Issei in on the details. As they discussed the situation, Serzex proposed sending Sarorg and his peerage to handle the impending threat. Issei glanced at Ajuka, who appeared distracted. Falbium noticed and inquired if everything was all right. Ajuka admitted it was difficult since Sarorg was his younger brother. Issei then made a suggestion, proposing that he and his peerage take on the task instead of Sarorg. Falbium asked why he thought that would be a good idea. Issei explained that if Diodora was behind everything, he would expect Sarorg to be sent, but if they went instead, it would catch him off guard. Serzex considered Issei's reasoning and asked if he was willing to take the risk, reminding him that his life could be in danger. Issei affirmed his commitment, stating that Rias was his friend and he wanted to ensure her safety. He also expressed his intention to keep Ajuka safe so he could face the consequences of his actions. Ajuka's expression shifted at Issei's words. Serzex agreed to Issei's plan and decided to conclude the meeting, mentioning he had other matters to attend to. They all nodded and stood up. Issei walked over to serafall, and they embraced warmly. Serafall expressed how much she missed Issei, and he suggested they go on a date since he had taken the day off. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she agreed and quickly teleported them away. In the human world, they arrived in an alleyway, and serafall enthusiastically announced their location. Issei looked around, realizing they were in Akihabara, surrounded by anime shops, and felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Draig, his dragon partner, laughed at his reaction. Determined to make the most of the day for serafall's sake, Issei asked what she wanted to do first. She suggested exploring shops and watching a movie. They entered a store where serafall browsed for collectibles, and Issei spotted a mini statue of Jiraiya from Naruto, reflecting on the series he had recently finished. Once serafall decided on her purchases, they headed to the counter and left the store. After watching the movie, Weathering with You, serafall had tears in her eyes, moved by its beauty. Issei agreed that it was a fantastic film and suggested they head home for dinner with the rest of their friends. Serafall eagerly agreed, and they teleported to Issei's house. Upon arriving in the living room, they found Kiba and Zenobia watching a movie. Kiba stood and bowed respectfully to serafall, who requested that he treat her like everyone else in informal settings. Issei asked where Irina and Asia were, and Zenobia informed him they were in the kitchen, finishing dinner. He called for them, and they soon emerged, excited to see serafall again. They exchanged warm greetings and hugs, filling the room with joy. Issei smiled at the scene, appreciating the camaraderie among friends. They all enjoyed board and card games together, with Kiba staying late as their Monopoly games stretched into the early hours of the morning, savoring their time together before the challenges ahead. The next morning, Issei awoke to find both serafall and Irina beside him. It was the weekend, allowing him to relish the moment with the two people he cherished. Draig reminded him to enjoy the peaceful times, as they wouldn't last forever, especially with the upcoming raiding game looming over them. Issei acknowledged the seriousness of the situation but tried to remain optimistic. Draig warned him not to underestimate the true Longinus, reminding him of its significance. Issei hoped Valor would provide more information soon, aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Their conversation was interrupted as serafall stirred awake, greeting Issei with a yawn. He returned her greeting with a quick kiss, and she asked if Irina was awake yet. Issei glanced to his left and noticed Irina still asleep. He turned back to serafall and acknowledged her presence. Serafall smiled and placed her hand on his cheek, sharing a tender kiss that lasted for a few moments before they broke apart. She looked into his eyes and expressed her love for him, to which he reciprocated just as Irina began to stir awake. Irina yawned and greeted them with a cheerful, "Good morning." They both responded in unison, welcoming her to the day. As she rubbed her eyes, she inquired about what they had been discussing. Serafall explained that they were talking about some upcoming events. Irina's curiosity piqued when Serafall mentioned a meeting regarding the raiding games and a potential meeting with the yokai faction in Kyoto. Issei chimed in, recalling that they had a field trip planned to Kyoto shortly after the tournament. Irina confirmed this, and Serafall expressed her hope to see them there, though Issei noted that her official duties might keep her busy. As they prepared to head to breakfast, Issei caught a whiff of something delicious. He suggested they eat and start their day. Just as they exited the hallway, they were greeted by a familiar voice. Great Red and Ophis were lounging on the couch, and Issei rushed over to embrace them. They exchanged pleasantries, and Serafall and Irina greeted them warmly, acknowledging their bond as family. Ophis brought up the topic of the true Longinus, revealing that she had heard about Issei's interest from Albion. Issei confirmed his curiosity but was reminded by Ophis to be cautious, as the true Longinus, if mastered, could still pose a threat to him. After a brief silence, Asia emerged from the kitchen, announcing that breakfast was ready. She greeted Issei with a smile, and he returned the gesture. When he asked about Kiba and Zenobia, Asia explained that they had gone out for breakfast together before Kiba's training session with Rias and her peerage. Issei mentioned that he might join Kiba for training as well. After breakfast, as Great Red and Ophis prepared to leave, Ophis had a warning for Issei regarding the Cow's Brigade. She conveyed that there were unsettling rumors about some members who could be formidable opponents. Issei took her warning seriously, acknowledging the need for caution. With a tear in the dimension, Great Red prepared to depart, reminding Issei that they would visit again. Issei bid them farewell, and Serafall announced her own departure to attend to her duties. He encouraged Asia to continue her training, knowing they would need her at her best for the challenges ahead. Irina asked what their plans were next, and Issei informed her that they were going to help Rias train for her upcoming game. He conjured a magic circle beneath them, and they teleported to the Orc Club room. Upon arrival, Issei noticed Rias and heard the sound of crying. He turned to see Rosweiss on the couch, visibly upset. Rias explained that Odin had left her there, prompting Issei to approach Rosweiss and offer comfort. He guessed that Odin had gotten distracted, and Rosweiss confirmed his suspicion with a nod. Rias then shifted the conversation back to training, asking Issei about Kiba and Zenobia. Issei sighed and prepared to summon them, snapping his fingers to create a magic circle. As it activated, Kiba and Zenobia appeared, caught in a moment of intimacy. Irina observed the group with an amused smirk, noting their late arrival. The two individuals quickly separated, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Issei addressed Kiba, reminding him to be punctual despite his feelings. Rias, along with Kaneko and Gasper, chuckled from the couch. With the pleasantries aside, Issei suggested they begin their training. He asked Irina to transport everyone to a remote area, to which she eagerly agreed, creating a large magic circle on the floor. As she gestured for everyone to step into the circle, they complied, and in an instant, they were teleported to a mountain area. Upon arrival, the group took in the beautiful scenery of the expansive field. Issei pointed out that the field was 2 miles wide and instructed Kiba and Zenobia to run 8 laps around it, causing them to pale at the daunting task. He added that Irina would assist them further. With a wave of her hand, Irina summoned weighted vests that appeared on the couple, explaining that the vests added 20 pounds and would increase in weight with each completed lap. If they stopped for more than 10 seconds, they would have to start over. As the couple began their run, Issei turned to the rest of the group, announcing that they would spar with him. Rias questioned if it would be all of them, but Issei clarified it would only be her peerage. He encouraged them to come at him, and Kaneko, transforming with her tails and ears, charged at him. Issei was impressed by her determination, noting her willingness to push her limits. As Kaneko attempted a powerful kick, Issei caught her ankle, surprising her. He admired her use of senjutsu from the start and tossed her aside. She quickly regrouped and charged again, while Issei reminded Gasper that without training, his sacred gear would be ineffective against opponents of his caliber. Rias and Aquino then joined the fray, both summoning magic circles. Issei anticipated their moves and cancelled Aquino's magic, prompting a surprised reaction from her. Rias launched an orb of destruction at him, but he caught and crushed it, explaining that she was diluting its power by adding too much magic. Once they gathered around him, Issei began to offer advice. He encouraged Rias to focus on her destruction magic, noting that her peerage consisted mainly of magic users. He praised Aquino's strength but advised her to work on her timing. Gasper expressed his determination to improve his sacred gear, while Issei commended Kaneko for her performance, recognizing her understanding of her opponent's weaknesses. Just then, a blue magic circle appeared, and Valley along with Kuroka emerged. The group instinctively took a defensive stance, but Issei reassured them that Valley was an ally. Kaneko rushed to Kuroka, and they embraced warmly. Issei asked Kuroka if she could assist Kaneko with her senjutsu training, to which she readily agreed. They set off to find a nearby lake for their training. Issei turned to Valley, inquiring about his visit. Valley mentioned he was there on business but would be up for a spar another time. Issei then addressed Rias and her peerage, instructing them to run laps with Kiba and Zenobia to build endurance, but with only 3 laps and without the weighted vests. As the group began their laps, Rosweiss, feeling overlooked, expressed her sadness. Issei, realizing he had neglected her, contemplated adding her to his peerage, considering her potential. He had forgotten she was there, and that was why she was crying, Drake noted. Issei acknowledged the situation, saying he understood. He then informed Rosweiss that he needed to speak with Valley briefly but would return to talk to her afterward. She responded with a hesitant agreement. He instructed her to stay with Irina while he and Valley headed toward the lake where Kaneko and Kuroka were meditating under a waterfall. Upon reaching the lake, Issei observed Kuroka and Kaneko engaged in senjutsu training. He expressed interest in trying it himself, to which Valley remarked that Issei was already powerful enough. Issei shifted the conversation, asking what Valley had discovered about the true Longinus. Valley explained that the owner was someone named Chow Chow, who was affiliated with the Cow's Brigade. Issei's eyes widened slightly at this revelation. Valley continued, explaining that there were multiple factions within the Cow's Brigade, and Chow Chow belonged to what was known as the Hero faction. This information had been gathered from a captive they had managed to interrogate. Issei realized he needed to discuss this with Surzex and the others. Valley then asked if Issei wanted to join the fight against Chow Chow, though he couldn't guarantee a chance to confront him. Valley's instincts suggested he would have an opportunity, and Issei promised to keep him updated on any information he uncovered. Valley decided to leave Kuroka at the lake, instructing her to find him when she was done. Issei nodded, recalling that he still needed to speak with Rosweiss, and made his way back to the group. Upon returning, he found everyone had completed their laps, with Zenobia and Kiba lying on the ground, gasping for air. Issei admitted he hadn't expected them to finish on the first attempt, receiving playful gestures in response. He chuckled and turned to Rosweiss, asking about her plans moving forward. Rosweiss expressed a desire to return to Asgard, mentioning that this wasn't the first time such a situation had arisen. Issei then proposed that she stay with them. When she inquired about what that would entail, he revealed a magic circle that summoned a black box. He offered her a place in his peerage, believing her knowledge of Norse offensive magic would make her an excellent rook. He explained that joining would mean she would be reincarnated as a fallen, leaving the decision up to her. Irina encouraged Rosweiss, assuring her that the other peerage members were friendly and that they would have a great time together. After considering the offer, Rosweiss agreed but asked about her financial situation. Issei suggested he could speak to Sona about a teaching position, and he would also cover her needs as a peerage member. Rosweiss stepped forward, requesting to become his rook, and Issei nodded, retrieving the rook piece. He invoked a chant, calling upon Rosweiss to serve as his rook, and as he completed the incantation, the piece embedded itself in her chest, filling her with power. She expressed her exhilaration, feeling significantly stronger. Issei encouraged her to reveal her wings, explaining how to do so. Following his instructions, she focused and 10 fallen wings emerged. Issei celebrated this new development, noting her impressive strength. Rias asked if he had anticipated her power, and Issei explained that during his training in Asgard, Rosweiss had been the most powerful Valkyrie, so he was not surprised by her abilities. As Rosweiss retracted her wings, Issei redirected the group back to training, a smile on his face. The group paled at the thought of more rigorous training, aware of Issei's intense approach. They spent the remainder of the day training, and at the end of it, Kuroka returned to Valor. Back home, since Rosweiss had no place to stay, Issei offered her his bed while he took the couch. After some debate, she reluctantly accepted. Later that night, as Issei lay on the couch, he reflected on the day's events, thinking it had been quite eventful. Drake agreed, finding humor in how Issei had trained the Gremry group. Issei felt they had potential and needed more training. He contemplated the upcoming raiding game and decided to lend Zenobia and Asia to Rosweiss, believing it would help her situation. He planned to discuss this with her the following day, but for now, he needed rest. As he yawned, he wished Drake good night and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Issei awoke to the smell of food being prepared, realizing he was still on the couch. He remembered Rosweiss' presence and thought about discussing a larger living arrangement with his uncle. Sitting up and stretching, he was greeted by Asia, who cheerfully wished him good morning. Issei apologized for not being able to talk much the previous day and asked how her training was going. She replied that it was progressing well, and Issei felt pleased as he stood up and walked toward her. Issei expressed his pride in Asia, encouraging her to keep up the good work as he gently patted her head. Rosweiss entered the room, greeting both Asia and Issei with a cheerful, good morning. Issei, maintaining a serious demeanor, requested that she simply call him Issei when they weren't in a formal setting. Rosweiss explained that in Asgard, respect for superiors was ingrained from a young age. As Issei took a seat at the table, he asked Rosweiss how she had slept. She replied that she had slept very well, smiling as she joined him. Zenobia arrived shortly after, greeting everyone at the table. Issei inquired about Irina's whereabouts, to which Zenobia responded that Irina was still asleep, as usual. Issei chuckled, acknowledging that this was typical of her. Breakfast was a pleasant affair, with Asia having prepared the meal while Rosweiss set the table. Just as they finished, Irina entered the dining room, yawning and greeting everyone. Issei teased her about finally waking up, to which she playfully defended herself, saying it was difficult to sleep next to him the previous night. He urged her to join them for breakfast, and they continued to eat in a comfortable silence. After breakfast, Issei broke the quiet, sharing his plans for the day. He needed to visit his uncle and discuss getting Rosweiss on staff with Sona, then he would catch up with them at school. Rosweiss agreed to accompany him, and with a flick of her magic, she transformed into her business suit. Issei, slightly annoyed by her continued use of Sama, led her to a magic circle large enough for both of them. The girls waved goodbye, and Issei made a light-hearted request to Zenobia to keep her hands off Kiba during class. In a flash, Issei and Rosweiss arrived at Azazel's apartment, where they heard Rainer's voice from the kitchen. Issei introduced Rosweiss as a new addition to their group, and she politely bowed to Rainer. The atmosphere shifted when Azazel entered the living room, teasing Issei about a previous incident. Issei defended himself, claiming it wasn't that bad, but Azazel's expression indicated otherwise. Rainer reminded them of Rosweiss' presence, prompting Issei to introduce her properly. Azazel acknowledged her as Odin's former Valkyrie, and Rosweiss responded quietly, revealing her discomfort. Azazel, realizing he had touched on a sensitive topic, introduced himself and confirmed his role as the leader of the fallen angels. Issei explained that Rosweiss had nowhere to stay since Odin had left her there, and he asked Azazel if he could help find a larger place for everyone. Azazel agreed to assist, assuring Issei that the arrangements would be made by the time he returned from school. With gratitude, Issei nodded and prepared to leave with Rosweiss. They teleported to the student council office, where Sona was seated at her desk. She sighed, anticipating Issei's request. He protested her tone, but Sona reminded him that he always needed something when he appeared. Issei explained that Rosweiss was his new rook but was too old to be a student, asking if she could help get her onto the staff. She looked at him and sighed, acknowledging the situation. Sona informed him that Rosweiss would be the homeroom teacher, expressing her gratitude that his relationship with her sister had eased her concerns. Issei thanked Sona and glanced at Rosweiss. He encouraged her to teleport back home, assuring her they would return after school. Rosweiss responded affirmatively and began to create a magic circle. Sona called out to her before she left, confirming that arrangements would be made for her to start after Rias's raiding game. Rosweiss expressed her gratitude and bowed before departing. Issei then headed to class, thanking Sona for her help. She yelled after him, asking him to stop calling her that. After school, Issei and the three girls arrived at the Orc Club room, where everyone was gathered. Rias greeted Issei and asked how he was. He replied that he was good and had decided to help her during the game. Rias looked confused and inquired how he planned to do that. Issei explained that he would lend her Zenobia and Asia for the game. Rias was surprised and excited, thanking him for his support. Issei thought about how it would also make it easier for him to reach her if anything went wrong. Rias smiled, mentioning that the game was this weekend, and they would see each other there. Issei waved goodbye as he left. When Issei and the girls returned home, they were surprised to find it had been transformed into a large two-story house. Issei reflected on how his uncle had completed the remodeling in time for their return. Irina asked what had happened to their home, and Issei explained that he had requested the changes to accommodate everyone, especially since Rosweiss would be staying with them. Asia expressed her love for the new house, and Zenobia agreed as they entered to explore. They discovered 6 rooms, a spacious backyard, and a kitchen equipped with top-of-the-line appliances. Rosweiss greeted them, and Issei suggested they relax and wait for the games to begin, smirking at the thought of the upcoming events. The rest of the day was spent preparing dinner and enjoying each other's company. On the day of the raiding game, Issei was awake and ready in the living room, where they were making last-minute preparations. He had even invited Rainier to join them. Issei reminded everyone that they expected Diodora to pull something during the game and instructed Zenobia and Asia not to reveal that they were aware of the plan, as it was Surzek's and Azazel's idea. He wanted to protect Rias's perception of them. The girls nodded in agreement, and everyone headed to the kitchen for drinks, leaving only Asia and Issei behind. He turned to Asia and suggested they spend a day together after the game, a sibling outing. Asia beamed at the idea and agreed enthusiastically. Issei patted her head and encouraged her to do her best for Rias. When the others returned, he asked if they were ready. They all nodded, and he created a magic circle large enough for everyone before they teleported to the Orc. Upon arrival, Rias welcomed Issei and informed him they would soon be teleported to the arena for the raiding game. Issei introduced Zenobia and Asia, asking Rias to take good care of them. She promised to do so and thanked him for his help. Issei mentioned that he and the others needed to meet with the Devil Kings and Azazel to watch the game. Rias sent her regards to Issei's brother before he made another magic circle and departed. In the underworld, Issei and the others entered a spacious room with a large screen, where many were gathered. Issei spotted Surzek and Azazel conversing and made his way toward them, but was interrupted by Serafall, who ran up to him and expressed how much she had missed him, giving him a kiss. Issei returned the gesture, and they broke apart. Serafall greeted the others warmly, hugging Rosweiss, Irina, and Rainier. Rainier addressed her formally, but Serafall insisted she could call her Sarachan, as she considered all of Issei's friends family. Rosweiss, recognizing her Asgard traditions, hesitated but was reassured by Serafall's cheerful demeanor. Irina joined in, expressing her happiness at seeing Serafall again. Issei then mentioned he needed to speak with Surzek and Azazel, and Serafall encouraged him to go ahead. Issei nodded as he approached the two. Surzek greeted him with an outstretched hand, expressing his pleasure at seeing Issei. Issei reciprocated the gesture, shaking Surzek's hand firmly. He then inquired about the likelihood of their opponent taking action. Azazel responded confidently, indicating that his instincts suggested a certainty of 100%. Issei explained that he had allowed Rias to borrow Asia and Zenobia, ensuring he could reach them regardless of any communication barriers. Serafall praised Issei's foresight, acknowledging his ability to stay one step ahead. Issei remarked that in their line of work, such preparedness was essential. Azazel agreed, affirming Issei's point. Grafia approached the trio, asking if she should teleport everyone. Serafall confirmed, and Grafia nodded respectfully before departing. Moments later, the intercom activated, and the screen lit up. Grafia's voice announced herself as the referee and announcer for the upcoming match between Lady Rias Gremory and Sir Ghidorah Astroth, declaring both sides ready and signaling the start of the game. However, after the announcement, a buzzer sounded, yet nothing appeared on the screen. Serafall voiced his confusion, wondering what was happening when Issei suddenly felt a surge of power within him. He sensed that something was wrong and declared that they were in trouble, conjuring a magic circle beneath himself. Irina and the other girls approached, expressing their intent to accompany him. Issei reassured them, instructing them to stay behind and assist Serafall and Serafall if needed. He smiled, promising to return, and then departed. Rias and her peerage, along with 2 others, teleported to a mountainous area featuring a castle. Rias looked around, puzzled, and wondered if this was part of the raiding game. Zenobia questioned the same, but Kiba sensed something was off and summoned his sword, expressing his unease. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky, confirming their suspicions as multiple magic circles appeared above them. Rias warned everyone to prepare for battle as they all took their stances. The voice declared that it would take someone, and Diodora materialized in a magic circle behind Asia, whisking her away. Zenobia, filled with rage, shouted for Asia as the magicians began their assault. Summoning Durandal, she spread her wings and took flight, determined to cut down the attackers one by one. Her cries for Asia echoed as she unleashed her fury. Kiba, worried for his girlfriend, urged everyone to help Zenobia. Just then, a magic circle appeared behind them, and Issei emerged, surveying the chaotic scene. He turned to Rias, seeking an explanation. She informed him that they had been transported unexpectedly and that Diodora had taken Asia. Issei's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, emanating a fierce aura that sent shivers through those around him. He vowed that Diodora would pay for his actions against his family, his eyes glowing with determination. To be continued. Issei stood with his fists clenched, his anger palpable. He noticed Zenobia descending toward him, her expression a mix of fury and sorrow as she revealed that Asia had been taken. The sight of Issei's glowing eyes confirmed her fears. He was furious. Issei glanced upward, spotting a multitude of magicians in the air, then turned back to Zenobia. He declared his intent to rescue Asia and issued his first official order to her as king. Zenobia, understanding the gravity of the situation, knelt before him, ready to follow his command. Issei then addressed Kiba, apologizing for what he was about to witness. Kiba, sensing the seriousness in Issei's demeanor, was taken aback. Issei instructed Zenobia to leave no survivors, and she accepted the command with resolve. With a powerful leap, she took flight, leaving a crater in her wake. Issei turned to the rest of the Gremory peerage, offering them a choice: join him or witness the impending chaos. Rias and the others chose to accompany him, while Kiba decided to stay back in case Zenobia needed assistance. As Zenobia soared through the air, she moved with such speed that the magicians struggled to keep up. With a fierce battle cry, she swung her sword, taking down one magician after another. The ground below Kiba was littered with fallen foes, and he watched in awe as Zenobia unleashed her fury. She created barriers to shield herself from incoming attacks and, with a powerful strike, sent a wave of magic that obliterated her enemies. Zenobia continued her relentless assault, dodging attacks and retaliating with precision. She crafted a light spear and dispatched another magician before turning her attention to the remaining foes. As she sealed off their escape route, she declared that there would be no survivors. One by one, she eliminated the last of the magicians, her determination unwavering. When the battle concluded, Zenobia landed, her form covered in the remnants of the fight. She stowed Durandal away and surveyed the battlefield, feeling a mix of triumph and remorse. Approaching Kiba, she expressed her fears that he might hate her for what she had done. Kiba reassured her, explaining that she had acted to protect her family and that he would have done the same. Zenobia was taken aback by his words, realizing the depth of his feelings for her. She placed her hand on his face, and in that moment, they both acknowledged their love for one another. However, their moment was interrupted by a sudden surge of power, prompting them to call out for Issei. Issei and the others had just reached the castle when they were confronted by Diodora's peerage inside. It was a group comprised entirely of women. One of them declared that they would not allow anyone to reach their master, who had plans for the former nun. Issei's anger flared, and deciding that he would not waste energy on them, he snapped his fingers. A magic circle appeared, and out came Irina, Rainier, and Rosweiss. Irina noticed the look in his eyes and gasped in surprise. Issei informed them that Diodora had taken Asia, his voice filled with barely contained rage. Rias observed the scene, worried about Issei's next move. She understood that when he was angry, mercy was not an option. He addressed Rainier and Rosweiss, who both wore serious expressions, ready for his orders. Issei announced his intention to confront Diodora, taking Irina with him, and instructed the others to deal with the peerage without mercy. As he started walking toward the next door with Irina and the others, one of the girls shouted for them to stop. In response, Rainier swiftly dispatched her with a light spear. She warned the remaining girls that they should seek forgiveness from whatever gods they believed in as she and Rosweiss spread their wings. Fear gripped the girls as they realized they were facing formidable opponents. Issei and his group made their way to the throne room, where they heard the screams of the other peerage. Upon entering, they were met with applause from Diodora, who congratulated them for making it this far, an outcome he had not anticipated. Issei's gaze fell upon Asia, who was tied to an altar by chains. He demanded that Diodora release her, his voice trembling with rage. Diodora smirked, refusing to comply, claiming he still had plans for her. Issei ordered Irina to rescue Asia while he dealt with Diodora. As Irina rushed toward Asia, Issei noticed Diodora forming a magic circle aimed at her. He snapped his fingers, shattering the circle like glass. Diodora was taken aback, furious at the disruption. He stood up, demanding to know who dared to challenge him. Issei retorted with disdain, mocking Diodora's self-proclaimed superiority. In an instant he appeared before Diodora, forming a light spear and striking it into his knee. Diodora cried out in pain. Issei declared that this was for putting his hands on Asia and for betraying the alliance. Then he created another light spear and struck Diodora's other knee. The Grammary peerage winced at the sounds of pain, except for one hybrid queen who seemed to revel in it. Standing over Diodora, Issei formed a sword of light and held it to the back of his neck, stating that the punishment for his crimes was death. Diodora simply told him to proceed. Issei complied, bringing the sword down decisively. With Diodora defeated, Issei turned to face the others, only to be rushed into a hug by Asia, who expressed her joy at being rescued. He reassured her that he would always protect her. As they broke the embrace, Issei urged everyone to gather the others. However, when he turned back, he saw Asia lingering, taking one last look at Diodora, the very reason she had been excommunicated from the church years ago. Suddenly, she was enveloped in a blinding light, followed by a loud explosion, and when the smoke cleared, she was gone. Issei's heart sank as he called out for Asia, tears welling in his eyes. Rias expressed her concern for him. A voice then echoed, mocking Issei's despair, claiming that Asia was gone from this realm forever. A man with orange hair covering one eye appeared, introducing himself as Shalba Beelzebub, stating he would be Issei's executioner that day. Issei, consumed by grief and rage, demanded to know what had happened to Asia. Shalba smirked, confirming that she would never be seen again. Issei stood there, his hair shadowing his eyes, trembling with fury. Drake then spoke, warning Irina and Rias that they needed to evacuate. He explained that Issei's rage was triggering an angelic overdrive, an event that had never occurred before. Irina urged everyone to leave immediately. That form is too powerful for us to handle, we'll be in serious trouble if we stay, Irina thought, and everyone nodded as they hurried outside. Draig's voice echoed with fury, declaring that Shalba, the one who called himself a devil, had made a grave mistake and would pay for it. A powerful presence began to awaken, proclaiming itself as the heavenly dragon who had returned the principles of domination to God. It held the principles of the infinite high and prayed to the dream, announcing itself as the heavenly dragon of domination, ready to show the way to crimson heaven. With a surge of energy, Issei unleashed the heavenly dragon angelic overdrive. Shalba trembled at the overwhelming power radiating from Issei. In disbelief, he shouted out, questioning what Issei was. The response was a mix of Draig and Issei's voices, declaring that he was Shalba's executioner. In an instant, Issei appeared before Shalba and struck him in the stomach, causing him to cough violently. Grabbing one of Shalba's arms, Issei kicked him through the roof with such force that the arm came clean off. Outside, everyone regrouped with Kiba and Zenobia. Irina explained that Shalba had made Asia disappear, triggering Issei's angelic overdrive in a fit of rage. Zenovia's eyes widened, and she fell to her knees, overwhelmed by the loss of her friend. Just then, a magic circle appeared, and Serzex, Azazel, and Serafall emerged. They sensed Issei's power from afar and inquired about what had happened. Irina recounted the events, and Serafall began to cry as they heard a distant scream of pain. They turned to see Shalba hit the ground, missing an arm. "You will pay for that," Shalba growled, forming a magic circle with his remaining arm. But as Issei stood before him, he snapped his fingers, shattering the circle. Shalba's shock was palpable as Issei formed another sword of light and severed Shalba's other arm. The pain echoed in Shalba's scream as he writhed in agony. Issei seized Shalba by the hair and swung his sword, delivering a decisive blow. He stood there, pulling forth his power, but Serzex noted the danger of Issei remaining in that form after defeating Shalba. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension, suggesting they might help. Everyone turned to see Ophis and Great Red, with Great Red carrying Asia in a bridal style. They explained that they had found Asia in the dimensional gap and assured everyone she was merely unconscious and would be fine. Ophis wrapped her arms around Issei from behind, urging him to calm down, while Great Red appeared before him with Asia. Issei's eyes widened in relief as tears filled them. "Asia," he murmured, overwhelmed with emotion. Great Red reassured him that she was safe, just tired, and as Issei's armor shattered away, he returned to his normal state. "I'm sorry, everyone," Issei said, feeling remorseful. Ophis comforted him, stating there was no need to apologize, and suggested they reunite with their friends. Issei nodded, and they joined the others. Serafall and Irina rushed to hug him, relieved he was all right. Meanwhile, Asia began to wake, and Zenobia rushed to embrace her, expressing her fear of losing one of her best friends. "It's okay, I'm fine now," Asia reassured her. Issei approached and hugged Asia, expressing his happiness at her safety. Great Red, with a hint of sarcasm, joked about Issei's lack of action, only to receive a playful karate chop from Ophis. Laughter filled the air as Great Red announced they would check on Issei and Asia in a few days before tearing a rift in the dimension and departing. Curious about the events that unfolded, Issei asked Serzex and Azazel what had happened to them. Azazel recounted their encounter with Cruzery Asmodeus, humorously noting that Serzex had easily defeated him. Issei deadpanned at his uncle's laid-back attitude and then turned to Serafall, checking on her well-being. She confidently assured him she was tough, and he smiled in response. Issei apologized to Zenobia for putting her in a difficult position, but she reassured him it was a good way to relieve stress. He also expressed his apologies to Rainier and Rosweiss, who found some enjoyment in their teamwork. With a yawn, Issei declared he was tired and wanted to rest. He conjured a large magic circle for himself and his peerage. He invited Kiba to join them for the night, and after receiving Rias's encouragement, Kiba happily accepted. As they prepared to leave, Issei bid farewell to Rias, and with that, they vanished into the magic circle. The next morning, Issei woke up feeling sore from the previous day's events. He reflected on how he might have overdone it, and Draig's sarcastic voice chimed in, reminding him that triggering the angelic overdrive in pure rage was a normal occurrence. Issei acknowledged the concern for his friends and noticed that Irina and serafall were still asleep beside him. Relieved to be free, he got out of bed, dressed in basketball shorts and a t-shirt, and made his way downstairs. As he walked down the stairs, Issei noticed the enticing scent of food wafting through the air. Entering the dining room, he saw Asia in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for everyone. She smiled brightly at him, greeting him with enthusiasm. Issei returned her smile, feeling grateful to have her home and safe. He proposed a sibling day out, and Asia's excitement was palpable as she eagerly accepted. Issei decided to plan their day while she finished breakfast, settling onto the couch with his phone. He thought about purchasing tickets to Disneyland in Tokyo and soon secured 2 for their outing. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt a pair of arms wrap around him. Serafall, with a playful pout, expressed her disappointment at waking up without him. Issei chuckled lightly, teasing her about her and Irina's deep sleep. Serafall turned away, feigning annoyance, but he found her cute even in her irritation. Irina, still rubbing her eyes, greeted them both with a sleepy smile. Issei walked over to her, giving her a gentle kiss on the cheek. Serafall echoed his greeting, and Irina, curious, asked what they were discussing. Issei playfully mentioned how both she and Serafall slept like rocks, causing Irina to blush, unable to respond as Kiba and Zenobia joined them. Kiba thanked Issei for letting him stay the night, and Issei welcomed him, noting that Zenobia loved having him around. As breakfast was announced, everyone moved toward the table. Issei turned to see Rosweiss approaching, greeting him formally. He insisted she could just call him Issei, but she playfully refused, smirking as she walked past him. Once seated, Issei inquired about everyone's plans for the day. Zenobia mentioned she and Kiba were going to see a movie and shop for outfits for their upcoming school trip to Kyoto. Rosweiss confirmed she would be a chaperone for the trip, and Issei noted that it seemed everyone would be going. Asia expressed her excitement, while serafall mentioned she would be meeting with the yokai faction about peace, a rare opportunity. Issei shared that he had promised Asia a date together, wanting to keep their plans a surprise. Rosweiss mentioned her training session with Rainier, which piqued Issei's interest. Irina, feeling left out, exclaimed her frustration at having no plans. Serafall quickly invited her to accompany her to meetings, which Irina happily accepted, looking forward to the chance to spend time together. They enjoyed breakfast in a comfortable atmosphere, filled with light chatter. As they prepared to leave, everyone donned casual clothing except for Irina and Serafall, who were dressed for their meetings. Issei announced their departure, creating a magic circle beneath him and Asia, and they were off. In an empty alley, Asia looked around, confused about their location. Issei explained that they needed to take a bus to reach their destination, as he couldn't teleport them directly. As they exited the alley, Asia realized they were no longer in Kuo. Issei welcomed her to Tokyo, and they made their way to the bus stop. The bus ride was peaceful, filled with conversation until Asia began to recognize their destination. When they arrived at Disneyland Tokyo, Issei joyfully announced their arrival, and Asia's excitement overflowed as she hugged him tightly. He reassured her that they deserved a day away from their recent challenges. As they entered the park, Issei asked Asia what she wanted to do first. Overwhelmed by the options, she studied the map intently. Issei suggested starting on the left side of the park and working their way around, to which Asia eagerly agreed. For the next few hours, they explored the park, enjoying every ride. Issei's favorite was the Indiana Jones ride, while Asia loved Pirates of the Caribbean. As they approached Splash Mountain, Issei spotted familiar silver and black hair nearby and walked over, smirking as he remarked on the irony of their meeting in such a place. One day without running into anyone, was that too much to ask for? Valley expressed his frustration loudly. Kuroka greeted Issei, and he stepped aside to introduce Asia. He said that Asia was his sister and introduced Kuroka as Kaniko's sister and Valley as the White Dragon Emperor. Valley, taken aback, reacted with surprise, which made Issei laugh. Issei reassured Asia that Valley was just joking and introduced him properly. Asia bowed politely, expressing her pleasure in meeting them. Kuroka returned the sentiment with a slight bow, and Valley echoed the same. Issei pointed out Kuroka's ability to hide her ears and tails, which she confirmed, mentioning that she preferred not having them out. When Issei asked why she kept them hidden, Kuroka teased that Valley liked it, causing both her and Issei to laugh, leaving Valley blushing. Valley, eager to change the subject, asked if they were going to ride Splash Mountain. Kuroka confirmed they were, and as she was being pulled away by Valley, she wished Issei and Asia well. Asia happily agreed to continue their day, and they spent the entire time at the theme park, returning home on the last bus, both wearing Mickey caps. Asia thanked Issei for the fun day, and he acknowledged that they hadn't had a chance to spend time together like this in a long while. He patted her head and asked if she was ready to go home. She responded affirmatively, and with a magic circle, they vanished. Back home, Issei and Asia teleported into the living room, where Zenobia and Rosweiss were lounging on the couch. Issei inquired about their day, and Rosweiss shared that training with Rainier had been enjoyable. Zenobia smiled, saying she had a good day with Kiba. Issei teased them about their fun, prompting confusion from Zenobia. He explained that he could still smell Kiba's scent on her, revealing his dragon heritage by extending his wings. Zenobia blushed, and Rosweiss playfully asked how it had gone, which made Zenobia flustered. In embarrassment, she dashed to her room, leaving the others to laugh at the couple's antics. Their laughter was interrupted by a purple magic circle that revealed Irina, looking exhausted. She greeted them tiredly and quickly noticed the Mickey caps. Upset, she exclaimed that they had gone to Disney without her, tears welling in her eyes. Issei chuckled and promised to take her after their trip to Kyoto. Since it was too late to cook, Issei suggested ordering pizza and relaxing for the night. Everyone agreed, and they spent the evening watching movies and enjoying their meal until they decided to call it a night and went to sleep. A week had passed since the ordeal with Diodora in the underworld, and Issei woke up excited for school, knowing they would leave for Kyoto the next day. However, he found himself unable to get up due to Irina sleeping on his chest. He loved her, but he didn't want to be late. He tried to wake her gently, but she only mumbled for 5 more minutes. Draig, his dragon partner, found Issei's morning struggle amusing. Issei sarcastically thanked Draig for the help, realizing he would have to take matters into his own hands. He shook Irina again, but she remained unresponsive. Determined, he decided on a more forceful approach, charging up some lightning magic. With a quick zap, Irina shot off the bed and landed on the floor, startled. Issei explained that he had tried to wake her gently, but she only responded to a rude awakening. He stood up and headed to the bathroom. Downstairs, everyone was already at the table eating breakfast. Asia greeted Issei and asked about his plans for the day. He mentioned he needed to stop by Azazel's place after school. Asia shared that Rias had asked her to teach Akino some healing magic, explaining that she was proficient in it beyond just using her sacred gear. Issei found it interesting and continued eating. Irina mentioned that Sarah wanted her to keep her company while she worked on paperwork. Issei commented that it sounded boring, but Irina smiled, saying that talking to Sarah made it enjoyable. They finished breakfast in a comfortable silence and headed to school. After school, Issei decided to walk Asia to the club room, accompanied by Zenobia, who wanted to see Kiba. Rosweiss had teacher duties that day, and Irina had already left to be with serafall. They approached the Orc club room, and Issei knocked on the door. "Come in," Rias called from the other side, and they all entered. Rias smiled as she greeted them. She was pleased to see Issei and Zenobia. Issei explained that he had decided to walk Asia over before checking in with his uncle, while Zenobia expressed her interest in seeing Kiba. Rias informed them that they didn't have much planned for the day since Kiba's trip to Kyoto was tomorrow, allowing him some free time. Issei bid farewell to the girls, reminding them to get home safely, and then he created a magic circle beneath him to leave. In Azazel's apartment, Issei teleported in to find Azazel once again engrossed in a game of Smash Brothers. Issei pointed out that Azazel eventually needed to go to work, to which Azazel sarcastically replied that Issei should mind his own business. Azazel then asked what Issei wanted, turning off his gaming system. Issei reminded him that he was the one who had been summoned. Azazel rummaged through his desk drawers, finally pulling out a couple of sheets of paper and handing them to Issei. Issei inquired about the papers, and Azazel explained that they were essential for their trip to Kyoto. He described Kyoto as part of the yokai faction and noted that the biblical factions and yokai had a complicated relationship, requiring these papers to access their shrine. He provided one for each member of Issei's peerage for their entry. Issei acknowledged that the papers would be useful during their visit. Azazel then cautioned him to be careful, mentioning that the Cow's brigade might be on the move. Issei assured him he would keep that in mind. Just as he was about to create a magic circle to leave, another circle appeared, and Rainier stepped out with her familiar blonde friend, Middlet. Rainier greeted Issei, and he recognized Middlet as the one he had saved from the church. They exchanged pleasantries, and Issei learned that Middlet had been working under Penemu ever since her rescue. Curious about Penemu's whereabouts, Issei asked, and Middlet informed him that she was in meetings with Shemhazai. Issei wondered why the actual faction leader wasn't present, prompting Azazel to remind him to mind his own business. Issei retorted that he might mind his own business if Azazel would get to work. Azazel insisted he was working, and Issei challenged him about his gaming skills. At that moment, Valor entered the room, commenting that he seemed to have arrived at a bad time. Issei asked Valor what he was doing there, and Valor explained he had come to discuss matters with Azazel but was also looking for a spar, making it a 2-for-1 opportunity. Issei declined the spar due to his upcoming trip but suggested they play Smash instead. Valor agreed, stating that Issei owed him a spar upon his return. They settled on the couch, controllers in hand. Azazel then expressed his desire to join, but Issei reminded him of his obligations to Penemu. Rainier playfully grabbed Azazel's ear, insisting he should work. After some negotiation, they all joined in the game, with Middlet also picking up a controller. Several hours later, they wrapped up their gaming session, having played about 50 matches. Issei had 125, Valor 20, and Middlet 5, while Azazel had yet to win a single game, looking quite dejected. Unfortunately, Rainier had fallen asleep during the first game. Issei, surprised by the time, exclaimed that they had been playing for 5 hours. Just then, Penemu appeared at the doorway, causing Issei and Valor to pale at the sight of her. Middlet nervously asked Penemu how her meetings had gone, to which she replied that they would have known if they had fetched her husband as requested, glaring at Middlet. She let out a slight scream as she hid behind the couch. She glared at her husband, creating a magic circle on her hand, causing him to pale. She expressed her frustration about him spending the day playing games while she handled everything, and flames flickered from the circle. In a flash, Valor teleported away, declaring he was out. Issei quickly followed suit, wishing his uncle good luck as he vanished. Issei appeared in his living room and headed to the kitchen for some water. Opening the fridge, he found a plate of dinner left for him by the girls. He smiled, ate the meal, and then went to bed. The next morning, Issei woke up to find Irina already up, which was unusual. He got ready as she urged him to hurry so they could catch the train to Kyoto with everyone else. He agreed, and the morning unfolded like any other, filled with excitement for the trip. They made it just in time to catch the train and ran into Kiba at the station. Issei greeted Kiba with a fist bump, and Kiba shared his eagerness for the trip and his orders from Rias to assist Issei if trouble arose. Issei remarked on how it seemed trouble always found him, to which Kiba agreed. The girls giggled as Issei sighed, and he led the way to the train. Irina sat next to him, while Asia sat across from them. Zenobia and Kiba cuddled in the booth next to them, and they decided to play a game of Uno during the ride. After arriving at the hotel and checking in, they had some free time before heading to a shrine, except for Rosweiss, who stayed behind with the staff. Issei pulled out the papers Azazel had given him and handed them to the girls. Kiba showed Issei that he had received a similar paper from Rias. Issei explained that these papers acted like passports, allowing them to move freely in the shrine due to the delicate relationship between the yokai and the biblical factions. Understanding dawned on Zenobia, and Issei led them through the archway to the shrine. They laughed and chatted, enjoying their downtime until Issei sensed someone in the surrounding forest. He alerted the group, and they quickly assumed battle-ready stances. Suddenly, a spear was thrown, which Issei caught and broke over his knee. He instructed everyone to run for the shrine, knowing it would be easier to defend themselves there. They nodded and sprinted toward the shrine as more spears and arrows rained down around them. Upon reaching the shrine, they found themselves surrounded by yokai. Issei felt a wave of concern. If he harmed any of them, it could spark a war, something he wanted to avoid. As the yokai split to create an opening, a little girl with fox ears emerged, looking no older than 12. She demanded to know where her mother was. Issei, serious, asked who her mother was, and the girl insisted her mother was Yasaka, the queen of the yokai. Issei offered to help her find her mother, and an older yokai beside the girl questioned his identity. Issei introduced himself as the nephew of Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels, and revealed his 14 fallen wings. He also declared himself the current Red Dragon Emperor, causing everyone to widen their eyes in surprise. The girl explained that her mother had been taken by humans who called themselves the Hero Faction. Issei inquired about their appearance, but the girl could only recall a spear radiating a powerful aura. Issei's mind raced, realizing it might be the true Longinus, indicating Cao Cao's presence in Kyoto. Reassuring the girl, Issei promised to help her find her mother. As she began to cry, he knelt to look her in the eyes and asked for her name. She introduced herself as Kunu. Issei stood up from kneeling to meet Kiba's gaze. He informed Kiba that they were going to assist Kunu in finding her mother, acknowledging that Kiba was under Rias's leadership. Kiba smiled and agreed to help, recalling Rias's instruction to support Issei when needed. Issei then turned to Kunu and suggested they return to her house to discuss what had happened in private. Kunu agreed and led the way to the stairs of the shrine. Upon arriving at Kunu's house, an old Japanese-style estate, they entered the meeting room where her mother had held discussions with other factions. Issei paused before they began, stating he needed to contact Rosweiss to cover for them during their absence. A magic circle appeared near his ear, and Rosweiss' voice came through, asking how she could assist him. Issei requested that she drop the honorific Sama, which she playfully refused, insisting on using it. He explained their situation with the yokai faction and that they needed her to cover for them while they helped Kunu find her mother. Rosweiss expressed concern about how to explain their absence, but Issei reassured her that he trusted her to figure it out. After cutting the connection, Issei encouraged Kunu to share what had happened. As the staff served them tea, Kunu recounted a peaceful evening spent with her mother, which was interrupted when her mother sensed danger and instructed her to hide. Kunu had peeked out and seen a spear with a spiral design before everything went quiet and her mother disappeared. Draig, Issei's dragon partner, confirmed that what Kunu had seen was the true Longinus. Issei speculated that Cao Cao had threatened Kunu's mother, prompting her to offer herself to protect her daughter. He resolved to locate them and eliminate the threat, believing they were too dangerous to remain alive. Issei reassured Kunu that they would bring her mother back, and she felt a sense of hope. Irina then asked where they should start looking. Issei mentioned knowing someone who could help, a fellow yokai. He pulled out his phone and made a call, prompting Irina to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Moments later, a blue magic circle appeared, and Valor and Kuroka emerged. Issei introduced Kunu as the daughter of Yasaka, the leader of the yokai faction, and introduced Valor, the current White Dragon Emperor, and Kuroka, a Nikomata skilled in Senjutsu. Kuroka knelt before Kunu, expressing her honor to meet her, while Kunu requested her to rise, not wanting formalities. Issei explained to Valor that Kunu and Yasaka were considered royalty among the yokai, being legendary nine-tailed foxes. Valor inquired why they had summoned them, and Issei explained that Yasaka had been taken by the Hero faction and asked Kuroka to help locate her using Senjutsu, as Kunu was still inexperienced. Valor took on a serious expression upon hearing that Cao Cao was involved, and Issei speculated that Cao Cao likely had assistance, as Yasaka could have handled him alone. Valor asked Kuroka if she would help, and she agreed, sitting in a lotus position to concentrate on her Senjutsu. After a moment, she reported that she had found Yasaka's energy, which was similar to Kunu's, but it was within a barrier. Issei requested a location, and Kuroka indicated that the energy was coming from a park in the middle of Kyoto. Issei stood up and asked Valor if he wanted to join them or stay behind. Valor decided to remain with Kuroka to protect Kunu, so Issei assured Kunu that she would be safe with them and promised to bring her mother back. Kunu nodded as they teleported to the park. Upon arriving outside the barrier, Issei examined it closely. He noted that it was high-quality magic, preventing humans from entering while allowing only those with power. He warned the group that their presence would be detected as soon as they entered, eliminating the element of surprise. Zenobia asked what they should do next, and Issei suggested they go in and hope for the best, prompting deadpan reactions from the others. Irina remarked that one day, Issei might devise a plan that didn't involve charging in recklessly. Issei knelt down in a depressed position, feeling overwhelmed. He expressed his frustration about the increasingly powerful opponents they faced. Irina comforted him by stroking his hair, while the others watched the scene with a mix of concern and amusement. Once he regained his composure, Issei asked if everyone was ready, and they all nodded in agreement. As they entered the chamber, a bright light caught their attention, revealing 6 figures. 2 were within a magic circle, and 4 stood outside. As they approached, Issei noticed a spear and recognized Cao Cao. Cao Cao acknowledged their arrival, introducing his companions: Jean, a blonde woman, Heracles, a tall man, Siegfried, a shorter figure, and George, while assuming they already knew Yasaka. Issei, however, felt there was no need for introductions since their goal was to stop Cao Cao and rescue Yasaka. He and his friends prepared for battle, with Zenobia summoning her sword, Durandal. Cao Cao remarked that it was nice to say hello, but Zenobia interrupted, swinging her sword down with determination. Cao Cao warned everyone to avoid the strike, and they narrowly escaped. Zenobia wiped sweat from her forehead, explaining that the missed attack served as a warning not to underestimate her. Issei decided to take on Cao Cao while instructing the others to handle the rest, asking Kiba to assist Asia. As Issei faced Cao Cao, the latter commanded George to start a spell. Issei inquired about Cao Cao's intentions, noticing that his friends were managing their own battles. Cao Cao revealed his plan to unleash Yasaka's power to summon the Apocalypse Dragon, Great Red, and challenge it. Issei found this amusing, laughing at the idea of Cao Cao taking on such a formidable opponent. Cao Cao grew frustrated, but Issei explained his connection to Ophis and Great Red, which only fueled Cao Cao's determination. As Yasaka transformed into her QB mode, Issei prepared for battle, activating his balance breaker. He declared his readiness, and Cao Cao acknowledged that it would take more than that to defeat him. With a burst of speed, Issei launched an attack, delivering a powerful kick to Cao Cao, who was sent crashing into a rock, coughing up blood. Cao Cao emerged from the rubble, acknowledging Issei's strength and preparing to fight seriously. He extended his spear towards Issei, who narrowly dodged it, realizing the weapon was imbued with holy energy. As they continued to clash, Issei executed a series of rapid attacks, landing a devastating punch that caused Cao Cao to cough up more blood. Just as Cao Cao was about to unleash a powerful attack, he was interrupted by Siegfried and the others, who had arrived to support him. Siegfried explained that their opponents were evenly matched and that serafall Leviathan had appeared, prompting a retreat. Cao Cao conceded that it was Issei's lucky day and teleported away with his companions. Issei, feeling victorious, deactivated his balance breaker and reflected on the battle, noting that they still didn't know the full extent of Cao Cao's spear's abilities. As the others regrouped, Issei asked about their battles. Kiba shared that he and Asia fought Jean, with Asia providing support and successfully launching a light spear through Jean's leg. Issei celebrated Asia's achievement with a high five. Zenobia explained her fight with Siegfried, noting his ability to grow mechanical arms to wield more weapons, which she found strange. Rias, Issei's queen, shared her experience fighting Heracles, expressing confidence in her ability to defeat him next time. Issei smiled proudly at his friends, affirming his belief in their strength and determination. Issei praised everyone for their efforts and suggested they check on Yasaka. They all agreed and made their way to where the yokai leader was being kept. Upon arrival, they found serafall holding an unconscious Yasaka. Issei expressed his concern, asking if she was okay. Serafall looked up and smiled, reassuring him that Yasaka would be fine. She just needed some rest and was grateful she had arrived in time. Issei offered to carry Yasaka home to her daughter and picked her up gently. He then asked Irina if she could create a teleportation circle, to which she readily agreed. They soon teleported back to the estate. In the meeting room, they were greeted by an amusing sight. Kuroka, Kunu, and Valor were engaged in a game of Monopoly, and it appeared that little Kunu had just bankrupted Valor. Issei couldn't help but whistle in surprise at Valor's misfortune. Valor, frustrated, yelled at him to be quiet. Kunu noticed their return and rushed to hug her mother, who was beginning to wake up. As Issei set Yasaka down, Kunu cried into her mother's chest while Yasaka comforted her, assuring her that everything would be all right. Yasaka expressed her gratitude and invited everyone to stay the night to rest, which Issei agreed to, noting that they were all quite tired. The girls shared multiple rooms, while Issei, Valor, and Kiba shared one. Later that night, Kiba's loud snoring made it difficult for anyone to sleep. Issei couldn't help but think about how Zenobia could be attracted to such noise. Valor, in the futon next to Issei, asked if he was awake. Issei lamented that it was impossible to sleep with Kiba's snoring. Valor wanted to know something, and Issei responded with curiosity. Valor then jokingly called Issei a coward, raising his fist in a playful challenge. Issei returned the gesture, and they both turned away, finally falling asleep. The next morning, Issei woke up to an arm draped over his face. He glanced over to see that it belonged to a sleeping Valor. He thought about how strange his life had become, especially after the events of the previous night. Drake, speaking out loud, suggested that Valor move since it was uncomfortable. Albion chimed in, urging Valor to wake up. Valor, still drowsy, was startled to learn that he had been cuddling Issei in his sleep. He quickly jumped out of the futon, insisting they never speak of it again. Issei agreed, not wanting rumors to spread about the two heavenly dragons. They shifted the conversation to their plans for the day. Valor mentioned he and Kuroka needed to meet up with Biko and Arthur. Issei noted that it was getting boring and hoped for a fight soon. Valor, however, pointed out that Issei's enemies weren't his, and he preferred to seek his own challenges. Just then, Kiba woke up, confused by the commotion. Issei teased him about his loud snoring, which made Kiba blush with embarrassment. Valor decided it was time to leave the room. The rest of their trip went smoothly. Serafall and Azazel returned from diplomatic discussions, which had been resolved with Issei's assistance. The group enjoyed the remainder of the trip like regular teenagers. As they prepared to head back to Kyoto at the train station, Issei gathered his peerage and instructed them to board the train while he spoke with Yasaka and Kunu. Yasaka thanked Issei once again for reuniting her with her daughter. Issei smiled and assured her it was no trouble at all. Kunu hugged him one last time and asked if she would ever see him again. Issei knelt down to face Kunu and told her to stay out of trouble for now. She smiled brightly and nodded. As he stood up, Yasaka walked towards him and kissed his cheek, saying it was a final thank you. He blushed as they walked away, but when he turned to head towards the train, he noticed Irina staring out the window with a pout on her face. Issei thought about how he would hear about this later and hoped she wouldn't mention it to the Leviathan. Drake, through their mental link, agreed, and Issei nodded as he boarded the train and sat with everyone. Irina still wore the same pout, and the others looked at him curiously. Issei, with a serious expression, announced that after their encounter with the hero faction, it was time for serious group training. Rosweiss questioned him, thinking the confrontation had gone smoothly. Issei explained that while he had defeated Cao Cao, the problem was that he hadn't used his balance breaker yet, and Issei was unsure of what the spear could do. He emphasized that their opponents would only grow stronger, and he wanted everyone to prepare and become stronger to ensure they all made it home safely. His peers smiled at his explanation, feeling more like family than anything. They arrived at Kyoto and headed to the Hayudu residence. Issei made a phone call to Rei, and a minute later, Rainier teleported into the living room, asking what was going on. Issei explained that they were going to train as a group after their encounter with the hero faction in Kyoto, wanting everyone to be better prepared. Rainier responded that it sounded fun. Issei then looked at Kiba and apologized, stating he wanted them to train solo. Kiba understood and mentioned he had to report to Rias anyway before giving Zenobia a quick goodbye kiss and teleporting away. Issei then asked Irina to create a magic circle for all of them in an open area far from civilization. She cheerfully agreed and conjured a large magic circle, and soon they were gone. In the mountain forest area, Issei surveyed their surroundings, noting that no one was around for miles. He expressed his gratitude, and Asia asked what the plan was. Issei revealed that it would be all of them against him. His peers looked at him in disbelief, with Rainier expressing concern over the odds being 5 against 1, especially since 3 of them were cadres and the other 2 were middle class. Issei reassured them that he would be in balance breaker mode, and depending on how things went, he might even activate his juggernaut drive. He encouraged them to come at him with full force, explaining that his healing factor was strong due to his dragon heritage and the phoenix tears he had brought along. He reminded them to avoid aiming for his heart, as recovery from that would be difficult. Irina agreed that it would be a serious challenge, but she insisted that they couldn't use angelic overdrive. Issei promised he wouldn't go that far and moved to the center of the field, activating his balance breaker. As he stretched, he told them to get ready. They exchanged determined glances and nodded, preparing for the challenge ahead. With newfound resolve, they released their wings, and Zenobia summoned Durandal, taking their battle stances. Just as Issei began to speak, Rosweiss flew up and delivered a powerful kick to his stomach, shattering some of his armor and sending him crashing into some trees. Issei complained about being interrupted, while Rosweiss explained that she had learned from watching him train with Thor. He acknowledged her point and flew towards her, throwing a punch that she blocked with her forearm. Issei noted her growing strength as Rainier appeared on his left, creating a spear of light to stab him, but he caught it with his hand, teasing her to be quicker next time. Suddenly, Zenobia jumped up, bringing down Durandal towards him. Issei quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the impact that sent the other 2 flying from the force. He sighed in relief, then noticed his legs were frozen in place as Irina approached from behind. She playfully reminded him not to forget about her. He assured her he wouldn't and snapped his fingers, shattering the ice. Just then, he felt a spear of light pierce his shoulder and turned to see Asia had caught him by surprise. He pulled out the spear, joking that at least she let him finish his sentence unlike a certain Valkyrie. Asia explained that she was taking this seriously to help them all grow stronger. Issei thought about how her determination showed she had found her backbone. Just as his armor began to heal, Zenobia charged at him. Issei raised his hand and created a magic circle, casting Frozen Hell, summoning spears of ice that struck Zenobia in her shoulder and wings. She let out a cry, and Issei reminded her that they needed to work on her speed, assuring her that Asia would heal any wounds after their training. Rosweiss, having had enough, created a Norse magic circle and unleashed a barrage of magical blasts at Issei, forcing him to retreat defensively. Rainier quickly caught up to him, landing a punch to his helmet followed by a knee to his midsection, causing him to cough. Before she could continue her assault, Issei conjured a defensive barrier to shield himself from another attack and countered with a kick to her stomach, sending her crashing to the ground. He thought to himself that he knew this wouldn't be easy, but the pain was overwhelming. Drake chimed in, reminding him that he was facing 3 powerful opponents and 2 mid-level fallen angels simultaneously, suggesting he might have underestimated the situation. Issei acknowledged the challenge but appreciated their teamwork. His thoughts were interrupted as Zenobia and Irina attacked simultaneously from above. Zenobia swung Durandal at him, and while he dodged, a magical blast struck his back, sending him crashing into the ground and creating a crater. He struggled to his feet, only to realize too late that Zenobia had swung down with Durandal, leaving him with a sharp pain in his left arm. Kicked away by Zenobia, he grimaced at the pain. Looking at her, he asked if he could have his arm back. She nodded and tossed it to him. Issei quickly pulled out a vial of phoenix tears, poured some on his injured limb, and reattached his arm. He drank the remainder to recover from the magical attack on his back, thanks to his girlfriend's support. Feeling better, He remarked on Asia's improvement in her healing abilities, especially since Zenobia had attacked so quickly. He then turned to the girls and asked how they felt about facing him in his balance breaker. Irina, with a serious expression, replied that she felt lousy, considering he was holding back. Curious, he asked what made her think that, to which she responded that he hadn't boosted yet. He thought about how he could handle the situation. Drake reminded him not to forget about their earlier conversation, to which he hesitated, admitting he might have. Drake pointed out that despite being his strongest host, Issei was not the smartest. Issei decided it was time to get serious. With a surge of power, Issei flew toward Rosweiss, throwing a punch that sent her flying backward due to the boost he had received. He looked at his hand, realizing it had been a while since he had to use his boost. Drake suddenly shouted for him to dodge, but Issei was caught off guard when Irina kicked the side of his helmet, shattering it and sending him crashing into the trees. Issei lay there, feeling defeated, while Drake scolded him for his carelessness. He asked Drake to fix his armor as he got back on his feet. Drake urged him to pay attention, and Issei acknowledged this, ready to rejoin the fight. His helmet regenerated and he charged toward the girls, aiming a punch at Irina. She blocked it but was pushed back by the force. As he turned, he saw Zenobia swinging down her Durandal. Issei narrowly dodged the blade, only to be struck by a pink spear of light. He caught it but felt a sharp pain in his leg, realizing another yellow spear had pierced through his thigh. He winced and turned to face Asia, who apologized for catching him off guard, explaining that she needed to gain an advantage since she couldn't match his power. As she made the spear disappear, blood began to leak from his leg, but it started healing quickly. Issei commented on the incredible healing factor of dragons, but his relief was short-lived as Rosweiss charged at him, attempting to kick him in the abdomen. Unfortunately, he moved at the wrong moment, and the kick landed below the belt. He fell to his knees, his armor shattering completely as he held himself in pain. He expressed his disbelief at what had just happened, feeling overwhelmed. Rosweiss gasped in horror, realizing her mistake and apologizing profusely. Irina, shocked, exclaimed that she wanted children someday. Zenobia suggested that their practice session was over, putting Durandal away. Rainier commented on the force behind the kick, and Rosweiss continued to apologize. That was the last thing Issei heard before he blacked out. When Issei woke up, he found himself on the couch in his home, confused about how he got there. Drake explained that Irina had brought him home after he lost consciousness. Sitting up, Issei noticed all the girls gathered around the dining table and walked over to them. He asked how long he had been out, and Rosweiss replied that it had been about 4 hours, once again apologizing for her earlier actions. Issei reassured her that it was fine and suggested they discuss what had happened during their practice. He congratulated Zenobia for successfully taking one of his arms and advised her to focus on speed, as Durandal's weight could slow her down. He then turned to Rosweiss, praising her magic abilities and suggesting she work on her spears of light to improve her hand-to-hand combat. Rainier received similar praise for her spears and magic, with Issei encouraging her to enhance her hand-to-hand skills. He then addressed Asia, acknowledging that she had surprised him twice during the practice, both times causing him pain. He recognized her magic as good but advised her to work on her hand-to-hand combat, suggesting she train with Rainier to improve. Finally, he looked at Irina and noted that her magic was quite powerful. Issei felt a sense of satisfaction as he reflected on the previous day's events. He had successfully shattered his opponent's helmet, showcasing the strength of a queen's properties. He was confident that the next time he encountered the hero faction, he would be ready. With a smile, he stood up and announced that he was heading to bed, needing to discuss matters with Rias in the morning regarding Kyoto. As he stretched, Irina called out that she would join him soon, to which he simply replied with an acknowledgement. He bid everyone good night and walked away, receiving warm responses from the others. The girls lingered at the table, discussing their day and areas for improvement. Rainier decided to spend the night in Asia's room, as their conversation had extended late into the evening. With the hero faction now known, they understood the importance of sharpening their skills for the challenges ahead. The next morning, Issei awoke to a gentle weight on his right arm. He turned to see Irina, her chestnut hair cascading over the pillow, still sound asleep. He thought it was preferable to have Irina or serafall beside him rather than Valor. Drake, communicating through their mental link, agreed with his sentiment. Issei considered visiting serafall, as he hadn't seen her in a few days. Carefully, he slid his arm from beneath Irina and stood in front of the mirror. He noticed a slight scar on his right shoulder from where Asia had struck him with a light spear the previous day, but he decided not to mention it to avoid worrying her. With a smile, he headed to the shower to get ready. When he emerged, he noticed that Irina was no longer in the room. Assuming she had gone to prepare for school, he shrugged it off, dressed in his uniform, and made his way downstairs. Upon arrival, he found everyone, including Rainier, already eating breakfast. A plate had been set for him, and he greeted everyone with a cheerful good morning, receiving the same warm response in return. Curious about their plans for the day, he asked what everyone was up to. Rosweiss mentioned that she would be busy with a meeting after school. Zenobia shared that she and Kiba were going to see a movie since he was free. Asia chimed in that she and Rainier planned to train a bit more after classes, and Rainier nodded in agreement. Irina, laughing sheepishly, declared that she would go wherever Issei went, as she had nothing else planned. Issei welcomed her with a smile, holding her hand affectionately. Asia then inquired about Issei's own plans, to which he replied that he needed to talk to Rias and would likely visit serafall, as it had been a few days since he last saw her. Everyone nodded, content with their individual plans, and they finished breakfast in a comfortable silence. Issei, Irina, Zenobia, and Asia were walking to school, as Rosweiss preferred to teleport nearby and walk the rest of the way to arrive early. Rainier had to ensure Azazel actually got up and went to work that day. It was just the four of them until they reached the school gates and saw Rias and Aquino waiting there. Issei greeted them with a cheerful morning, and Rias returned the greeting, smiling as the others nodded in acknowledgement. Aquino then approached Issei with a favor to ask. She requested that he meet her at the shrine on the west side of town after school, as someone wanted to speak with him. Issei agreed, asking if Irina could join him, to which Aquino replied that it was fine. She waved goodbye and headed off to class. Curious, Issei asked Rias if she had received the reports about Kyoto from Kiba. Rias confirmed she had and expressed her concern about what they had gone through. Issei reassured her that, at least, no one had been hurt. Rias agreed, stating that was what mattered most, and then she headed off to her class as well. Issei suggested they all go to class, and they continued on for another day of school. Later, Issei and Irina arrived at the shrine Aquino had mentioned and began to ascend the steps. Irina wondered who wanted to meet with Issei, and he speculated that it must be someone important if Aquino had called them there. Upon reaching the top, they found Aquino sweeping the ground. She welcomed them and led them to the meeting room, where she had prepared tea. As they settled in, Issei expressed his curiosity about who wanted to meet him while enjoying the tea. Suddenly, a bright light in the shape of a cross illuminated the room, and the archangel Michael appeared. He reminded Issei not to use the Lord's name in vain. Issei was thrilled to see his uncle again and embraced him warmly. Irina bowed respectfully, and Michael encouraged her to call him by his name or uncle. Michael revealed that he had come to bring Issei a gift. A magical circle appeared in his hand, and he presented a medium-sized sword with a white leather grip. Issei was intrigued to learn that it was the sword of Azrael, a blade that could rival Durandal when mastered. As Michael handed the sword to Issei, he instructed him to add his holy energy to it. Flames surrounded the blade, which Michael explained were holy flames that fed off Issei's energy. Touched, Issei teared up and placed the sword in a pocket dimension before hugging Michael again, thanking him for the gift. Michael mentioned that he would bring the other three next time, as they wished to see Issei as well. When Issei asked why Michael hadn't contacted him directly, Michael sheepishly admitted he didn't know how. Issei provided him with his contact information. As Michael prepared to leave for important matters in heaven, Issei waved goodbye, and Irina also bid him farewell. After Michael departed, Aquino opened the door and inquired about the meeting. Issei shared that it went well and thanked her for the delicious tea. As they headed out, Issei turned to Irina, suggesting she teleport home while he visited serafall for a bit. She agreed and teleported home, while Issei made his own magic circle and teleported to the underworld. In a new scene, Issei arrived at a studio for a TV show and looked around until he spotted a certain magical girl in the middle of shooting a scene. Drake chuckled in their mental link, finding the situation amusing. Issei waited for the scene to finish, and when serafall went to get some water, he decided to surprise her. Sneaking up behind her, he complimented her performance, causing her to turn around in surprise and jump into his arms for a warm embrace. serafall expressed her excitement at seeing him, and he reciprocated the sentiment with a warm hug. As they broke apart, she inquired about his presence. He explained that he had missed her and wanted to see her since their last meeting had been due to official business. She smiled brightly, revealing her own desire to visit him that evening. He assured her that she was always welcome to spend the night, and she asked about his day while changing into casual clothing. He shared that he had met with Uncle Michael, who had given him a special gift. When she asked what it was, he revealed it was his mother's old blade, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. She exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the blade of Azrael, known for its power during the Great War. She explained that it had been used to defeat devils, particularly the Phoenix clan, due to its holy energy that could counter their healing abilities. He admired his mother's strength, noting that he had never met her since she had fallen from grace before he was old enough to fight. She smiled, admitting her affection for him, and he returned the sentiment. As she finished dressing, she asked about their plans. He confessed he hadn't thought ahead, just wanting to see her. She pouted playfully, and he promised to make it up to her another day. They decided to head back to his house to hang out, and he created a magic circle to teleport them. Upon arriving at the Hayadu residence, they found Rosweiss grading papers. serafall greeted her cheerfully, but Rosweiss insisted on using formal titles, much to serafall's playful annoyance. Just then, Asia entered, excited to see serafall and giving her a warm hug. She asked about Irina and Zenobia, and Asia informed them that Irina was finishing dinner while Zenobia was still out. As if on cue, Zenobia and Kiba walked into the living room. Kiba greeted serafall respectfully, but she requested they drop the formalities at Issei's house. The group shifted their focus to games, with Issei challenging Zenobia to a rematch in Monopoly. serafall teased him about his chances against Kiba, and Irina sighed at the familiar scene. They enjoyed dinner together, feeling like one big family, though Issei ended up losing the game once again. Moments like these brought a sense of normalcy that he cherished. In a different location, two hooded figures stood in an alleyway. One inquired if the other had obtained a specific item, which was confirmed with a vial being handed over. The second figure explained that the item was necessary for a mission involving a dragon, and with that, he teleported away, leaving behind a hint of dark intentions. Meanwhile, Issei woke up in bed alongside serafall and Irina, feeling content. He exchanged thoughts with Drake, who warned him that this calm might precede a storm. Issei sighed, realizing that his life was rarely easy. He attempted to wake the two girls, but Drake pointed out that his method might not be effective. Just then, serafall stirred, her eyes glowing briefly before returning to normal. She playfully admitted to enjoying their cuddling and began to get dressed. As Issei freed himself from under Irina, he asked about serafall's plans for the day. She mentioned needing to discuss political matters with the other Mao and endure a meeting with Gabriel, which she anticipated with reluctance. Issei chuckled lightly, acknowledging the rivalry between his aunt and Irina. He reminded Irina to be nice, as she was family. Irina waved her hand dismissively and headed to brush her teeth. Issei turned to Irina, who was still asleep, and sighed, noting how deeply she was sleeping. He charged a small amount of lightning magic in his hand and playfully shocked Irina awake. She let out a startled yelp and fell off the bed, clearly surprised. Issei smiled at her reaction, and she expressed her frustration, suggesting he could have simply shaken her awake. He explained that this was the only way he could manage to wake her up, and she pouted in response. serafall emerged from the restroom, greeting Irina with enthusiasm. Irina shot Issei a glare, calling him a JRK for waking her up in such a manner. Issei dismissed her irritation, urging everyone to get ready for breakfast. They made their way downstairs to find Kiba, Zenobia, and Asia already eating. The table was set with extra plates, and they all sat down to join in. Issei inquired about Rosweiss, learning that she had left early for a meeting. He turned to Kiba, recalling the events in Kyoto, and asked Zenobia how she managed to sleep with Kiba's loud snoring. Kiba blushed slightly at the comment. Zenobia hesitated before mumbling her response, prompting Issei to ask her to repeat it. Irina chimed in, revealing that Zenobia also snored, which made Zenobia blush and glare at her. Issei was surprised, claiming he had never heard anything. Asia explained that she had put a silencing spell on Zenovia's room to help with the noise. Issei burst into laughter, while Kiba and Zenobia blushed in embarrassment and serafall giggled at the exchange. Issei decided it was time to start the day, encouraging everyone to get to school so they could return home sooner. He cleared his dish and noticed that everyone was already in their uniforms, ready to go. Serafall approached Issei, asking him to text her later. He agreed, smiling as she affectionately placed a hand on his cheek and expressed her love for him. Surprised by her use of his name, he reciprocated her feelings, and they shared a brief kiss before she teleported away. As Issei prepared to leave, a Norse magic circle appeared, and a muscular man in dark armor with a red cape and short blonde hair emerged. Issei recognized him immediately, while the others took a defensive stance. Issei smirked, assuring them to stand down, as they wouldn't stand a chance against this figure. He introduced the man as Thor, the Norse god of thunder, which left everyone in shock. Thor greeted Issei warmly, and they shook hands. Issei asked what brought Thor to visit, and Thor explained he was checking on him since he hadn't been online for a while. Issei sheepishly admitted he had been busy, leaving everyone confused. Irina asked what Thor meant by online, and Issei explained that Thor was an avid gamer, much like Azazel and himself. Zenobia questioned if all powerful beings played video games, to which Issei clarified that it was mostly him, Thor, Azazel, and Serzex who played together. Curious, Irina asked for their gamer tags. Issei shared that Thor went by The Legend 27, Azazel was Falling 420, and Serzex was Big Red 66. Laughter erupted as Issei revealed his own tag, Noobmaster 69, which sent Kiba into fits of laughter. Issei decided to stay behind with Thor while asking Irina to speak to Sona for him. She agreed and left with the others. Issei opened a pocket dimension and pulled out cold beers for both himself and Thor. They settled down on the couch, and Issei urged Thor to share the real reason for his visit. Thor took a sip of his beer and revealed he had obtained information from his brother Loki. He warned Issei that someone had acquired the blood of Samel, which left Issei in shock, causing him to spit out his drink in disbelief. "Who got it?" Issei exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The curse of Samel was notorious for eliminating any dragon, regardless of their strength. Thor responded, expressing uncertainty about the exact individual who possessed it, only knowing that it was in the hands of the Cows Brigade. Issei continued to pace, anxiety evident in his movements. He understood the seriousness of the matter. If the curse entered his system, it would be fatal. Thor, maintaining a calm demeanor, reminded Issei that this was not the time to panic. Issei expressed his desire to protect everyone, sighing heavily. Thor placed a reassuring hand on Issei's shoulder, reminding him that his friends were strong enough to handle themselves if necessary. He encouraged Issei to focus on staying alive, assuring him that if anyone could confront the Cows Brigade, it was him. Thor promised to fight alongside him if the situation demanded it, smirking to lighten the mood. Grateful, Issei felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then shared that Rosweiss was doing well, having secured a teaching job at his school to earn some income. Thor expressed his gratitude for Issei's support of her, acknowledging her strength but also her tendency to be a bit clumsy, which made them both chuckle. With his message delivered, Thor prepared to leave, casting a spell beneath him. He bid farewell, and Issei knew he had to inform his siblings about the troubling news. He conjured a magic circle on his hand, featuring the infinity symbol, and a tear in the dimension appeared. He stepped through to meet his siblings. Upon arrival, Issei greeted them with a smile, noting that it was unusual for him to find them so easily. Red inquired about his visit, and Issei quickly shifted to a serious tone, revealing the disturbing news regarding the Cow's Brigade. Ophis and Red listened intently, and when Issei explained that Thor had informed him of the Cow's Brigade acquiring the blood of Samul, Ophis immediately stood up, determined to investigate further. Red cautioned Ophis to be careful, reminding her that even she was not fully immune to the curse. Red then turned to Issei, acknowledging his strength but also expressing concern for his safety. He placed a hand on Issei's shoulder, urging him to avoid unnecessary risks. Issei wished he could promise not to get hurt, but he knew he couldn't make guarantees he might not be able to keep. He assured Red that he had strong support and would be cautious. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Red nodded. The Cow's Brigade was filled with formidable foes, and despite Issei's power, he was still just one person. Issei prepared to leave, stating that he needed to speak with the others. He created another tear in the dimension, and Red reminded him to take care of himself and to say hello to Asia for her. After stepping through the gap, Issei found himself in his living room. He contemplated informing his uncle but remembered that serafall had mentioned they were in a meeting. Drake suggested he wait until the meeting was over, and Issei agreed. As he opened the door to step outside, he was surprised to see a familiar face. Valor stood at his doorstep, expressing his dislike for teleporting into people's homes, unlike a certain red dragon. Issei, sensing that Valor had more to say than just casual banter, invited him inside. Once in the living room, Issei asked what was on Valor's mind. Valor revealed that he had found the Holy Grail, delivering the news with a serious tone. Issei reacted with a mix of surprise and intrigue, realizing that the day was becoming even more eventful. Issei stared at Valor with a serious expression. Valor, noticing the intensity of Issei's gaze, asked if he was going to say anything or just continue to stare. Issei, rubbing the back of his head, explained that it had been a challenging day. He had just discovered some significant information, and now Valor was telling him about the possessor of the Sephiroth Grawl. Curious, Valor inquired about what Issei had found out. Issei replied that he would share his news after Valor explained his side first. With a sigh, Valor began to explain the situation in Romania, where the vampire faction was embroiled in a civil war over the Sephiroth Grawl. The conflict was between the Teeps faction and the Carmilla faction, both vying for power. Valor had heard rumors that the Cow's Brigade planned to intervene in the chaos. Issei questioned how the vampires could possess the Grawl, recalling that Longinus gears could not be born into a supernatural being. Valor clarified that the leader of the Teeps faction had a daughter named Valerie Teeps, a damper born of a human mother. Issei expressed confusion over how this could lead to a civil war. Valor explained that the vampire faction considered anything less than a pureblood to be worthless, which was why the Carmilla faction believed Valerie was unfit to possess the Grawl. Valor glared at Issei when he interrupted, but Issei chuckled and apologized. Valor continued, stating that he was heading to Romania to stop the Cow's Brigade, who already had the true Longinus. The last thing they needed was another powerful holy relic. Issei raised an eyebrow, asking what the Sephiroth Grawl could do. Valor, rubbing the bridge of his nose, noted that Issei seemed uninformed. Issei retorted that was why he was asking. Valor explained that, thanks to Azazel's research, he learned that the Sephiroth Grawl could resurrect the dead as long as the soul remained intact and had remarkable healing abilities on par with the tears of the Phoenix. Issei was shocked at the revelation, realizing the gravity of the situation. Valor confirmed that was precisely why he was going to Romania. Determined, Issei insisted on joining Valor, understanding the seriousness of the situation and the strong opponents they would face, especially with a holy relic involved. Valor agreed, and Issei asked what time they planned to leave. Valor mentioned they would have to wait a few hours for Biko to return from training. This gave Issei time to gather his peerage. Before leaving, Valor requested the information Issei had. Issei, adopting a serious demeanor, revealed that someone from the Cow's Brigade had acquired the blood of Samul. Valor's eyes widened at the news, acknowledging that things were worsening by the day. Issei urged Valor to return in a few hours, prepared for battle. Valor remarked that Issei had been living too peacefully lately. Issei decided to take a nap until their departure. Drake advised that resting would be wise, as Issei would need to be at full strength. Issei agreed and returned to his room for a quick nap. After some time, Issei woke up and checked the clock, realizing everyone should be home by now. He made his way to the living room, where he found Zenobia and Irina on the couch watching TV, Rossweiss grading papers at the table, and Asia preparing dinner. Issei quickly told Asia not to make dinner, prompting a surprised reaction from Irina and a curious look from Rossweiss. Issei then summoned a magic circle, and moments later, Rainier appeared in the room. With everyone gathered, Issei explained that Valor had come over to discuss the situation in Romania, where the vampire faction was in the midst of a civil war. He believed the Cows Brigade was planning to intervene. Rainier asked why the Cows Brigade would be interested in Romania. Issei explained that the daughter of the Teeps faction leader, Valerie Teeps, was the possessor of the Sephiroth Graal. Rainier's eyes widened, understanding the implications of such power in the hands of the Cows Brigade. Issei concluded that Valor would arrive shortly, and they would all be heading to Romania with his team to assist in stopping the Cows Brigade, urging everyone to prepare for battle. Zenobia and Irina nodded, catching up as they prepared for their day. Rossweiss joined them, now dressed in workout clothes for easier movement while flying. Issei mentioned that Thor had stopped by earlier, which surprised Rossweiss, who had already left. She quickly headed to her room to get ready, while Asia also changed her clothes. Issei turned to Rainier, who was in casual attire, and asked if she was ready. She assured him that her outfit was comfortable and easy to move in. After about 10 minutes, everyone returned, dressed for battle. Zenobia and Irina wore their church uniforms, while Rossweiss sported black leggings and a tank top, stretching to prepare. Asia matched her with black leggings and a white t-shirt. Issei noted they were waiting for Valor when a knock sounded at the door. He opened it to reveal Team Valor. Inviting them in, Issei suggested introductions since they would be working together. Valor introduced himself first, followed by Kuroka, Biko, Arthur Pendragon, and Lucifer, who greeted everyone cheerfully. Issei introduced his group, including himself, Irina, Zenobia, Rossweiss, Asia, and Rainier, who playfully pinched Valor's cheeks, teasing him about not keeping in touch after moving out. Valor, slightly flustered, asked to get going, prompting Issei to ask Irina if she could teleport them. With a magic circle large enough for everyone, they were off to Romania. Upon arrival, they stood on a cliff overlooking a town with a distant castle. Issei marveled at the scenery, while Valor pointed out that the castle was where the Teeps faction resided. Suddenly, a voice from behind them caught their attention. A young man with blonde hair and emerald green eyes sat on a boulder, radiating holy energy. Issei instinctively took a defensive stance, but his tension eased when he saw Asia, Zenobia, and Irina bowing to the newcomer, Dulio. He introduced himself as Dulio Gesualdo, Michael's Joker, sent to investigate rumors about the Cows Brigade's intentions regarding the Sephiroth Graal. He suggested forming a temporary alliance, which Issei found intriguing. As they spoke, Dulio recognized Issei as the nephew of the Seraph, which surprised him. Dulio mentioned he had been waiting for about 5 minutes, having just come from a village where he tried a bakery. Their conversation was interrupted as they noticed magicians and dragons gathering around the castle, indicating that something was about to unfold. Issei spread his wings and took off, leading his peerage, who nodded and followed him, along with Dulio's team. Valor decided to teleport, considering Arthur and Lucifer were human. As they flew into the area, Issei issued orders to his peerage. Zenobia and Rossweiss, you two handle the dragons, Issei instructed. They both acknowledged him and separated from the group to confront their enemies. Ray and Asia, you deal with the magicians. Irina, provide backup for both pairs, he continued. They responded affirmatively and moved out. Since my uncle sent you, I assume you can hold your own in a fight? Issei asked Dulio. I'm not known as Heaven's trump card for nothing, Dulio replied as they landed in front of the bridge leading to the gate. A magic circle appeared, and out came Valor's team. Biko and Arthur, go help with the dragons. Valor commanded. They quickly took off. Kuroka, can you and Lu Fei assist with the magicians? Valor asked. Are you three going to be all right? She inquired. We have the 2 heavenly dragons and heaven's trump card. I'm sure we can manage, Valor assured her with a smirk. Kuroka nodded and they took off. Any idea who we might be facing? Dulio asked. None, but I hope it's Chow Chow so I can challenge him again, Issei replied as they walked across the bridge. They noticed a figure standing in front of the gate. He had blonde hair with black streaks, heterochromatic eyes, one black and one gold, and pointed ears. I can't believe it, Drake said. He hasn't been seen in centuries, Albion added. Care to enlighten us on who that is? Issei asked. That's one dragon even Albion and I struggled with. The strongest of the evil dragons. The crescent circle dragon, Kruch. They both said simultaneously. Issei, Valor, and Dulio stared at Kruch until he finally spoke. Well, if it isn't Drake and Albion. To think you two would be working on the same side for once, Kruch remarked. Kruch, I wish I could say it's been too long, but it really hasn't been long enough, Drake responded through the boosted gear. I can agree with that, Albion added. Well, no matter. Now I get to fight your host. Hopefully, these two can put up a decent fight, Kruch said. You're looking at the strongest red and white dragon emperors this world will ever know, Drake declared. Oh, is that a fact? Then let's put it to the test, shall we? Who am I fighting, one or all three? Kruch asked. Who's leading this invasion? Issei inquired. If you really must know, it's Rizavim, Kruch replied. Valor clenched his fist at the name, which did not go unnoticed by Issei. Why would you tell us so easily? Dulio asked. I hold no loyalty to him. I'm only here to fight strong opponents, Kruch explained. Guys, you two go ahead, Issei said, earning bewildered looks from them. Look, we're wasting time here. We have to stop Rizavim, and let's face it, against Kruch, I have a higher chance of surviving. So you two go. Oh, and don't die, Issei smirked. You really are a crazy one who, but fine, Valor said as he flew toward the castle. Dulio gave Issei one last look before following. So you're my opponent, host of Drake, Kruch stated. My name is Issei Hayudu, and you better remember it. Balance break, Issei declared. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Oh, so the balance breaker right off the bat? Well, let's see what you've got, boy, Kruch said, motioning for Issei to come at him. Issei flew at blinding speeds and threw a punch that made contact, sending Kruch crashing into a wall. I'll admit, you're stronger than I imagined, Kruch said as he climbed out of the crater he made in the wall. Just wait, it gets better, Issei replied, taking a fighting stance. I would hope so. It would be a shame if you were to fall today, Kruch smirked as he flew at Issei, kicking him in the abdomen and shattering his armor. Issei was sent flying back, coughing up blood, but he released his fallen wings to stop his fall. I see you're a fallen and a powerful one at that. That means I don't have to hold back as much, Kruch said, flaring his aura. Oh, you were holding back? Issei asked as his armor began to regenerate. So was I, he continued as his own aura flared. Boost, 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 roared Drake as Issei flew at Kruch again, exchanging blows. Pieces of his armor fell away with each hit. Issei flew back to gain some distance, allowing his armor to regenerate when he heard a voice behind him. Never take your eye off an opponent, Kruch warned as he struck Issei from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. Issei coughed up blood as he got back up, feeling a surge of power. Looks like Valor entered the Juggernaut drive. Partner, you should also enter it. If things keep going like this in your standard balance breaker, you will not survive, Drake advised. What about the angelic overdrive? Issei asked. It puts out too much power. You would win the fight, but your friends would not survive because of the aura it generates, Drake explained. Alright, Juggernaut it is then, Issei said as he stood up. Are you finally realizing you can't beat me? Kruch taunted. Not just yet, Issei replied as he began the chant. I who am about to awaken am the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from God. I laugh at the infinite, I grieve at the dream. I shall become the red dragon of domination. And I shall sink you to the depths of crimson purgatory. Juggernaut drive. Get ready, because I'm taking this seriously now, Issei declared, his voice a mix of his own and Drake's. Kruch was interrupted as Issei flew toward him at incredible speeds and bit down on his shoulder. Kruch cried out in pain, retaliating with a powerful punch to Issei's head, which sent him flying back slightly. Kruch declared that if Issei wanted a dragon fight, he would certainly get one. Transforming into his dragon form, both dragons roared with all their might and charged at each other. Issei managed to bite down on the underside of Kruch's neck, causing him to cry out in pain. In retaliation, Kruch brought his head down and bit into Issei's shoulder, forcing him to release his grip. Drake roared with power as Kruch remained on his shoulder. Issei, determined, prepared to unleash his attack. Drake announced the Longina Smasher, releasing a beam of energy from his chest that sent Kruch crashing into the ground, creating a crater and sending dust and smoke into the air. Issei returned to his standard balance breaker, his shoulders still bleeding. Issei asked Drake if he could heal his wound, but Drake explained that only Asia's healing could mend it, noting the viciousness of Kruch's fangs. Issei acknowledged the severity of his injury as he placed a hand on his shoulder. He remarked that Kruch had taken the Longinus Smasher point blank, a blow even Red Knee-san would feel. As the smoke cleared, Issei saw Kruch in his human form, struggling to stand and coughing up blood. Determined to end the confrontation, Issei flew toward the crater and landed on its edge. He pulled out his mother's blade from his pocket dimension, the holy flames igniting around it. Kruch's eyes widened at the sight of the blade, and he glared at Issei, demanding to know where he had obtained it. Issei was taken aback by Kruch's reaction and asked if he recognized the blade. Kruch revealed that during the Great War, he had fought alongside the original owner of the blade, Azrael, who was a formidable ally and his first and only friend. Issei questioned why dragons would involve themselves in the war, to which Kruch replied that dragons loved to battle, explaining how Drake and Albion had been sealed. He shared that after the war, Azrael had wished for a normal life, and he had respected her wishes. However, upon learning of her death, he had gone into hiding and allied with Rizavim to pass the time. Issei was curious about how an evil dragon could have friends. Kruch explained that powerful evil dragons were not entirely consumed by bloodlust and rage, citing Azrael's kindness as a reason for their friendship. Kruch demanded again to know the origin of the blade. Issei sighed and deactivated his balance breaker, still holding the sword, and explained that it was a gift from his uncle and originally belonged to his mother. Kruch's eyes widened in realization. Issei introduced himself as the son of Goro Hayadu, a human, and Azrael Hayadu, a fallen angel. Kruch acknowledged Issei's victory, stating that as the offspring of his long-lost friend, it would be an honor to join him. Issei was taken aback by this request. Drake echoed his surprise. Kruch reiterated his desire to join Issei in memory of Azrael. Issei contemplated that he had a rook piece available, which would be perfect for Kruch. He proposed that if Kruch wished to join him, he could become a rook piece, promising that they would encounter strong opponents to fight. Kruch accepted the offer. Issei then mentioned that they needed to stop Rizavim, but he was interrupted by an explosion at the castle, witnessing magicians and dragons teleporting away. Confused, Issei looked at Kruch and suggested they investigate. They flew toward the entrance and landed to see Dulio and Valle emerging from the castle. Valle had blood running down his arm, and Dulio was carrying an unconscious girl. Issei inquired about the girl, and Dulio explained that her name was Valerie Teeps and that it was a long story best saved for later. Issei agreed to continue the discussion at his place. Valle questioned why Kruch was with Issei, to which Issei replied that Kruch was joining him. Both Valle and Dulio were astonished by this revelation as other members of their group landed nearby, showing minor injuries but otherwise unharmed. Irina asked what was happening, and Issei promised to explain everything at home, asking if Irina could help everyone. Issei asked if everyone was ready, and she replied affirmatively as she created a magic circle large enough for everyone. They departed together. Back at the Hayadu residence, everyone arrived, and Issei guided Dulio to a spare room to place Valerie down before returning to the living room, where he sat on the couch with everyone. He turned to Asia and inquired if she could help with the injury on his shoulder. Asia nodded and approached him to begin healing. Issei sighed in relief, feeling much better, and then asked Vale and Dulio what had happened. Dulio explained that they had encountered Rizavim, who already possessed a piece of the Sephiroth Grawl. Issei looked at Vale, who was being healed by Kuroka, for further details. Vale elaborated that the Sephiroth Grawl had a subspecies balance break that created a clone of itself, and Rizavim had taken one, which was why the damper was unconscious. He didn't know when she would wake up. Issei urged them to continue, and Dulio revealed that Rizavim had disclosed his plan to Vale. Issei pressed for details on the plan, and Vale grimly stated that Rizavim intended to unseal Trihexa. Issei's eyes widened in shock, as did those of Kruch and the others. He stood up, expressing that they could not allow that to happen, as it would mean their demise. He began pacing, acknowledging the seriousness of the situation. Vale explained that he had entered Juggernaut Drive to try to stop Rizavim but had failed. Issei asked how that had gone, and Vale's expression conveyed his frustration. Dulio added that Rizavim seemed to possess a power that nullified sacred gears. Issei interrupted Vale, declaring that he was the only one who could stop Rizavim. Kruch, from the back of the room, remarked that he was glad to be on the right side, as the beast of the apocalypse was no joke, and even he wouldn't stand a chance against it. Irina then asked who Kruch was, and Issei introduced him as the Crescent Circle Dragon, his new rook. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. Issei explained that Kruch had been a good friend of his mother, which brought a hint of sadness to his voice. Asia approached Kruch, welcoming him with a smile, which caused him to blush slightly. He thanked her for the warm reception. As the day was winding down, Vale suggested they leave, and Issei nodded in agreement. Dulio stated that he needed to inform Michael about the situation, and Issei asked him to send his regards. Dulio nodded and teleported away. Before leaving, Issei pulled out his rook piece, performed the necessary chant, and made Kruch his new rook, causing 12 fallen wings to appear behind him. Irina noted that it was official. Kruch was the strongest in the peerage after Issei. Issei reassured them not to be too discouraged, as Kruch had indeed put up a good fight during their earlier confrontation. Kruch then asked Issei what his plan was moving forward. Issei explained that for now, they should relax and that he would inform the Mao and Azazel about the Trihexa plans the following day, as they could not allow that to happen. Kruch nodded in understanding. Issei remarked that it had been a long day and asked Rainier if she would stay with Asia or go home. Rainier opted to crash with Asia, and Issei welcomed her, stating that she was always family. He then offered Kruch the couch since Valerie was in the spare room, and Kruch graciously accepted. Issei asked Zenobia to fetch a pillow and blanket for Kruch, and she quickly returned with what he needed. As everyone settled in for the night, Issei wished them good night and retreated to his room, reflecting on how challenging things had become lately. The next morning, Issei stirred awake, noticing it was still dark outside. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly 2 a.m. and that he had only slept for a couple of hours. He glanced to his left and saw Irina still peacefully asleep. He kissed her cheek and decided to sit at the end of the bed to play on his Xbox, which he had set up in his room since everyone started living there. He retrieved his headset and controller, turned on the system, and heard the familiar beep. After ensuring Irina was still asleep, he logged in and saw a notification pop up on his screen. Falling 420 had invited him to a party, and he accepted the invite, noticing that Thor and Surzex were already in the party. Azazel greeted him, teasing that he was finally online. Issei replied that he was a busy guy, and Surzex asked if they were playing Warzone. Thor chimed in, questioning whether Surzex would make it out of the gulag this time. Surzex protested, reminding them that it had only happened once, but Issei and Azazel confirmed that he had yet to escape the gulag during their games. As the hours passed, Issei found himself getting frustrated with Surzex, who was struggling in the game. Irina's voice suddenly came from behind him, asking what he was doing up. Issei casually mentioned that he was just playing with the guys. Issei announced that he needed to leave, prompting Azazel to tease him about being whipped. Issei shot back, reminding Azazel of his fear of his wife, which drew laughter from Thor and Serzex. Azazel urged them to be quiet and move on. After logging off, Issei turned everything off and returned to bed, where Irina wrapped her arms around him. She gently reminded him that they had school in the morning. Issei admitted he just needed a quick nap to feel better. Irina asked if he had won the game, to which he replied that Serzex was not very good at it. This prompted Irina to giggle and share a tender kiss with him, expressing her love. Their kiss deepened, and they found themselves too engaged to go back to sleep. After a refreshing shower, Issei glanced at the clock and realized it was 7:30 a.m. Exhausted and with dark circles under his eyes, he asked Drake if he could receive a power surge to help wake him up. Drake agreed, and after the boost, Issei felt revitalized. He got ready and headed downstairs, where everyone, including Kruch, was having breakfast. He greeted everyone, receiving a chorus of good mornings except for Krom, who simply nodded. Issei inquired about Valerie's condition, and Asia informed him that she was still asleep but would keep an eye on her. Issei asked Krom to guard Valerie, aware of the potential threats from the Cow's Brigade. Krom agreed, assuring Issei that she would be safe. Issei mentioned that they needed to visit the ORC, suspecting that Gasper, being a damper, might know something about Valerie. Irina smiled and agreed to accompany him. Issei then invited Zenobia to join them, but she revealed that she would be visiting Kiba at his house instead. After breakfast, Rainier returned home, and Rossweiss headed to the teacher's lounge. Issei suggested they go to the ORC after school, confident that Valerie would be there. As the school day ended, Issei felt bored and reflected on his life of training and fighting. Drake pointed out that Issei had a tendency to be a battle maniac. Issei brushed it off and walked over to Irina, asking if she was ready. They made their way to the ORC clubhouse, where Issei sensed Serzek's presence and entered. Rias greeted him, surprised to see him there, and Issei reminded her that he was part of the ORC. Serzek greeted him warmly, and Issei noticed the confusion on everyone's faces regarding his casual reference to Serzek as Zex. Irina explained that Issei and Serzek sometimes played video games together, which left everyone, except Kiba, astonished. Serzek admitted that he needed to unwind occasionally, and Issei joked about his gaming skills. The conversation shifted as Serzek revealed that they had received reports about someone possessing the Sephiroth Graal and were preparing to send Rias and her peerage to investigate. Issei interrupted, explaining that the person they were looking for was at his house, currently in a coma-like state due to the Cow's Brigade's involvement. This revelation shocked everyone in the ORC. Serzek confirmed that Valerie was under Issei's protection, to which Issei affirmed that he had Kruch watching over both Valerie and Asia. Serzek expressed surprise at Issei's new rook and asked how he had managed to recruit Krum. Issei recounted their battle and how Krum had chosen to join him in honor of Issei's mother. Rias, intrigued, asked about the Blade of Azrael, which Issei explained was a powerful weapon capable of cutting through even the gates of heaven, surrounded by holy fire. Rias widened her eyes in realization, and she asked Issei how strong he intended to become. Issei responded that he needed to be strong to maintain peace and live a quiet life, possibly starting a family, which was impossible with the Cow's Brigade threatening them. Serzek inquired about any news regarding the Cow's Brigade, and Issei insisted that a meeting with all the Mao was urgently needed. Serzek agreed to arrange it for 2 hours later before departing. Issei then noticed Gasper sitting in a box, engrossed in a video game. He approached Gasper with a question about Valerie Teeps, causing Gasper to pause and widen his eyes in surprise, eager to know where Issei had heard that name. "Where is she?" Gasper stood up, his reaction drawing curious looks from the other orcs. Issei reassured him, explaining that she was the wielder of the Sephiroth Graal and was safe at his house, under his protection. He patted Gasper's head and knelt down to meet his gaze. Gasper revealed that Valerie was his childhood friend from the Teeps faction in Romania. They had been ostracized for being dampires, and when his sacred gear awakened, She had helped him escape. He hadn't seen her since, and tears began to form in his eyes. Issei comforted him with a hug, assuring him that Valerie was safe and offering to let him see her. Gasper's eyes lit up with hope as he broke the hug, asking if it was true. Issei turned to Irina, asking if she would take Gasper to his house. Irina agreed enthusiastically, creating a magic circle for them. She then checked with Rias, who confirmed it was fine for them to go. With smiles exchanged, they departed. Once they were gone, Issei created a magic circle by his ear. Azazel's voice came through, asking what was up. Issei requested a meeting in the neutral meeting room in the underworld in about 2 hours. Azazel agreed, sensing the urgency. Issei then summoned another magic circle, reaching out to Michael. He explained that he wanted to meet with the Mao and would prefer to relay all the information at once. Michael regrettably informed him that he couldn't attend but would send Gabriel in his place. Issei thanked him, confirming the meeting location. Rias asked if they should join, but Issei decided only she and Aquino needed to come, as Kiba and Zenobia had other plans. Aquino offered tea, which Issei eagerly accepted, praising her skills. They spent the next 2 hours chatting until it was time to leave. Issei stood up, asking if they were ready and creating a magic circle for all 3 of them. They teleported to the meeting room, where the 4 Mao were already present. Serzex welcomed Issei, prompting him to explain that they were waiting on 2 more people. A purple magic circle appeared, and Azazel entered, greeting everyone before taking a seat. A golden cross descended, and Gabriel emerged, bowing as she introduced herself on Michael's behalf. Issei stepped to the center of the room, stating that he had urgent news for both factions. Ajuka inquired about the news, and Issei explained that he had heard the Cows Brigade was attempting to gather the Sephiroth Grawl for themselves. He detailed how he and Vale had intercepted them during a mission, where they encountered Dulio Gesualdo, who assisted them. They also faced the Crescent Circle Dragon, Kruch, who was no longer allied with the Cows Brigade, and Rizavim Lucifer. The faction leaders listened intently, knowing the power Rizavim possessed. Issei continued, revealing that Rizavim had forced Valerie Teeps into her subspecies balance breaker, which created 3 identical Sephiroth Grawl. Unfortunately, Rizavim had managed to defeat Dulio and Vale, obtaining one of the Grawl. Azazel expressed concern, asking if Issei knew Rizavim's plans. Issei grimly stated that Rizavim intended to unseal Trihexa. The leaders stood in alarm, Gabriel exclaiming the dire consequences if he succeeded. Serzex insisted that Rizavim had to be stopped immediately, but Issei explained that he currently had no leads, as these events had only unfolded the night before. Gabriel inquired about Valerie's safety, and Issei assured her that she was well protected at his home. Azazel emphasized the need for a strategy to prevent the unsealing of the beast, which would spell disaster for everyone. Serzex agreed, and Ajuka suggested they all return to their respective factions to relay the information. Gabriel announced her intention to speak with Michael urgently and summoned her teleportation cross, bidding everyone good night as she departed. Azazel followed suit, stating he needed to consult with the Grigori. Issei prepared to leave as well, mentioning he had matters to attend to at home. Aquino and Rias joined him, and Ajuka requested they keep him informed of any developments. Once they arrived at the Hayato household, Issei, Rias, and Aquino found the living room empty. Issei called out, wondering if anyone was home. Asia rushed in, excited to see Issei and informing him that Valerie had woken up. Issei quickly followed Asia into the room. He walked in and saw a crying Gasper holding a now-conscious Valerie. Issei introduced himself, saying his name was Issei Hayato. Valerie responded with a smile, asking how she had ended up there. Issei explained that she had been attacked by the Cows Brigade, but he and a couple of friends had saved her and brought her to safety. Grateful, Valerie thanked him, and throughout the day, Issei asked her questions to understand her situation better. Eventually, he gave her space to heal. Aquino and Rias stayed for dinner with Gasper before heading home. It had been an eventful day, and Issei sensed that things were about to get more complicated. Issei lay on the roof of his house at night, restless. He hadn't been able to sleep, given everything happening around him, so he decided to stargaze for a while. As he looked up at the stars, he pondered whether he was strong enough to protect everyone. Draig, his dragon partner, reminded him that while he could handle Rizavim, the Trihexa was another matter entirely. Only he in Angelic Overdrive, along with Ophis and Great Red, could defeat it. Everyone else would only slow him down. Issei acknowledged Draig's wisdom but expressed his desire to keep everyone safe. Just then he heard a familiar voice behind him. Ophis stood there, commenting on how late he was up. Issei admitted he hadn't been able to sleep due to everything going on and asked what brought her there. Ophis revealed that she had discovered who possessed the blood of Samuel. It was Cao Cao. Issei's eyes widened slightly as he recalled the significance of that information. Ophis noted that Rizavim planned to unseal the beast of the apocalypse, and while she would stop him, she had no idea where he was. Issei reassured her that he would handle Cao Cao first, but Ophis cautioned him about the curse of Samuel, which could be deadly. She sat next to him, expressing her worry for his safety. Issei acknowledged her concern, joking about the dragon god of infinity being worried. Ophis insisted. They were family, and as she stood up, she suggested he try to sleep. Issei admitted his mind was racing, and Ophis playfully offered to knock him out for old time's sake, which made him pale. He quickly decided it was time to go inside, and Ophis teleported away, leaving him to ponder the cold night. When Issei teleported back into his room, he found Irina awake. She had been using the restroom and asked if everything was all right. He reassured her, saying he was just worried about the ongoing situation. They settled down together, and Irina suggested they get some sleep. The next morning, Issei woke up to bright sunlight streaming into his room. He noticed Irina still asleep and gently shook her awake. To his surprise, she stirred easily, greeting him with a morning smile. He expressed his disbelief at her waking up so easily, and she playfully pouted before getting up. They got ready and headed downstairs, where everyone was already awake. Issei greeted everyone, especially Valerie, who said she was feeling much better. He apologized to Kruch for the couch situation and promised to ask Uncle Azazel to add a room for him. As they chatted, a large magic circle appeared in the room unexpectedly. Issei warned everyone to prepare for anything, and they took defensive stances. In an instant, they were transported away. When the light faded, Issei found himself in a forest clearing, away from civilization. Ahead of him stood the group he had been searching for. He recognized Cao Cao and his companions, feeling relieved that he didn't have to search for them. Cao Cao greeted Issei and acknowledged Kruch, who warned him to watch his tone. The tension in the air was palpable as they prepared for the confrontation ahead. He twirled his spear and pointed it at Kruch, challenging him to back up his words. Cao Cao smirked, ready for the confrontation. Issei took a fighting stance, scanning the battlefield. He assigned roles to his teammates, instructing Irina to take on Heracles, Rosweiss to face Jean, Asia to confront George, and Zenobia to challenge Siegfried. He reminded Kruch to protect Valerie, knowing she was their main target. Cao Cao confirmed Issei's assessment with a grin. With a determined shout, Issei and his allies released their fallen wings, soaring into the air to engage their opponents, each pair separating to face their respective foes. In the air, Asia maneuvered around George, who was darting back and forth, launching magic attacks. He boasted about his skills, but Asia realized she needed a clever strategy. As she flew, she suddenly halted, inspired by Issei's confidence. With a snap of her fingers, a magic circle appeared before George, and a pillar of earth shot up, striking him in the abdomen and forcing him to cough. The impact sent him crashing into another pillar, causing him to feel the pain of his bones. As he lay on the ground, struggling to heal, Asia landed gracefully in front of him, her wings still extended. She reminded him not to underestimate others, creating a light spear in her hand. With precision, she moved the spear through his shoulder, pinning him down. Despite his cries of pain, Asia declared her mercy, binding him with magical chains to keep him restrained until Issei decided his fate. She noted that for someone part of a terrorist group, he had been surprisingly easy to subdue. Sensing a surge of power from Issei's direction, she hoped he would be safe. Meanwhile, Rosweiss was launching light spears at Jean, but Jean's speed made her a difficult target. Jean taunted Rosweiss, who responded with determination. She flew at full speed, delivering a powerful kick to Jean's side, causing her to stagger in pain. Jean's anger flared, and she summoned multiple swords from the ground, revealing her superior technique. Rosweiss was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. As Jean charged forward, Rosweiss created a Norse magic circle for defense. The blade clashed against her shield, but Jean acknowledged Rosweiss' strength. Rosweiss prepared to end the fight, forming a light spear in her hand. Jean, too, was ready, summoning a dragon made of holy swords. Rosweiss was astonished by the sight, realizing the challenge ahead. Determined, she launched a barrage of light spears at the dragon, steadily breaking it apart. Jean was shocked as her creation was dismantled, losing sight of it in the chaos. Rosweiss seized the opportunity, appearing behind Jean and stabbing her with a light spear, causing her to cry out in pain. Following up with a devastating kick, Rosweiss sent Jean crashing to the ground, ensuring she was incapacitated. She cast a magic circle on Jean's thigh to stop the bleeding, leaving her fate in Issei's hands. In a separate clearing, Zenobia faced Siegfried, ready to finish their previous battle. She summoned Durandal, while Siegfried revealed his metallic arms and drew multiple swords. The clash began, with Siegfried initially gaining the upper hand. However, Zenobia countered his strikes, using Durandal to slice off one of his metallic arms. As he retreated, she noted that his arm regenerated, but he was limited in his weaponry. Determined to exploit his weaknesses, Zenobia charged at Siegfried with blinding speed. She struck again, severing another arm and kicking away his sword. With 2 down and 4 to go, she pressed her advantage, relentlessly attacking. Siegfried acknowledged her skill, but she was resolute, ready to finish the fight. Each time he attempted to escape, she was there, prepared to strike again. Siegfried misstepped on a boulder, and Zenobia quickly seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, she wielded Durandal in one hand and a light sword in the other. The last 2 mechanical arms detached, sending Siegfried sprawling backward. He hit the ground hard, releasing his remaining swords. Before he could regain his footing, Zenobia was upon him, the cold steel of her weapon pressing against his neck. Today was his lucky day, she thought, feeling merciful due to her good mood that morning. She offered him a choice: surrender or face defeat. Siegfried accepted his fate, acknowledging her victory. As Zenobia looked up, she sensed Irina's power surging nearby, unmistakably fierce and unrestrained. Meanwhile, Irina and Heracles had separated from the group, preparing for their own confrontation. Heracles declared that he wouldn't hold back this time, to which Irina responded with determination, releasing her 10 fallen wings and forming a light spear in her hand. Their battle commenced. Irina and Heracles clashed at blinding speeds. Heracles launched a punch toward Irina's abdomen, which she blocked with a magic circle. In retaliation, she attempted to stab him with her light spear, but he caught it. They exchanged words, each challenging the other's resolve. With renewed intensity, Irina summoned a blue magic circle, her eyes glowing with power. She unleashed a barrage of ice spikes that shot up from the ground. Heracles narrowly dodged them, but Irina was already on him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground, injuring him. As he struggled to rise, coughing up blood, Heracles acknowledged her strength. Irina stated her urgency to assist her king, throwing another spear of light, which he caught again. She pressed her advantage, telling him he needed to be faster. She struck him with another spear, pushing him back and leaving him wounded on the ground. Despite his injuries, Heracles managed to get up, bewildered by her newfound strength. Irina explained that their previous encounter was merely a test. Now she was serious. She conjured another magic circle, summoning more ice spikes that forced Heracles to evade. He ran desperately, but Irina's relentless assault eventually pierced his thigh and shoulder, causing him to fall to his knees. Feeling a burning sensation at his neck, he looked up to see Irina holding a sword of light poised at him, her wings unfurled. Heracles, recognizing his predicament, accepted his fate, only to be surprised when she withdrew the sword. Curious, he asked what she was doing. Irina explained that she was sparing his life for now, awaiting her king's decision. She created a barrier that halted his bleeding, ensuring he would survive until the conclusion of Issei and Cao Cao's battle. When Heracles questioned her mercy, Irina simply called it an act of compassion. She sensed the clash of powers between Issei and Cao Cao, recognizing their formidable abilities. Meanwhile, Issei and Cao Cao had distanced themselves from the group. Issei, stretching, reminded Cao Cao of their last encounter, hoping he had been holding back. Cao Cao retorted that he had allowed Issei to hit him in Kyoto, but this time would be different. With serious expressions, they both activated their balance breakers in unison. Issei noticed 7 orbs floating behind Cao Cao, astonished. He remarked on the resemblance to a popular anime, realizing the stakes of their battle had just escalated. But Issei called this his polar night, Longinus Chakravartin, and these were the 7 treasures. What they did, he would let Issei find out. Cao Cao twirled his spear and pointed it at Issei. Draig warned Issei through their mental link to be careful, as he was about to face the true Longinus and needed to focus. Issei acknowledged his partner's concern, realizing he needed to assess the orb's powers, knowing it might hurt. Taking a battle stance, Issei prepared himself. Cao Cao smirked and told him to be ready. With blinding speed, Issei flew toward Cao Cao, throwing a punch that was blocked by the spear. The force created a crater beneath them. Draig roared out boosts as the crater deepened, and Issei stared down Cao Cao. Cao Cao suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Issei and sending him crashing to the ground with a kick to the ribs. Issei got up, acknowledging the pain but also noting he was already doing better than last time. He spread his wings and took off again toward Cao Cao. This time, he managed to disappear and reappear at Cao Cao's side, returning the favor with a punch to Cao Cao's ribs that sent him flying back. Cao Cao wiped the blood from his mouth, surprised by Issei's speed. Issei took a battle stance once more. Cao Cao suggested they take the fight to the skies, levitating into the air. Issei was taken aback, questioning how a human could do that. Cao Cao explained it was one of the 7 treasures and urged Issei to prepare himself. As they exchanged blows in the air, neither fighter relented. Blood dripped from Cao Cao's mouth, and Issei's armor began to chip away. Cao Cao teleported behind Issei and struck him in the shoulder with his spear. Issei cried out in pain as he was kicked to the ground. Struggling to rise, he noticed the wound and the blood flowing from it. Desperate, Issei called for Draig's help. Draig assured him he was trying as the armor slowly repaired itself. Issei decided to try a different approach, flying toward Cao Cao at incredible speed and forming a ball of energy in front of his fist. He unleashed the dragon shot, but Cao Cao redirected it to the ground and lunged at Issei again. Issei managed to evade, realizing the fight was not going as he had hoped. Draig pointed out the obvious, and Issei, feeling the pressure of the fight, acknowledged he was losing. Just then, Cao Cao appeared in front of him and stabbed him in the abdomen. Issei gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell to the ground, clutching his wound. Cao Cao taunted him, declaring he couldn't win like this, before kicking him down further. As Issei lay on the ground, a barrier suddenly enveloped them. Cao Cao noticed it too, looking around in confusion. Draig urged Issei to enter the angelic overdrive, explaining that with Cao Cao's teleportation ability, the Juggernaut drive was too slow. Issei nodded and began the chant, standing up despite his injuries. He focused on awakening his power, declaring himself the heavenly dragon who would return the principles of domination to God. Cao Cao watched in awe as Issei's wounds began to heal rapidly. Issei proclaimed himself the heavenly dragon of domination, vowing to show the way to Crimson Heaven. As smoke and dust swirled around him, Cao Cao felt fear for the first time. Issei used his crimson wings to disperse the dust, revealing his transformed state. Cao Cao, shocked, questioned what he was witnessing. Issei calmly explained that this was his angelic overdrive, the reason he was known as the strongest Red Dragon Emperor. Cao Cao realized he needed to use his own secret weapon, pulling out a vial and pouring its contents onto his spear, declaring it would be Issei's demise. Cao Cao teleported in front of Issei, attempting to stab him, but Issei sidestepped and retaliated with a devastating blow to Cao Cao's abdomen, forcing him to cough up blood and crash to the ground. Cao Cao, bewildered, struggled to comprehend how Issei had gained such power. Issei acknowledged that he had to give Cao Cao credit, noting that most people would faint or perish in his presence. Declaring himself Issei Haidu, the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, he recognized Cao Cao as the strongest human. He formed a sword of light, ready to strike. However, Cao Cao managed to teleport away just in time. Issei turned to face him again, noting that Cao Cao was still standing, albeit badly wounded. Cao Cao summoned 4 warrior-like figures to his side, and Issei prepared to confront them, realizing that he had faced several of Cao Cao's abilities already. When he was within reach, he swung the sword of light, taking down one warrior. He then conjured a light spear and hurled it at another, appearing behind the last 2 and swiftly dispatching them. At this point, Cao Cao was backing away in fear. Issei approached him, questioning how they were supposed to defeat Great Red when Cao Cao couldn't even handle him. Cao Cao explained that Ryzavim's intentions were to prove that humans were not weaker than the supernatural. Issei challenged him on his trust in Ryzavim, suggesting that the devil's true plan was not to defeat his brother but to unseal Trihexa. Cao Cao's eyes widened in realization, understanding the gravity of the situation. If Ryzavim succeeded, it would mean doom for everyone. Issei declared that he deemed Cao Cao the strongest human and offered him a choice: to ally with his peerage and the factions or face dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Cao decided he could not continue to work with a devil who sought to bring about the end of days. He chose to ally with Issei and the factions, wanting to prove that humans could stand equal to the supernatural. Issei acknowledged the wise choice and powered down, creating a magic circle around his ear to call everyone to meet up with Asia so she and Rosweiss could heal the injured. Everyone agreed to the plan. In a clearing, everyone, including Kruch and Valor, gathered, still recovering from their battles. Issei informed them that Cao Cao had decided to ally with the factions because Ryzavim's true plan was to unseal Trihexa. The followers of Cao Cao were taken aback by this revelation. Issei asked if they would join them or remain with the Chaos Brigade. Heracles declared his intention to join, and Siegfried agreed, followed by the others. Issei instructed Asia and Rosweiss to begin healing everyone, and they nodded in response. Kruch expressed his skepticism, but Issei reassured him that they needed all the allies they could get. After some discussion, Issei turned to Irina to ask the time, and she checked her watch, revealing it was a little past 11. Zenobia lamented about missing school, while Rosweiss worried about being marked absent. Issei suggested that Sona could handle the situation. Turning to Cao Cao, Issei requested the vial as a gesture of good faith, explaining that he couldn't take any risks with their new alliance. Cao Cao understood and handed over the vial, mentioning that Ryzavim possessed another one just like it. Issei thanked him for the information. Irina, curious, inquired about the vial's contents. Issei revealed it contained the blood of Samel, causing Kruch to narrow his eyes in concern. He explained that the blood of Samel carried a lethal curse for dragons, making Ryzavim's possession of it troubling. Issei agreed with his assessment. Rosweiss announced that everyone was healed, and Issei suggested they all return home to rest. He exchanged contact information with Cao Cao before they parted ways, knowing that challenges were on the horizon. In the underworld, Ajuka questioned the reason for the emergency meeting. Serafall expressed her frustration about being interrupted during her show, while Falbium, having just woken from a nap, also wanted to know why they were gathered. Serzex explained that he had sent Serorg and Graphia on a mission to locate Ryzavim Lucifer, and they had succeeded. The other Devil Kings narrowed their eyes at the mention of Ryzavim. Serzex emphasized the importance of the meeting, stating they had found Ryzavim Lucifer. As the 4 Devil Kings absorbed the news, Ajuka asked where Ryzavim was. Serzex indicated he had contacted Michael and Azazel, suggesting they should join the meeting as well. A magic circle appeared, and Michael and Azazel arrived through their teleportation methods. Serzex welcomed them and thanked them for coming on short notice, urging them to take a seat. Michael noted he had some downtime for a change, while Azazel mentioned he had been doing paperwork at the Grigori. Grafia and Serorg then entered, ready to present their findings. Grafia addressed everyone, stating that their mission to locate Rizavim Lucifer had been a success. With this new information, they could proceed with their plans. "Where is he?" Azazel inquired. "In a castle in a secluded part of Romania, a place that hadn't seen civilization in centuries. They were able to locate him after finding and interrogating a magician who served him," Serorg explained. "So, what is our next course of action?" Michael asked. "I propose we gather a team of powerful individuals to lead an assault, if necessary." "We shall step in," Serzex replied. "And I assume you want to send our nephew?" Azazel asked. "Issei is the only one powerful enough to possibly put an end to all this." "I dare say he's more powerful than all of us," Serzex stated. "And obviously if he goes, his peerage goes," Falbium added. "Yes, without a doubt, they will follow him, but I will send Dulio and Gabriel to provide assistance," Michael confirmed. "I also volunteer," Serorg said, raising his hand. "I'm sorry, Serorg, but I cannot allow that. We need defense here in the underworld just in case," Ajuka replied. Serorg nodded in understanding. "I'm sure Valor and his team will join as well," Azazel remarked, and Serzex nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will speak to Issei tomorrow and inform him of what's happening," Serzex concluded. Everyone nodded, and the meeting was over. The next morning, Issei awoke as the morning sun hit his face, and on his left arm was a bare Irina. He thought to himself, wondering why she was naked when they hadn't been NTMT the night before. "Here comes my favorite part of the day, where you struggle to wake up your mate," Drake chuckled. "Yeah, don't remind me," Issei replied, feeling a bit exasperated. "Hey love, wake up," he said, gently shaking Irina, but as always, it proved fruitless. "All right, I'm sorry, but I have to get up," Issei said as he charged up lightning magic in his hand and gave her a light shock, causing her to tumble off the bed. "Why do you keep doing that?" Irina exclaimed. "Because you never wake." Issei was interrupted as a magic circle appeared in his room, and out came Serzex and serafall. Serzex paused mid-sentence as he noticed Irina's state. "I see I caught you at a bad time," he said, looking away. Irina said, confused until she looked down and realized, turning bright red. Issei and serafall exchanged sheepish smiles, understanding Irina's reaction. After a brief moment, they all made their way downstairs, where everyone was gathered in the living room, including Rainier, who was preparing to train with Asia that morning. Serzex sat on the couch, still sporting Irina's handprint on his face. "Now I'm starting to see why Valley hates people teleporting into his house," Issei remarked dryly. "Anyways, Zex, what's up? We kind of had a long day yesterday," Issei yawned. "My apologies for earlier, Irina," Serzex said, lowering his head slightly, while Irina pouted and looked away, and serafall giggled. "Back to the task at hand." Long story short, I sent Grafia and Serorg on a mission to locate Rizavim, and their mission was a success. We know where he is, and we want to form an assault team that includes you and your peerage, along with Gabriel and Dulio, Serzex explained. Issei's eyes widened slightly. "That's great news. It won't just be us though. I know Valor will want in, and also Chow Chow, the wielder of the true Longinus. He joined our side yesterday when I told him what Rizavim actually intends to do," Issei added. Serzex widened his eyes in surprise. "This certainly is a great turn of events. With his help, we will be able to defeat the Cows Brigade for sure," Serzex said. "Yeah, but the problem is, according to Valor, Rizavim has the power to cancel out sacred gears, so it'll be up to me and Valor to take him out since we're both powerful in our base forms," Issei explained. "That is a powerful ability, which is why we're sending reinforcements. He will not receive a trial, his crimes against the factions are too severe. He needs to be stopped," Serzex stated. Issei whistled. "Then, Zex, this is a little dark, isn't it?" he said with a slight laugh, and Serzex raised an eyebrow. "I suppose you're right, but he is too dangerous to be kept alive," Serzex replied as he stood up. "I'll be taking my leave now," he said. "Right, I'll contact Valor and Chow Chow and let them know," Issei said. "Please do," and meet up in the underworld in the neutral meeting room to discuss the plan, Serzex instructed before teleporting away. I need to go too, I have a lot to do with everything going on, serafall said as she stood up. Right, I missed you though, love, Issei said as he stood up. And I missed you, my love, she replied, and they shared a tender kiss. I have to go though. I love you, Issei, serafall said as she created a magic circle beneath her. I love you too, serafall, he replied. Wait, Seren, let me go with you so I can help, Irina said as she walked toward the magic circle. Are you sure? It would be great if you could, serafall replied. Yeah. Besides, Issei's just going to be gone all day anyway, right, darling? Irina looked at Issei. Right, you two go on ahead, I'll see you later, babe, Issei said, looking at Irina. I love you. Be safe, she said. I love you too, Irina, he replied with a smile as they disappeared. He then turned to the others. All right, guys, we have preparations to make. Kruch, do me a favor and protect Valerie, Issei requested. Consider her safe, he replied. Ray and Asia, you can go ahead and train. I'll call if I need anything, Issei said, and they nodded before leaving. Rossweiss, can you go tell Thor-sensei what's happening? Issei asked. At once, Issei-sama, she replied before teleporting away. I keep telling her to drop the sama, he said, feeling a bit exasperated. Zenobia, come with me to talk to these two, he said, creating a magic circle big enough for both of them. Right, let's go, she replied as she stepped in, and they teleported away. They arrived at Vala's house, however, due to the events of the morning he teleported outside. He walked up to the door and knocked. A minute later, Vali opened the door. Hayado? Vala smirked as he observed Issei's newfound ability to use a door. Issei explained that an incident earlier had made him realize the importance of not teleporting into homes unannounced. He then asked Vala if he had time to discuss an urgent matter regarding Cao Cao. Vali agreed, and Issei conjured a magic circle for all three of them to travel to Cao Cao. In an open clearing, they found Cao Cao meditating. Issei approached him and called out. Cao Cao opened his eyes, acknowledging Issei and Vale, and greeted Zenobia, who introduced herself. Issei wasted no time and informed them that the faction leaders had located Ryzavim and were forming an assault team that included all of them, along with Gabriel and Dulio from heaven. Valley expressed his determination to stop Ryzavim, and Cao Cao agreed to lend his team's support. Issei instructed them to gather their teams and meet at his house to head to the neutral meeting room in the underworld. After a brief departure, they returned to the Hyudu residence, where everyone was prepared for battle. Issei addressed his peerage, expressing uncertainty about the mission but assuring them they would all return safely. A knock at the door signaled the arrival of the other teams, and Irina answered, welcoming them into the living room. Issei confirmed that Vale and Cao Cao had briefed the others about the mission. He then asked Irina to transport everyone to the underworld, which she did by creating a large magic circle. Upon arriving, they found the faction leaders already present. The Devil Kings and Azazel were taken aback by Cao Cao and the true Longinus. Azazel remarked on the significance of the true Longinus, and Michael confirmed its authenticity. Gabriel greeted Issei warmly, and he introduced Valerie Teeps to the group, ensuring her safety under their protection. Serzex outlined the mission to eliminate Ryzavim and prevent him from unleashing a great threat upon the world. Azazel emphasized the mission's importance, while Issei reassured everyone that they had Cao Cao and his powerful orbs to aid them. Cao Cao, however, corrected them, insisting they were not truth-seeker orbs. Valley jokingly pretended to be surprised, and Issei expressed his own surprise at Vala's enthusiasm for Naruto, but Azazel reminded them to focus on the mission at hand. With a renewed sense of purpose, Issei instructed Irina to create another magic circle, and they prepared to confront the looming threat. In a vast clearing, a large magic circle materialized, revealing Issei's peerage, Vala's team, Cao Cao's team, and the two from heaven. Vala questioned their location, and Issei spotted a castle in the distance, surmising that it was Ryzavim's stronghold. He turned to Vala, requesting details about Ryzavim's abilities. Valley admitted he struggled to explain, recalling a fight where Ryzavim had rendered him powerless with a snap of his fingers. Dulio confirmed a similar experience, noting that Ryzavim had disrupted his own powerful attack. Issei concluded that Ryzavim was formidable and had the ability to negate sacred gears. He then declared that he would be the one to confront Ryzavim. Gabriel protested, insisting she should fight alongside him, but Issei firmly argued against it, emphasizing the risks involved and the need for her presence in heaven. Gabriel remained resolute, unwilling to let Issei face Ryzavim alone. She expressed her concern, her eyes welling with tears, stating that she had already lost her sister and couldn't bear to lose her son as well. Issei turned to his left and noticed Irina, who approached him with a heartfelt plea for him to return alive. She gently caressed his cheek and insisted that Gabriel should fight alongside him, or she would take his place. Issei acknowledged her request, bowing slightly as he agreed to let Gabriel join the fight against Ryzavim. Irina assured him that they would bring him down together. As Issei prepared to take flight, he felt a surge of power, indicating that their presence had been detected. Cao Cao noted that this was a clear sign they were expected. With determination, Issei spread his fallen wings and led the group toward the castle, vowing that everyone would come out alive. Upon nearing the castle, they encountered a man with brown skin and black shoulder-length hair, dressed in black pants and a vest. Kruch recognized him immediately, widening his eyes in recognition. The mysterious figure taunted Krum, referring to him as a traitor and his companions as misfits. Issei inquired if Krum knew this person, to which Krum confirmed that this was Apophis, one of the evil dragons. Issei's eyes widened at the mention of Grendel and Azzy Dahaka, both formidable foes. Irina and her peerage stepped forward, ready to confront Apophis. Issei hesitated, but Krum assured him that they could defeat the dragon together. Drake encouraged Issei to trust his peerage, and seeing their determination, he nodded in agreement. He then instructed the rest of the group to move forward. As they ascended the castle stairs, silence enveloped them, a troubling sign. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed, and a massive creature with black scales and silver eyes landed before them. Gabriel identified the beast as Grendel, who eagerly sought a fight. Cao Cao and Heracles stepped up, expressing their confidence in handling the dragon. Issei nodded, allowing them to take on Grendel while he and the others continued their mission. Reaching the top of the stairs, Issei felt the weight of the moment. A deep, distorted voice interrupted him as a giant three-headed dragon with 6 wings descended before them. Dulio recognized the creature as Azzy Dahaka and prepared for battle, stating they would need to go all out from the start. Valor activated his balance breaker, and Dulio joined in, spreading his wings and summoning a halo above his head. Gabriel expressed her concern for their safety, knowing the strength of their opponent. Issei encouraged Gabriel to believe in their strength as they approached the door to face the son of Lucifer. He opened the door, revealing a grand room with a throne at the end, where a man with long silver hair and a goatee sat, dressed in white robes and shoulder armor. Ryzavim greeted Gabriel mockingly, prompting her to respond with disdain. Ryzavim then acknowledged Issei, who declared he would fight as the fallen. As the tension escalated, Ryzavim stood, revealing his own wings. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as Issei launched himself at his opponent, signaling the beginning of the battle. Irina observed her peerage, ready for the fight with their wings spread wide. She asked Kruch about Ryzavim's strength, to which he explained that in his current form, Ryzavim was as strong as a cadre. However, if he transformed into a dragon, they would face a serious challenge. The peerage braced themselves, understanding the gravity of the situation. Apophis, growing impatient, lifted his hand, causing shadows to form at Irina's feet. Kruch shouted a warning, and Irina quickly evaded the encroaching darkness. Apophis acknowledged Krum's awareness of his abilities, and Krum charged at him with blinding speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Apophis flying back. Apophis managed to stop himself just before crashing into a wall. He stood tall, acknowledging his opponent. He remarked on the power of his old acquaintance, but Kruch quickly dismissed the notion of friendship. Suddenly, Zenobia appeared above Apophis, ready to strike him down. Irritated with himself for letting his guard down, he narrowly dodged her attack, only to be met with a powerful kick to the side of his head that sent him crashing into a mountainside. As he opened his eyes, he saw Rosweiss bringing her leg down for another strike. Apophis acknowledged her strength, recognizing that if that kick was any indication, this battle might actually prove challenging. He pulled himself out of the mountain and heard Irina warn him not to underestimate them. She launched light spears at him, and he took to the air to evade the attack. While dodging Irina's spears, he sensed more coming from below and glanced down to see Asia glaring at him. He admitted to himself that he had misjudged her strength. Asia declared that she would not allow any of them to perish in this battle. As Zenobia joined her, Apophis felt more spears approaching and barely managed to dodge them. He turned to see Rainier and remarked on her familiar presence, inquiring if she was related to Azazel. Rainier reacted with anger, demanding he not speak of her father in such a way. Apophis, undeterred, challenged her to show him what she could do, only to be met with a powerful punch from Kruch that sent him flying back again. This time, he regained his composure and turned to face Kruch, acknowledging the strength behind the blow. Kruch declared that they would stop him here and revealed his fallen wings, which surprised Apophis. He commented on Krom's choice to be reincarnated as a crow, suggesting it was a fall from grace. Krom explained that he chose this path to honor an old friend. As Apophis looked around, he noticed that everyone had their wings out, ready for battle. He acknowledged his reputation as an evil dragon but insisted that he was an honorable one, promising to take them seriously from that moment on. He warned them not to disappoint him and to avoid dying quickly as he began to unleash a vast amount of energy. The group, except for Kruch, widened their eyes at the overwhelming aura. Krom knew all too well what Apophis was capable of. Irina rallied the group, urging them to be ready and promising that they would all survive. Apophis began to glow and grew significantly in size. When the light faded, the group was in awe of his dragon form, which was larger than Draig, Albion, and Kruch, second only to Midgardsormr. His black scales shimmered with gems that emitted a silvery glow, and his 3 eyes radiated an ominous presence that felt like darkness itself. Irina trembled, feeling every instinct urging her to flee, but she steeled herself, reminding herself that Issei and the others depended on her. She looked at Zenobia, who appeared equally shaken while gripping Durandal. Irina declared that the fight would be difficult, but they had to win for Issei's sake. She noticed that the others had also steeled their resolve to fight. Apophis acknowledged her words but dismissed them, warning that they would do no good. He opened his mouth, forming a ball of darkness, shocking the group as he launched it toward Asia and Zenobia. Zenobia shouted for Asia to move, and they both dodged the attack just in time. Kruch decided to take the battle seriously as well, transforming into his dragon form and releasing energy. Rosweiss and Rainier charged at Apophis with their light spears, and Irina joined them in the attack, declaring their intent to take him down. As Rosweiss threw her spears, Apophis countered with another darkness attack, absorbing the spears completely. Rosweiss widened her eyes as she saw the darkness approaching her at point-blank range. Irina quickly kicked Rosweiss out of the way, narrowly avoiding the attack herself. Rosweiss landed next to Zenobia, apologizing for the close call. Rosweiss expressed her need for help, but Irina ignored her and charged forward as Rainier got close enough to strike Apophis at his side. Apophis acknowledged her with a hint of admiration, noting her success in reaching him. He then taunted her, questioning how she would evade his next move. As he swung his tail down toward Rainier, she managed to fly backward just in time to avoid direct contact. Irina sighed in relief, but her heart sank when she saw blood erupt from Rainier's chest to her shoulder, tears welling in her eyes. Apophis explained that his tail was heavy and fast, causing the air it displaced to be razor-sharp. Just then, Kruch joined the battle in his dragon form as Irina caught Rainier and quickly flew toward Asia. Irina called out for help, and Asia rushed to her side as Irina laid Rainier down in front of her. Rainier weakly acknowledged Asia, who assured her that she would save her. Rainier apologized to Irina, who turned her attention back to the fierce battle between the dragons. She knew Kruch was strong, but defeating Apophis alone would be a monumental task. Irina rallied her allies, urging Zenobia and Rosweiss to join her in assisting Kruch. They all took to the skies, and Irina assigned roles as they approached the fray. Rosweiss launched an attack, kicking Apophis, which allowed Kruch to bite into his neck. Apophis roared in pain, unleashing spheres of darkness around him. Irina and Rosweiss skillfully dodged the attacks to stay safe. Rosweiss struck again, but she was caught off guard by Apophis's claw, which injured her. Irina cried out for her friend as Rosweiss fell. Turning to Asia, Irina urged her to help Rosweiss. Asia nodded and began to heal Rosweiss from a distance, knowing it wasn't as effective but would keep her alive. Irina returned her focus to the battle, only to find Apophis's tail coming right at her. She narrowly dodged, but the winds created by Apophis's movement sliced open her shoulder. Realizing she had let her guard down, Irina felt the urgency of the situation. She was nearing her limit and knew they had to end the fight quickly. Summoning her magic, she created a blue magic circle and unleashed a powerful attack. Kruch seized the moment to bite Apophis's neck again, but he too felt the sting of ice as it pierced his leg. Irina called for Zenobia to act, and she dove toward Apophis. The dragon noticed her and swung his tail, causing her injuries as she pressed on through the pain. In the name of Issei, she declared her intent to defeat him, raising Durandal high. As she brought the blade down, Apophis acknowledged the bravery of his opponents, accepting his fate. Zenobia struck true, decapitating Apophis and landing on the ground, exhausted. Zenobia, feeling lightheaded, fell to her knees while gripping Durandal. Irina landed beside her, praising her efforts, but fatigue soon overcame her as well, and she collapsed. Kruch, now in his human form, landed near Asia, who noticed his injuries. He urged her to tend to the others, as Rosweiss was still in critical condition, and Irina and Zenobia needed help too. Asia, seeing that Rainier was healed but unconscious, nodded and flew off to assist. Kruch sat down, nursing his leg and reflecting on the fallen dragon before him, realizing how close he had come to a similar fate. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power, sensing that Grendel was unleashing his full strength as the other battles continued.